We are both busy people, so let's cut the small talk. You already know my name, or at least you knew it once upon a time. Eiji Miyake. Yes, Ms. Kato, that Eiji Miyake. Why am I here in Tokyo? Think about it. I am here to find out who my father is, and why you, Ms. Kato, you know his name and you know his address. I never threaten anyone, but I am telling you that you are going to give me the information I want. Right now, or something like that. A galaxy of cream unribbons in my coffee cup, and the background chatter pulls into focus. My very first morning in Tokyo, and already I am getting ahead of myself. Jupiter Cafe sloshes with lunch hour laughter, Friday plottings, clinking saucers. Drones bark into cell phones. She drones hitch up sagging voices to sound more feminine. Steam bears coffee, seafood rolls, detergent. I have a fine across-the-street view of Panopticon's main entrance. Quite a sight, this zirconium Gothic skyscraper. Its upper floors are hidden by cloud, and so is the real Akiko Kato. City weather is a mystery. Under its tight lid, Tokyo swelters at 34 degrees C and 86% humidity. A big Panasonic display says so. Tokyo is too close up to see sometimes. There are no distances and everything is above your head: dentists, kindergartens, dance studios. Even the roads and walkways are up on murky stilts. An evil twin Venice with all the water drained away. Reflected airplanes climb over mirrored buildings. I always thought Kagoshima was huge, but you could lose it down a single side alley in Shinjuku. I light a cigarette. I am smoking Cools today, the brand chosen by a biker with hair dyed blackcurrant in the line ahead of me, and watch the traffic and passers-by on the intersection between Omkado Avenue and Kita Street. City office drones, lip-pierced hairdressers, midday drunks. Nobody is standing still. Rivers, snowstorms, traffic bites, generations, 1,000 faces per minute. Back on Yakushima you might get 1,000 minutes per face. Crowds make me thoughtful. All these people have boxes of memories labeled father, dad, pa. Whatever photogenic pics, shots in poor light, scary figures, tender poses, fuzzy angles, scratched negatives, it makes no difference. Unlike me, they know who it was who ushered them into the world. Crowds make me too thoughtful. Ms. Kato, come down to Jupiter Cafe. It would be so much simpler. You drop by for a seafood roll and a coffee. I recognize you instantly, of course, introduce myself, admit coyly that I was hoping to bump into you here. We discuss the matter at hand. We are two grown-ups now, and you will see that natural justice is on my side. I sigh aloud, and sense my neighbor hide him or herself deeper behind his or her barrier of newspaper. How do you smuggle daydreams into reality? My careful plan seems far-fetched. A building as vast as Panopticon surely has many other exits. It must have its own restaurants, to spare its employees the hassle of descending to ground level. Who says you even eat lunch, Ms. Kato? Maybe your slaves bring you a human heart to tide you over until supper time. I entomb my cool in the innards of its ancestors and resolve to end my stakeout when I finish this coffee. Hear that, Akiko Kato? I am coming in to get you. 3 waitresses staff Jupiter Cafe this lunchtime. Waitress 1, the boss, is a brittle imperial dowager who poisoned her husband. Waitress 2, a corn-on-the-cob face with a braying donkey voice, is waitress 1 30 years ago. Waitress 3 is turned away right now, but her hair is up and I can see she has the most perfect neck on earth. I mean it. A syndicate of poets could not describe how graceful this neck is. Soft as a peeled egg. Dowager is telling Donkey and half Jupiter Cafe by default about her hairdresser's latest failed marriage. When his wives don't measure up to his fantasies, that's when he tosses them overboard. She has an industrial diamond voice. The waitress with the perfect neck is serving a life sentence at the sink with a scrubber and sponge in lieu of a ball and chain. The atmosphere is hostile in here. Are Dowager and Donkey cold-shouldering her, or is she cold-shouldering them? Hot fog is now down to the 9th story of Panopticon. I decide to calculate the number of days I have lived. It comes to 7,286. I add 4 leap years. The clock says 12:51. Suddenly most of the drones in the cafe get to their feet and flock away. Are they afraid that if 1 o'clock finds them anywhere except their fluorescent-lit cubicles, their companies will have an ideal excuse to restructure them? I watch lots of them enter Panopticon and toy with the idea of coming back tomorrow and stealing an id tag. No, simple is good. I strike Panopticon today. At the stroke of 1 o'clock, my coffee cup stands empty in its moat of slops. I admit I am nervous. Nervous is cool. A recruitment officer for the self-defense forces came to my old high school, I should say, and said that no worthwhile fighting unit wants members who are immune to fear. In combat, soldiers who are blind and brave inevitably get their platoon wiped out. An effective soldier controls his fear and uses it to sharpen his senses. It sounded so easy. Another coffee, Eiji. No thanks, Eiji, but I will smoke one final cool, to sharpen my senses. I catch the clock changing from 13:31 to 13:32. Yeah, I know my deadline died, my ashtray brimmeth over. I shake my box of cools, only 2 left. The fog is down to the 6th story. I imagine Akiko Kato gazing through her air-conditioned executive office suite window. It is high up, above the fog even, maybe. The sunshine is stellar up there. Can she sense me as I sense her? Did she wake up this morning knowing that today is one of those life-altering days? One final cigarette before nervous becomes spineless. The only other customer in Jupiter Cafe who has stayed as long as me is an old man. He is plugged into a vidboy. His fingers twitch as he fires plasma bolts into the digital distance. He is identical to the ink brush portrait of Lao Tzu in my classics textbook. I mean it. Bald, nutty, bearded. Other customers arrive, order, pay, drink, eat, use the bathroom, and go. Decades worth every quarter hour. Only Lao Tzu and I endure. The waitresses must be thinking my girlfriend has stood me up, or that I am a psycho on the prowl for a female to stalk. A Muzak version of Imagine comes on and John Lennon wakes up in his tomb, appalled. It is sugary beyond belief, full of flowery flutes. Even the musical prostitutes who recorded this horror hated it. 2 pregnant women enter, order lemon tea, and discuss what kinds of fathers their husbands will become. Not ideal, maybe. I want to lean over and tell them, but it could be worse. Want to hear my life story. Lao Tzu coughs a cough of no return and dabs the phlegm off his vidboy screen. I drag smoke down deep and trickle it out through my nostrils. I never expected Tokyo to be this dirty. It needs a good flooding to clean it up. Mandolineering gondoliers punting down Ginza. Mind you, continues Dowager to Donkey, his wives are such grasping, mincing creatures. They want to play the la-di-da company president's wife. I tell my hairdresser this: when you search for a spouse, pick somebody whose dreams are exactly the same size as yours. But does he listen, the brainless ape? Of course not. What would an old woman know about these things? I inhale the foam from my new coffee. My cup has lipstick traces. I wonder about the person who left this mark. My imagination is my worst enemy. No, that is not true, but the comfort it gives is never warmer than tepid. The waitress is a sophisticated takyoid. She has enough rich, fashion-conscious admirers to fill a laptop computer. Case dismissed. Lao Tzu growls at his vid. Damn bioborgs, every damn time. I drink my dregs, put on my baseball cap, and stare at Panopticon. Time to locate my maker. Panopticon's lobby is as cavernous as the belly of some futuristic robo-behemoth, which is a fair description of the whole Panopticon organism. Only Tokyo moves around it instead of it needing to move around Tokyo. Arrows in the floorpad sense my feet and guide me to a vacant reception booth. I fake boredom. Changes in heart rate may trigger suspicion. A door hisses shut behind me. The blackness is subterranean. A tracer scans me from head to toe, blipping over the barcode on my id tag. An amber spotlight flicks on and my reflection stares back from the black glass. I certainly look the part. Overalls, baseball cap, toolbox, clipboard. I adjust my hair and pretend to admire myself. "State your name and business," intones an Ice Maiden voice. I wonder how human she is. These days computers humanize and humans computerize and you never know. I pretend to lose my cool slightly, stare at the ceiling, and act the overawed yokel. Afternoon, Madame Rand Sagabe is my name. I came to do the fish, see? Company. No, I came quite alone. What is the name of your company, your employer? I hear irritation. Excellent, my interviewer is only a human. Finny Friends, Inc. Finny Friends, Inc. Haven't you seen our vidscreen ad? If your Finny friends are feeling down, don't despair, don't you frown. A brand new service is in town. If you're, why are you requesting access to Panopticon? I act puzzled. I service fish for the Ministry of Law. Which partners? Asugi and Kasugi. Asugi and Basugi. She is inexperienced. I check my clipboard. Right. Let me in, Ice Maiden. Someone as dumb as me can't be a threat to anyone. I am scanning some curious objects in your toolbox. Now I act proud. Newly imported from Germany, madam, or might it be mademoiselle? May I present to you the ionic fluorocarb popper? Doubtless a lady of your education is already well aware that the key to a successful marine environment is pH stability. Finny Friends, Inc. is the first aquaculturist practice in Japan to utilize this little wonder. If time permits, perhaps you would allow me to place your right hand on the pad in front of you. I hope this is going to tickle. That is your left hand. Beg your pardon. A brief eternity passes before a green authorized light blinks. And your access code. Ice Maiden is thorough. I scrunch my eyes. Let me see, 313-636-969. Your access code is valid, so it should be I paid the finest freelance hacker in the city 3 months' salary for those 9 digits. For the month of July, we are now in August. That scuzzy bum hacker. Weird. I scratch my crotch to buy time. That was the access number encoded and received from. I glance at my clipboard, Ms. Akiko Kato. They don't come much higher up than her. Your access code is invalid. I puff out my cheeks. If you say so, if you say so. Pity, though, when Ms. Kato wants to know why her Okinawan silver spine's priceless for all intents and purposes. Now they are on the near extinct list, are belly up dead on the surface. I'll just have to refer her to you. Oh well, what did you say your name was? I pose with my pen. Ice Maiden hardens. Check your access codes and return tomorrow. I shake my head, amused. If only saving silver spines from asphyxiation were that simple. Do you have any idea how many finny friends I got on my turf? Obviously not. In the old days we had more give and take, but now we run to an hour-by-hour time frame. Even as I stand here, I got 90 angelfish at the Metropolitan gasping for a gill scour. Now, your name. This is just so we don't get sued and I am not the one who loses my job. Ice Maiden hesitates. Look, I say, why not call Ms. Kato's secretary? I already did. You are expected tomorrow, not today. Tomorrow, I will electrocute my freelance hacker very slowly. Of course I was expected tomorrow. But the Minister for Fish issued an industry-wide warning last night. Aquatic gill-end-mouth Ebola has entered the country. The Cubans are to blame, apparently. The spores, traveling down air ducts, enter tanks, lodge in brain tissue, and puff up the fish until they literally explode. Innards everywhere. The scientists are working on a cure, but until then, Ice Maiden finally cracks. Ancillary authorization granted, Mr. Sagabe. From this booth proceed to the elevator, which will take you to the 81st floor. You must leave Panopticon within 60 minutes and follow the sensor arrows at all times, or security will not be held responsible for any injuries. Level 81, Mr. Sagabe, announces the elevator. I look forward to serving you again. The doors open and for a moment I think I am in a virtual rainforest. Pots, ferns, and plants half conceal the reception desk. An aviary of vidphones trills. A woman puts down a spray mister and peers at me from behind a hyacinth as high as herself. Security told me Mr. Sagabe was coming. Who are you? Let me guess. Kazuyo, am I right? No, I'm Fubuki. But who, Ms. Fubuki, of course. No wonder Rand calls you his panopticon delight. Who are you and what do you want? I act a young man driven by flattery failure into digging a deeper pit. I'm Mr. Sagabe's apprentice, Joji. Don't tell me he never mentioned me. I do Harajuku normally, but I'm covering Mr. Sagabe's Shinjuku clients too this month on account of his, I look left and right and whisper, genital malaria. Her face falls. I beg your pardon. Well, you can't blame him for not mentioning it, can you? Ongoing condition, I'm afraid. It flared up again last night. The boss thinks it's just a heavy cold, which is why Rand didn't cancel his appointments. All hush-hush. I smile gingerly and glance around for obvious monitor cams. None visible. I kneel, open my toolbox with the lid blocking her view and begin assembling my secret weapon. I have it down to 9 seconds. Had a hell of a time getting in here, you know. Computers have such suspicious minds. Artificial intelligence. Artificial stupidity. Ms. Kato's office is down this corridor, I believe. Yes, but I have to ask you for a retinal scan, standard procedure. I hope it tickles. Finished. I approach her desk with my hands behind my back and a stupid grin. Where do I look? She rotates the eye scan at me. Into this eyepiece. Ms. Fubuki, is it true about the... I nod at her feet. You know, she replies crisply, is what true? Your 11th toe. My 11th what? The moment she looks at her feet, I pepper her neck with enough instant-action tranquilizer microdarts to knock out the entire United Korean Army. Her knees give and she slumps conveniently into her chair and forward onto her blotter. I make a witty pun in the manner of James Bond for my own amusement. I knock 3 times. Finny Friends, Inc. for Ms. Kato. A theatrical pause. A complex lock retracts. Enter. Checking that the corridor is free of witnesses, I slip in. The actual lair of Akiko Kato matches the imagined one, except I was wrong about her view being above the clouds. A checkered carpet, a wall of old-fashioned filing cabinets, haven't seen those in a while. Of course, a filing cabinet cannot be hacked however ingenious your hacker. A wall of paintings too tasteful to trap the eye, a curved window of troubled fog. Between twin half-moon sofas stands a spherical tank in which a cloud of Okinawan silver spines haunts a coral-encrusted sunken battleship. 9 years have passed since I last saw Akiko Kato, but she has not aged a single day. Doubtless she can afford the latest DNA ravelers from certain Chinese labs. She glances up from her desk. Yes, her beauty is as cold and callous as ever. You are not the little fish man who usually comes. I close the door, and with my left hand turn the old-fashioned key retained on the same security theory as the filing cabinets and pull out my gun with my right. No, Ms. Kato. I have her full attention. I am not a little fish man at all. So what in hell's name do you? We are both busy people, so why not cut the small talk? It is a simple enough matter. You already know my name, or at least you knew it once upon a time. Eiji Miyake. Yes, Ms. Kato, that Eiji Miyake. Why am I here in Tokyo? Think about it. I am here to find out who my father is, and why you, Ms. Kato, you know his name and you know his address. What? No, I never threaten anyone. But I am telling you that you are going to give me the information I want, and right now Akiko Kato blinks once. An abrupt laugh. Eiji Miyake. I fail to see the funny side. Not Luke Skywalker. Not Zax Omega. Did you compose that spiel yourself to reduce me to awed obedience? Or did you steal it from a movie? One island boy embarks on a perilous mission to discover the father he has never met. Well, Eiji Miyake, I'm afraid you are going to discover what happens to island boys who leave their fantasies. She shakes her head in mock pity. Even my closest friends call me the most poisonous lawyer in Tokyo. What makes you think you can scare me into handing confidential client information over to a child with a pop gun? Give me your file on my father, or you will see how dangerous a child with a pop gun can be. Are you threatening me? I release the safety catch and move away from the door. I certainly hope so. Hands up where I can see them. Stand back from the desk. You don't want to make me jumpy, not at this range. This nonsense has gone on too. I fire and her intercom screen explodes in a plastic supernova. The bullet ricochets off the assassin-proof window and slashes into a picture of lurid sunflowers. Akiko Kato's complexion finally turns ashen the way I want it. She walks over to the painting and hisses, "You gutter-bred, urine-blooded infidel, my Van Gogh. You are going to pay for that. More than you ever did, I am quite sure. The file, now. Security will be here in 30 seconds. I allow myself a smile. I have the blueprints to your office. Spy-proofed, soundproofed. No messages in, none out except via your intercom screen, which is currently out of order. So stop blustering and give." I level the gun at her head. The file. She is alarmingly unconcerned. "You should have spent your youth on your island picking oranges with your granny and your uncles. I won't ask you again. It isn't going to happen. Your father has too much to lose. And so do I. If news of his horrid brat that is leaked out, red faces would be caused in higher places than you could ever dream of. This is why we have a modest secrecy retainer agreement. So you are blackmailing your own client." Blackmail is a strong word for someone still in search of the perfect zit cream. "My position as your father's lawyer calls for discretion. Discretion is a precious commodity in this city, and like all precious commodities, I am not leaving this office without the file. Then you shall be here for a very, very long time. I would order us some coffee, but you put a bullet through my vidcom. I don't have time for this." I flick the switch from handgun mode back to tranquilizer. Her forearm is exposed to the elbow. The long-dreaded Akiko Kato barely has time to register the sting of the darts before she collapses where she stands, unconscious as the deep blue sea. Speed is everything. I peel the Akiko Kato finger pads over the Rand Sage ones and access her computer. The deeper computer files will be heavily passworded, but overriding the locks on the filing cabinets is simple. Me for Miyake. I double-click. My name appears on the menu. Eiji. Double-click. I hear a promising mechanical clunk and a drawer telescopes open halfway down the wall, blocked by Akiko Kato's prostrate body. I drag her onto one of the sofas, not a pleasant task. I keep thinking she might come back to life. I put down my gun, pull out the drawer as far as it will go, and leaf through the slim metallic carrier cases. Miyake Eiji paternity. The case shines pure gold. Put that back. Akiko Kato closes the door with her ankle and levels a Zuffer .441 Lone Eagle at the spot between my eyebrows. Dumbly, I look at the Akiko Kato still slumped on the sofa. The doorway Kato permits herself a satanic chuckle. Rubies are set in the enamel of her teeth. "I see you have already met my Bioborg. Well, I hope you feel stupid, because you are. Very. Our spy in Jupiter Cafe picked you up, the old man next to you. His vidboy is an ICAM linked to Panopticon's Cambrain. I saw you coming, tracked your every tediously predictable move. Now, lightly kick your pop gun over the floor toward me. That's right, and kneel down. You don't want to make me jumpy. Not at this range. A Zuffer blast from here will scramble your face so badly your own parents wouldn't recognize you. But that was hardly their strong point, was it? I guess I have 10 seconds to live. It was unwise of you to handle an intruder without backup. Your father's file is a sensitive issue. So, your Bioborg was telling the truth. Asugi and Basugi don't know you are blackmailing him. Why are you worried about my professional ethics when you should be begging for your life?" I glance at my gun, still on the floor halfway between us, letting my eyes linger a moment too long. She may be a professional blackmailer, but she is an amateur hitman. She falls for my ploy and lunges at the gun. Her eyes are away from me for only a moment, but that is all I need to aim the carrier case in my arms at her and flip open the switch clips without entering the disabling code. The lid-mounted incandescent booby trap explodes in her face. She screams. I roll dive, her zubber fires, glass cracks. I spin, leap, boot her face, wrench her gun from her grip, it fires again. Her fingernails drill into my wrist. I elbow her face, her heel crunches my nose. The zubber flies from my hand, but finally I score a full-force blow to her head and follow up with a crushing uppercut. The real Akiko Kato lies motionless on her Bioborg twin. I don't think I killed her. Okinawan silverspines thrash on the soaked carpet. Crunching glass, I retrieve the zubber, a much more potent gun than my own, and the sealed file on my father, which I stuff into my overalls. I close the door on the stain already spreading over the carpet. I stroll back toward the corridor, whistling Imagine. That was the easy part. Now I have to get out of Panopticon, and not by means of a body bag. Ministry of Law drones fuss around the receptionist still slumped in her rainforest. I summon the elevator and show appropriately non-genuine concern while I wait. Sick building syndrome, my uncle calls it. I say to nobody in particular. It affects fish in the same way. I proceed to make myself invisible by boring anyone who may notice my presence. The elevator arrives and an old medic barges out, tossing onlookers aside. Space, she growls. I must have space. I slip into the elevator and the doors close on my crime. Not so fast. A polished boot wedges itself between the closing doors. I consider blasting it away, but outside Akiko Kato's office, spy-proofing a single shot would alert security. A guard muscles the doors apart. He has the mass, nostrils, and hair of a minotaur. Ground zero, son. Me too. Okay, elevator, down we go. Our descent begins. So, says Minotaur, are you an industrial spy or what? Adrenaline and confusion swish through my bloodstream in strange ways. Minotaur keeps a straight face. You're trying to make a quick getaway. That's why you nearly took off my foot in the door up there. My laughter goes on too long. Yep. I wrap my toolbox, full of top-secret data on Panopticon's fish. Double agents, you know, the whole tank full. My father's file in my overalls suddenly feels 3 times bulkier. To be honest, I was afraid of the fainted receptionist. One glimpse of blood and I'm a goner. I could never do your job, Minotaur snorts. Get used to anything. When the elevator doors finally open, I say after you, even though he showed no sign of letting me go first. The elevator is more polite. Thank you, Guard Murasaki and Mr. Sagabe. I look forward to serving you again. Floorpad arrows return me to the security booth. I am sealed in again. Have you fully discharged your duties? I beam for Ice Maiden. I get you on the way in and on the way out. Standard procedure. You call it standard, I call it the hand of destiny. Yes, the silver spines are fully immunized now. You know, Finny Friends has been in business for 18 years, and we can truthfully say we have never once lost a fish due to negligence. It is a part of our standard procedure to conduct a post-mortem on each and every friend in our care, and it is old age each and every time, or client-sourced alcohol poisoning around the end-of-year party season. I could tell you about it over dinner, perhaps. We have nothing whatever in common. We are both carbon-based life forms. That's a big head start. We wouldn't have to talk about fish. We could talk about anything you like. The pause chills as it lengthens. Let's talk about why your toolbox contains a Zuvver .441 Lone Eagle. How could I have been so stupid? Absolutely impossible. A Zuvver .441 registered under the name Akiko Kato. Oh, I laugh, setting down the toolbox, opening it up and taking out the offending item. Do you mean this Zuvver .441? I do mean that Zuvver .441, yes. I can explain. This is for I am not playing for time. She is. The glass flowers with the first shot. Alarms scream. The glass mazes with the second shot. Gas hisses above me. The glass cracks with the third shot. I sledgehammer my body through. The lobby beyond is full of shouting and running and jaggedness and 1,000 flashing arrows. Men and women crouch, terrified. Guards' boots pound. I glimpse Minotaur, a dozen Minotaurs, a dozen Minotaurs. The man in the overalls, I hear Ice Maiden say, the fish man. I engage the double safety catch, set the Zover on continuous plasma fire, and lob it at the onrushing squadron of guards. 3 seconds doesn't give me enough time to make the entrance, and the explosion lifts me up and hurls me into the revolving doors with the force of a typhoon, and literally spins me down the steps outside. Chaos, smoke, and sprinkler water belch from the panopticon lobby. Around me are dominoing traffic collisions and what any fugitive from injustice needs, most panicking crowds. A madman, I rave. Madman with grenades, call the cops, call the helicopters, we need helicopters, everywhere. I hobble away down Omkado Avenue, past Jupiter Cafe. This will give Dowager and Donkey something to gossip about, just look at them gawking. She is still at the sink. Her neck is still an oasis of soft calm in this sand-blasted world. I hurry into a Fukuya department store and head for menswear. 30 minutes later I emerge in a sharp gray suit and a pair of John Lennon sunglasses. I hail a taxi and ask the Bioborg driver to take me to Kita Senju. I remove my father's file from my brand new briefcase and mentally record the moment for posterity. Upon this day, August 24 at 14:50, in the back of an auto taxi rounding Yogi Park, under a sky murky as a teenage boy's under futon, Eiji Miyake, less than 24 hours after my arrival in the metropolis of Tokyo, officially bring to an end 7,290 days of ignorance and discover my father's true identity. I imagine Anju on the seat next to me, swinging her legs. See, I wave the file at her. I promised I would. Now we'll know his name, his face, his house, who he is, what he is. The taxi swerves to avoid a fleet of ambulances and fire engines. Open it then, says Anju. Come on, bro, open it. I slit open the seal with my thumbnail. Far things feel near. Page 1. The air-reactive ink is already vanishing from ghost gray to absolute white. Lao Tzu growls at his vidboy. Damn Bioborgs, every damn time. I drink my dregs, put on my baseball cap and stare at Panopticon. Time to locate my maker. I limber up. Say, Captain, Lao Tzu croaks, no chance of a spare cig in that box, is there? I show him the empty carton. He looks doleful. Well, I need some more anyway. I have a stressful business meeting ahead. Is there a machine in here? Over there. He nods at a cluster of potted plants. You'll find one hidden in the greenery. I smoke Carlton as a rule. I hunt for the right change, but I have to break yet another 1,000-yen note. Walk 100 meters in Tokyo, check your wallet, and you discover another 1,000 yen has mysteriously spent itself. I mean it. I decide to order one last coffee before facing the real Akiko Kato. The adrenaline force field generated by my last coffee is already dying away. I deploy my incredible powers of telepathy. Hey, waitress, you with the celestial neck, take off your rubber gloves and come serve me a coffee. My telepathy lets me down today. I get Dowager instead. This close-up I notice her nostrils are hairdryer plug compatible 2-pinch slits. She nods when I thank her for the drink, as if she is the customer, not me. How to be a takoyai, Lesson 1. Non-obligatory thank yous are weird. I walk back to my window seat, trying not to spill my coffee, sit down, open my Carltons, and fail to coax a flame from my cheapo lighter. Lao Tzu slides me a box of courtesy matches from a bar called Middy's. I light my cigarette then, as he is concentrating on a new game. His fingers are crocodile tough. He takes a deep drag and sighs with a gratitude only us smokers can understand. Thanks a million, Captain. My son nags at me to give up, but I tell him, hey, I'm dying anyway, who am I to interfere with nature? I make a vague sympathy noise. Nothing prospers in Tokyo but pigeons, crows, rats, roaches, and lawyers. I sugarize my coffee, rest my teaspoon on the meniscus, and slowly dribble the cream onto the bowl of the spoon. Pangea rotates, floating unruptured before splitting into subcontinents. Playing with coffee is the only pleasure I can afford in Tokyo. The first 3 months, rent on my capsule wiped out all the money I saved working for Uncle Orange and Uncle Pachinko, leaving me with a chicken and egg problem. If I don't work, I can't stay in Tokyo and look for my father. But if I work, when do I look for my father? Work. A slag heap word that blots out the sun. My two saleable talents are picking oranges and playing my guitar. I must be 500 kilometers from the nearest orange tree, and I have never, ever played my guitar for anyone. Now I understand what fuels dronehood. This. You work or you drown in debt and the underclass. Tokyo turns you into a bank balance with a carcass in tow. The size of this single number dictates where the carcass may live, what it drives, how it dresses, who it sucks up to, who it may date and marry, whether it cleans itself in a gutter or a jacuzzi. If my landlord, the Honorable Buntero Ajizo, stiffs me, I have no safety net. He doesn't seem to be a con man, but successful con men never do. When I meet my father at most a couple of weeks away, I want to prove I am standing on my own 2 feet and that I am not looking for handouts. Dowager heaves out a drama queen sigh. You mean to tell me this is the very last box of coffee filters? The waitress with the perfect neck nods. Donkey joins in. The very last. The very, very last, my waitress confirms. Dowager shakes her head. How can this possibly have happened? Donkey maneuvers. Well, I sent the purchase order off on Thursday, my waitress shrugs. Deliveries take 3 days, Dowager clouds over. I hope you aren't trying to blame this crisis on Eriko. And I hope you aren't trying to blame me because I was the one to notice we are going to run out of coffee filters by 5 o'clock. I just thought I should say something. Stalemate. Look. Why don't I take some petty cash and buy some more? I am the shift supervisor. I make these decisions. I can't go, Eriko the donkey whines. I had my hair permed this morning. Any minute now it's going to rain buckets. Dowager turns back to my waitress. Go and buy a box of filters. There's a supplier right next to the subway entrance behind the clock. She pings the register open and removes a 5,000 yen note. Keep the receipt and bring back the exact change or you'll ruin my bookkeeping. My waitress removes her rubber gloves and apron, takes an umbrella, puts the note in her purse. Actually, she has a boy's wallet and leaves without another word. Dowager squints after her as if taking aim down a telescopic lens. That young miss has an attitude problem, Donkey tuts. Those rubber gloves, she thinks she's a hand cream model. Students today are too coddled. What is it she studies anyway? Snobology. I watch her wait at the light to cross Omkado Avenue. This Tokyo weather is extraplanetary. Outside is still oven hot, but a dark roof of cloud is ready to buckle under the weight of rain at any moment. The pedestrians waiting on the island in the middle of Kita Street sense it. The 2 young women taking in the sandwich board outside Nero's Pizza Emporium sense it. The battalions of the elderly sense it. Hemlock, nightingales, E minor thunder. Belly-flopping thunder, twanging a loose bass. Anju loved thunder, our birthday, treetops, the sea, and me. Her goblin grin flashed when it thundered. Raindrops are heard shhhhhhhhh before raindrops are seen shhhhhhhhh, quivering ghost leaves dappling the pavements, smacking car roofs, drumming tarpaulins. My waitress opens up a big blue, red, and yellow umbrella. The light turns green and the pedestrians dash for cover, sheltering under ineffective tents of jackets or newspapers. Our poor hand cream model will get drenched, says Donkey, with a concern that wouldn't fool anyone. The downpour erases the far side of Omkado Avenue. Drenched or undrenched, we need coffee filters, replies Dowager. My waitress disappears. I hope she finds somewhere dry. Jupiter Cafe fills with holiday refugees being nice to one another. Lightning zickers and the lights dip in counterpoint. The refugees all go woo-woo-oh. I help myself to a match and light another Carlton. It would be stupid to confront Akiko Kato until after this storm passes. Dripping in her office, I would be about as formidable as a drowning gerbil. Lao Tzu chuckles, chokes, and gasps for air. My, I ain't seen rain like this since 1971. Must be the end of the world. 1 hour later and the Kita Street, Onkado Avenue intersection is a churning confluence of rivers. The rain is incredible. Even on Yakushima, I cannot remember rain quite this heavy. The holiday atmosphere has died and the customers are doom-laden. The floor of the Jupiter Cafe is, in fact, underwater. We are all sitting on stools, counters, and tables. Outside, traffic stalls and begins to disappear under the foaming water. A family of 6 huddles on a taxi roof. A baby wails and will not shut up. Group dynamics organize the customers, and there is talk of moving to a higher floor, staying put. Navy helicopters, El Niño, tree climbing, North Korean submarines abducting refugees. I smoke another Carlton and say nothing. Too many captains pilot the ship up the mountain. The taxi family is down to 3. Junk swirls by. Somebody has a radio, but can tune it to nothing beyond torrential static. The flood level creeps up the window, now it is over halfway up. Submerged mailboxes, motorbikes, traffic signals. A crocodile cruises up to the window and snout butts the glass. I wish somebody would scream. Something is twitching in the corner of its mouth, a hand with an engagement ring. The beast's eye settles on me. I know that eye. The animal sidles away with a twitch of its tail. Tokyo, Tokyo, cackles Lao Tzu. If it ain't fire, it's earthquake. If it ain't earthquake, it's bombs. If it ain't bombs, it's floods. Dowager crows from her perch. The time has come to evacuate. Young mothers and babies second, senior ladies first, so get out of my way. Evacuate to where? Asks a man in a dirty raincoat. 1 step outside, the current'll sweep you clean past Guam. Donkey calls from the safest place of all, the coffee filter shelf. Stay inside and we'll drown. The pregnant woman touches her bump and whispers, "Oh no, not now, not now." A priest remembers his drinking problem and swigs from his hip flask. Lao Tzu hums a sea shanty. The wailing baby will not shut up. I see an umbrella shoot down the fiercest artery of the flood, a red, blue, and yellow umbrella, followed by my waitress, rising, falling, flailing, and gasping. She needs me. I don't think. I jump up on the window counter and unfasten the top window, which is still above the water level. "Don't do it," chorus the refugees. "It's certain death." I frisbee my baseball cap to Lao Tzu. "I'll be back for this." I kick off my sneakers, lever myself through the window, and the torrent is a mythical force submerging and buoying me at a cruel velocity. Lit by lightning, I recognize Tokyo Tower in floodwater up to its navel. Lesser buildings sink as I am swept by. The death toll must be in the millions. Only Panopticon appears safe, rising into the heart of the tornado. The sea slants and peaks, the wind howls a symphony of the insane. Sometimes the waitress is close at hand, sometimes far away. Just when I don't think I can stay afloat any longer, I see her paddling toward me on her umbrella coracle. "Some rescuer you turned out to be, Miyake," she says, gripping my wrist. She glances behind me, and unspeakable horror is reflected in her face. I turn around and see the gullet of the crocodile closing in. I whip my hand out of hers and shove the umbrella away as hard as I can, turn around and face my death. "No, Eiji, no," my waitress screams. I am strong and silent before my nemesis. The crocodile rears and dives, its fat body feeding into the water until its tail vanishes. Was it only trying to scare me? "Quick," calls my waitress, but barbed teeth mesh my right foot and yank me under. I pound the crocodile, but I may as well be punching a mighty cedar. Down, down, down. I kick and struggle in slow motion, but I only succeed in thickening the high-speed clouds of blood spewing from my punctured calf. We reach the floor of the Pacific. It is heavily urbanized. Then I realize the crocodile has chosen to drown me outside Jupiter Cafe, proving that reptiles have a sense of irony. The customers and refugees look on as if the crocodile and I are a circus act. The storm must have passed, because everywhere is swimming pool blue and tap dancing light, and I swear I can hear Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds playing. The crocodile watches me with Akiko Kato eyes, suggesting that I see the funny side of having my bloated corpse stowed in a lair and being snacked on over several weeks. I lighten as I weaken. I watch Lao Tzu help himself to my final Carlton and doff my cap. Then he mimes stabbing himself in the eye and points to the crocodile. A thought unsilts itself. Yesterday my landlord gave me my keys. The one for the storefront shutter is 3 inches long and might serve as a mini-dagger. Twisting into striking range is no easy feat, but the crocodile is taking a nap, so it fails to notice me fit the key between its eyelids and ram the sharp point home. Squeeze, squelch, squirt. Crocodiles scream, even underwater. The jaws unclamp and the scaly terror of the salty deep thrashes off in spirals. Lao Tzu mimes applause, but I have already gone 3 minutes without air and the surface is impossibly distant. I kick feebly upward. Nitrogen fizzes in my brain. Sluggishly I fly, and the ocean sings in 10,000 soprano chorus lines. Face submerged, searching for me from the stone whale is my waitress, loyal to the last, hair streaming in the shallows. I and the girl with kaleidoscope eyes gaze longingly at each other, until, overcome by the beauty of my own death, I sink in slow, sad circles. As a cord of scarlet sun picks the lock of dawn, the priests of Yasukuni shrine light my sandalwood funeral pyre. My funeral is the most majestic within living memory. The whole nation is united in mourning. Traffic is diverted around Kudenshita to allow the tens of thousands to come and pay their respects. The flames lick my body. Ambassadors, my uncles, heads of state, Yoko Ono, all in black. My body blackens and blazes. His Imperial Majesty wished to thank my parents, so here they are reunited for the first time in nearly 20 years. The journalists ask them how they feel, but they are both too choked with emotion to reply. I never wanted such an ostentatious ceremony, but well, heroism is heroism. My soul rises with my ashes and hovers among the television helicopters and pigeons. I rest on the giant Torii gate, wide enough to drive a battleship under, enjoying my new perspective of human hearts. I should never have abandoned those 2, thinks my mother. I should never have abandoned those 3, thinks my father. I wonder if I can keep his deposit, thinks Buntaro Ajizu. I never even asked him his name, thinks my waitress. I wish John were here today, thinks Yoko Ono. He would write a requiem. Brat, thinks Akiko Kato. A lifelong earner comes to a premature end. It would be stupid to confront Akiko Kato until this storm passes. Dripping in her office I would be about as formidable as a drowning gerbil. Lao Tzu chuckles, chokes, and gasps for air. My, I ain't seen rain like this since 1971, must be the end of the world. But no sooner has he spoken than the storm turns itself off at the main. The pregnant women laugh. I think about their babies. During those 9 aquamarsupial months, what do babies think about? Gills, swamps, ocean trenches. When does thought begin? Do sperm scheme against other sperm, the way commuters elbow ahead in the Tokyo rush hour? Do the unborn know they are? At what age did Anju and I learn that the world is actually 2, one outside and one inside, which we call imagination? A stupendous discovery, you would have thought, but I have no memory of the day. For babies in wombs, imaginings must be reality. On Omkado Avenue, pedestrians peer upward from under umbrellas, awnings, and doorways, checking the lack of rain with the backs of their hands. Umbrellas close, clouds scroll off-screen. Jupiter Cafe's doors slide open and my waitress comes back, swinging a bag. Took your time, Dowager thanks her. My waitress hands her the filters. Next time I'll do my very best to pick a supermarket with shorter lines. Did you hear the thunder? Asks Donkey, and I suspect she is not such a bitch really, just a weak person under the influence of Dowager who does not like camaraderie among her crew. Of course she heard it. Everybody in Tokyo heard it. My Aunt Atin heard it, and she's been dead 9 years. My money says Dowager tampered with the life insurance and shoved Aunt Atin down a very long flight of highly polished stairs. The receipt. The change. My waitress stows her umbrella away and gives Dowager the receipt and coins. She has an invisible irony field cloaking her, which intercepts and destroys incoming attacks. The clock says 14:31. I bisect an almond flake with my thumbnail and draw pentagrams in the ashtray with a toothpick. Here is an unpleasant thought. How do I know Akiko Kato is actually working in Panopticon today? Suppose I barge past her secretary, flaming with righteousness, only to arrive at her desk to find a Back Thursday post-it note stuck to her computer monitor. I would look like a complete idiot. The entire office would remember me and laugh at me. In my wallet I carry Ms. Kato's card, which I borrowed from my grandmother's fireproof box when I was 11. I had intended to study voodoo and use it as a totem. Akiko Kato, attorney, Asugi and Basugi. I make a deal with myself. I will order an iced coffee, smoke one final Carlton, and then I call. There. If Akiko Kato answers the phone, I will go straight over. So I wait until my waitress is at the counter and go up to place my order with her. She is about to meet my eyes when Dowager growls dishes, and my girl goes back to the sink. Refills aren't free, Dowager tells me. I cannot change my mind now, even if I am in danger of needing a caffeine detox program. I know. An iced coffee, please. I am served brusquely and wait until the Bioborgs kill Lao Tzu. I swap a Carlton for a match and devise a telephone strategy brilliant enough to reduce hardened Tokyo Pa to putty. Good afternoon, Asugi and Basugi. How may I help you? I inject my voice with its maximum authority. Yees, my voice squeaks as though my balls are still in puberty-free fall. I blush. I am nearly 20. Fake a cough and restart 3 octaves below. I would like to ask if Ms. Akiko Kato is in the office. Do you want to speak with her? No, I would like to. Yes, please, thank you. I would like to. To what, sir? To speak with her. May I ask who's calling? I am a business associate, a professional one. I see. And do you conduct your business anonymously, or do you have a name people can call you by? I am sweating. I have a name. I can't put you through to Ms. Kato without a name. Taro Tanaka, the duddest of all dud names. Taro Tanaka, and your call would be concerning. Hello. Is anyone there? Yes, sorry, Mr. Tanaka, I asked you why you want to speak with Ms. Kato. Oh, I see, sorry, it's a confidential matter. Of course, but what do you wish to discuss with Ms. Kato? Legal matters. Naturally, Mr. Tanaka. Well, Ms. Kato is with the senior partners at the moment and can't come to the phone. If I could take down your number, company, and a rough outline of your business, I can ask Ms. Kato to return your call later today, or maybe tomorrow, or possibly the day after. Naturally, yes. So, Mr. Tanaka, I fall, drown, whatever, and hang up. A C or a D, but not quite an automatic fail. I found out that Akiko Kato is in her Panopticon lair. As I sit here jingling the icebergs in my coffee glass, they fuse, clink. I pour in the twin juglets of syrup and cream and watch them swirl and bleed. If I were Zax Omega, I could antigrav up to your office window in a few seconds. That would get your attention quickly enough. Do you daydream about meeting me? How do I appear in your daydreams? The pregnant women are talking about the agony of childbirth. I learned that male doctors never administer anesthetic because they believe the pain strengthens the mother-baby bond. I learned that their friend was told by her husband to drive herself to the hospital when her labor pains began because he had to play golf with his boss. My waitress is doing a tour of the tables, emptying ashtrays into a bucket. Come this way, I order her telepathically, empty mine. Mine is the only ashtray in the entire cafe she forgets. Dowager is on the telephone, simpering sweetly. Donkey appears to have shrunk to a microscopic height when I was looking away. A guy crossing Kita Street catches my attention. I swear I saw him cross from the same point before I made the phone call. I focus on him, tracking his progress among all the puddle hoppers. He waits for the green man. He crosses Omkado Avenue and waits for the green man. He recrosses Kita Street and waits for the green man. He recrosses Omkado Avenue and waits for the green man. I follow him for 1, 2, 3 more circuits. What is his story? Is he a private detective, a bioborg, a lunatic brought out by the humidity? My bladder tells me it will no longer be ignored. I walk to the toilet door and push, but the door pushes back. I go back to my seat, embarrassed, and avert my eyes when the door opens, so the occupant will not suspect me. This is how I lose my place to a submissive-looking high school girl, who reemerges 15 minutes later as a boob-tubed Neo-Tokyo wet dream. I race to the door but lose again to a mother with a leg-crossing infant. Emergency! She giggles at me and slams the door in my face. My bladder shrieks at me that I am violating the terms of its contract. I stay by the door this time and try to think of sand dunes. Toiletless Tokyo plays this trick on you to use a toilet. You have to go into a cafe, where you have to buy a bladder-filling drink, and so the endless cycle goes on. On Yakushima, I just found a bush to piss behind. The mother and kid finally come out and I hold my breath, fumble with the lock on the other side, and dispose of my 3 coffees. I run out of breath and have to breathe in. Urine, margarine, chemical pine. Not so smelly, but I think better of wiping the rim. After washing my hands, I squeeze a blackhead, and my initial success persuades me to gamble on less profitable sites until I resemble the victim of a flying crab swarm. I try out my reflection from various angles. Eiji Miyake experience Takyoid. Is my rugged Kyushu tan already pasting over? My reflection plays the staring game. We tie, both looking away at the same time. An impatient knocking starts up on the door. Sorry, just coming, I call. I ruffle back my gelled hair extra hard formula and worry at the lock until it opens. The knocker is Lao Tzu. Thought you'd passed out in there, Captain. I mumble an apology for making him wait and resolve to attack Panopticon without delay. Then one of those mega-weird coincidences takes place. Cutting across the foreground strides Akiko Kato herself, in the flesh, right here, right now. Only 5 millimeters of glass and 2 meters of air, max, separating us. In slow-mo she turns her head, looks straight at me, our eyes meet. She looks away and carries on walking. First I am slugged by disbelief, my imagination must be running away with me, right? Then I am slugged by belief. It was her. In my fantasy earlier she had not aged. In reality she has, but even so I know it was her, I know it. Lidded cunning, aquiline nose, wintry beauty. Go Miyake, chase after her. Jupiter Cafe's doors take an age to open, then I am running in pursuit, baseball cap, idiot. I dart back to Jupiter Cafe, bang into a cyclist as we flounder in the mirroring veer right trap, retrieve my cap, and race to the crossing where the green man is flashing already. After 2 hours or more in the aircon cafe, my skin tingles, crackles, and pops in the dire afternoon heat. Akiko Kato, wearing a lethally smart navy blue business suit, has made the far side, and I must either risk the traffic turning and sprint across or else risk losing her before she enters Panopticon. I sprint. The Donor cycles rev. The taxis nudge forward. The angry red man stands with his hands on his hips, but I make the far bank without bouncing off a hood. I dodge upstream through the crowd, clipping insults and dropping "excuse me." I am within hailing distance when she reaches the revolving door of Panopticon, but she ignores the entrance and continues walking toward Shinjuku Station. Now I have the chance to catch her up and detain her, but I feel now that doing so would make her less sympathetic to my cause. What woman would help a man who has been blatantly stalking her? Worse still, what if she misunderstands before I can begin explaining? What if she screams, "Rapist, pervert, help," and a pack of Tokyoites turns on me? However, I cannot just let her melt into the crowds either, not since this woman is the key to finding my father. So I compromise for the time being and just trail her, reminding myself that she does not know the adult Eiji Miyake's face. Yes, I should wait until she enters a shop or cafe or train compartment. Then I can position myself for an accidental encounter. I feel power, anxiety, and weakness. She never turns around, not once. Why should she? We pass under a row of scraggly trees dripping dry. The afternoon is growing old. Freed schoolgirls mill around cosmetics shops with sophisticated Tokyo bodies. I cannot believe I spent so long cooped up in that stuffy coffee shop. Still, my stakeout finally paid off. I stay a steady 10 meters behind Ms. Kato, focusing on her navy blue, pinstriped shoulders. She gives off an aura, a jet in the blue. A damp underpass takes us under rail tracks as a train passes. We emerge into dense sunshine on busy Yasukuni Avenue, lined with plush bistros and cell phone shops blaring intricate guitar riffs. I clang my shin on a bicycle. Following people in real life is not easy. The sun steam irons the pavement and gutter, rinsed air magnifies the heat, and sweat gums my t-shirt to my skin. Between a shop that sells 99 flavors of ice cream and a Belgian waffle shop, Akiko Kato turns and disappears down a narrow side street. I hack through a jungle of housewives waiting outside a Milanese boutique and find myself in an alley that could be from a gangster movie. No sun, trash cans on wheels, sooty canyon walls. My quarry stops outside what appears to be a cinema, not a respectable one. Not down here, and turns around to see if anyone is following her. She has already seen me, so there is no point trying to hide. I glance at my watch and quicken my stride, worriedly, lowering my baseball cap as I rush past her. I smell her perfume, rose musk and high treason. Rounding the next corner, I stop and peer back. She has already entered the building. The Ganymede Cinema. I double back. Today's film is not porn, it is a feature movie called, oddly, Panopticon. The poster shows only a row of screaming Russian dolls and tells me nothing of what the story might be about. I hesitate. I want a cigarette, but I left my pack at Jupiter Cafe, so I make do with a champagne candy. I have to decide now. The deserted lobby swarms with psychedelic carpet. Where are all the customers? If this place showed Disney or movies people have heard of, it would be packed. I fail to notice the step, trip, and nearly twist my ankle. The walls are decorated in mildewed glitz and the air is heavy with neglect. A sorry chandelier glows brownly. The woman in the ticket office puts her needlepoint embroidery down with obvious annoyance. Yes, this is the, Ganymede Cinema. No, this is the Battleship Yamato. What do you want? I'm a customer. Well, how nice for you. The, movie. What is it about? She feeds a scarlet thread through a needle's eye. Can you see a sign on my desk that says plot synopses sold here? Can you see a sign on my desk that says plot synopses sold here? No. Think really hard. Why is there no such sign? Normally I would just leave, but I know Akiko Kato is in the auditorium. Meeting her here is perfect. Excuse me, but you wouldn't by any chance be. So I say, meekly enough considering, 1 ticket please. 1,000 yen. Is that the cheapest ticket? She does not even deign to answer. I get a note out of my wallet and say goodbye to my budget for the day. She hands me a square of perforated silver paper the size of a chewing gum wrapper, which is exactly what it is. I follow a sign reading, "Screen this way. Management is not responsible for accidents in the stairwell." The steep stairs descend in short flights at right angles to the stairs ahead and the stairs behind. Posters of previous presentations line the sweaty walls, but I cannot recognize a single one, dark as the grave wherein my friend is laid. I expect each stairway to be the last, but it never is. Is it getting warmer? Fahrenheit 451. In the event of fire, customers are kindly requested to crispen without undue panic. The life and times of John Shade. I smell bitter almonds. Suddenly there are no more stairs, but a woman with the bruised, shaven skull of a chemotherapy patient. When I meet her eyes, I experience a jolt. Her sockets are void. I clear my throat. "Hand it over," she says, barely moving her lips as if she is learning ventriloquism. "I beg your pardon, your ticket. My accursed sister sold you a ticket. Oh, here, I'll put it in your left, so much for consideration for the blind." Her right hand darts out and she rips the ticket in two. "Popcorn? I'll give the popcorn a miss, thank you." "What is wrong with my popcorn?" "Nothing, I just don't feel like any popcorn." "So you are refusing to admit that you dislike popcorn?" "I had a big lunch." "I hate it when you lie to me. You must be mistaking me for somebody else." She shakes her head. "Mistakes never make it this far down." "Okay, if it makes you happier, I'll buy some popcorn." "There isn't any. I'm missing something." "Why did you offer to sell me some?" Your imagination has gotten the better of you. This is getting irritating. Then I have a thought. Did the last lady buy any popcorn? She would have arrived here less than a minute ago. If you have eyes to see, see, and stop wasting my time. She stands aside and holds open the curtain. The steep cinema auditorium has a population of exactly 3. In the front row, I recognize Akiko Kato's head and shoulders. A tall man sits beside her. In the center aisle, an elderly form sits twisted in a wheelchair, apparently dead. His head is unhinged backwards, his jaw gapes, and he is motionless. I follow his gaze upward to the night sky painted on the ceiling, but its constellations are none that Anju and I ever learned in our astronomy class. I creep down the far aisle, hoping to stay unobserved by Akiko Kato and her companion. I have an urge to eavesdrop before I introduce myself. Plus, if I approach her from the front, I cannot pretend to accidentally recognize her. A loud bang goes off from the projectionist's room, either a shotgun or an inexpertly opened bag of potato chips, and I drop down below a row of seats. After some seconds, I re-emerge. Neither of them turned around, I think. The lights fall fast as an equatorial sunset, not that I would know, and the curtain squeaks up on a rectangle of flickering light. An ad for a driving school starts without warning, complete with the Imka song. The ad is much older than me, or the school accepts only drivers who are of the 1970s persuasion. Next comes an ad for a plastic surgeon called Apollo Shijnabu. He grafts permanent grins onto women whose husbands, the surgeon promises, won't recognize them or your money back. His nurses and customers join hands and sing about facial correction. I enjoyed the Coming Soon trailers at the cinema in Kagoshima because it saved the expense of watching the film, but in the Ganymede cinema there are none. A titanium voice announces the movie, Panopticon, by an unpronounceable director, winner of a film festival in a city I could not locate. No titles, no music. Straight in. In a monochrome wintry city, an omnibus nudges its way through nervous crowds. A middle-aged passenger watches the snow, wartime newspaper vendors, policemen beating a black marketeer to bruised mush. Beyond a burnt skeletal bridge, the omnibus shudders to a halt and the man asks the driver for directions. By way of reply, he receives a nod at the enormous sky-obscuring wall. The man walks over the frozen slush and follows the base of this wall, past craters, gutted machines, and wild dogs. A hairy lunatic talks to a fire in circular ruins. Finally, the man comes to a low wooden door where he must stoop to knock. He waits. He knocks again. Nothing. Then he notices a tin can hanging from a length of string. The string vanishes into the masonry of the giant wall. Is anybody there? The language is hisses and crackles, but the subtitles are Japanese. I am Dr. Polonsky. Warden Bentham is expecting me. Is anybody there? The doctor puts the can to his ear and hears drowning submariners. The wooden door opens, apparently by itself, and the doctor enters, nearly tripping over the very short man on the other side. Toddling at your service, doctor. The croaky dwarf unbows and jangles the keys on his belt. This way, if you will. Snow underfoot is gravelly. Incantations whirl, fade, and rise again. The two walk through a maze of uninhabited cages. This is where we keep the invisible men, says Toddling with a straight face. Guards are playing cards. Your destination, doctor, says Toddling, rapping on a door and pushing it open. The warden will see you without delay. Dr. Polonsky finds himself in a scruffy office. Distaste shows through his professional demeanor for a moment. Warden Bentham is decrepit and drunk. Doctor, the warden rubs his eyes. How good of you to come. Take a seat. Do. Thank you. Dr. Polonsky treads gingerly from floorboard to floorboard, half of which have been removed, to the only free chair in the room, one designed for a 9-year-old. Warden Bentham indicates a peanut in a tall glass of liquid. I am penning a treatise on the behavior of various bar snacks in brandy soda. Indeed. The warden clicks a stopwatch and indicates a cluster of bottles on a shelf. What's your poison, Doc? Not while I'm on duty. Thank you. The warden shrugs and empties the last drop of brandy into an egg cup. He drops the bottle between the floorboards and cups his hands to his ears. Several seconds later come a distant tinkle and scream. Down the hatch, Doc. Warden Bentham then drains his egg cup. Dear Doc, permit me to cut to the quack. The quick, I mean the quick. The heart of the matter. Our own Dr. Koenig was blown up by a land mine on Christmas Eve. His post has remained vacant ever since. I am so frustrated by our war cabinet. We had such high hopes for our Reform Institute. Our plan, was to watch our inmates as lovingly as the fathers most of them never had and set them free from the cages in their heads by empowering their imaginations. Such vision we had. All we get sent are looters and politicals. Why I myself, warden, interrupts Dr. Polonsky. The heart of the matter. Warden Bentham nods, leans forward and whispers, the Vorman issue. Polonsky shifts on his tiny chair carefully. He is afraid of joining the brandy bottle in the abyss below. Vorman, he is a prisoner here. Indeed, doctor, indeed. And why is Vorman an issue? He believes he is God. The doctor looks interested for the first time. God. Each to his own, I know, but he has persuaded the prison population his delusion is the truth. We isolated him, but to no avail. The chanting you may have heard earlier, the Psalm of Vorman for the morning mass. I fear disturbances, Dr. Polonsky, revolts, riots. I want you to examine the man. Ascertain whether his madness is an act or whether his tapers truly run amok. If a psychiatrist of your stature decides he is clinically insane, I can parcel him off to a military asylum and we can all go home for tea and cupcakes. Dr. Polonsky considers. Of what crime was Vorman convicted? The warden shrugs. No idea. No idea. We burned all the files last winter for fuel. You burned the files. During the cold snap, yes. But how do you know when to release the prisoners? Release. The warden scans the labels on his remaining bottles. The prisoners, doctor, if you weren't already a shrink, I'd ask you, are you out of your mind? How could I feed my children if I let our prisoners go? Akiko Kato glances behind, her eye ducked down. At the end of the row, a rat stands on its hind legs in the silvery screenlight. It twitches its nose at me before climbing into the upholstery of an unsprung seat. Well, Ms. Kato, begins her companion in an imperious voice, I only hope you have summoned me from my committee for an emergency as urgent as you claimed. An apparition appeared in Tokyo yesterday, Minister. A ghost story. Please tell me there is more. The ghost was your son, Minister. Eiji Miyake is here. My father says nothing for the longest time. And Eiji is alive. Very much alive, Minister. He is a vengeful spirit. He is looking for you. What does he want? Money? No, I nearly cry out. No, I will wait while Akiko Kato unwinds more rope I can use to hang her later on, soon. Not money, Minister, blood. There is no easy way to tell you all this. She makes it sound very easy indeed. Your son is a crack addict, salivating psychosis on 2 legs. He has spent his teens in and out of juvenile detention centers. I have here an email swearing he will kill you for his stolen childhood. My father reads the paper Kato unfolds. His voice is weak. Surely, and not only you, Minister, here, he says he wants to make you watch the destruction of your family, to make up for what happened to his sister. Vorman sits cross-legged on a wire bed frame. He is straitjacketed. The cell is a palace of filth. So, Mr. Vorman, a column of flies hovers above an iron bucket. Dr. Polonsky paces over chunks of fallen ceiling. How long have you believed yourself to be God? Vorman has a magnetic voice. Let me ask you the same question. I do not believe I am God. The doctor steps on something crunchy. But you believe you are a psychiatrist. Correct. The doctor scrapes a stilt-twitching cockroach onto a half-brick. I have been a psychiatrist since I graduated from medical college, obtained my license, and began practicing my profession. I have been God since I began practicing my profession. The doctor leans against a desk to take notes. Tell me a little about what your profession involves, on a day-to-day basis. Post-creation maintenance mostly, doctor. Of the universe you inhabit. It is only 9 days old, so you can imagine the wrinkles that still need ironing out. The lead of Polonsky's pencil breaks. A considerable body of evidence suggests that the universe is older than 9 days. I know. I created the evidence myself. The doctor fishes in his pocket for a new pencil stub. I am 45 years of age, Mr. Vorman. How do you account for my memories of my childhood? I created your memories when I created you. So everything around us was born in your imagination. Precisely. You, this prison, gooseberries, the Horsehead Nebula, and the fossils. The creationists are right, I'm afraid, although they are wildly liberal in their estimates. That must add up to a considerable workload. A workload greater than your pitiful hippocampus, no offense, could conceive. The worst part is, if I stop imagining every last atom, it will all go poof. Solipsist, doctor, only has 1 L. Polonsky frowns and changes the angle of his notebook. Vorman sighs. I know you are skeptical, doctor. I made you that way. Perhaps I can propose an experiment to verify my claims. What do you have in mind? Pure objective realism. Belgium. Belgium? I doubt anyone will miss it, do you? My father is motionless. He has a full head of hair. I will never need to worry about baldness. So my father is a politician. This explains a lot. I hug myself in the darkness. Now I am over the initial shock. Today is turning delicious. Soon I will announce my presence and Akiko Kato will be exposed as a lying viper. Her cell phone trills. She gets it from her handbag, snaps, "Not now," at the caller and folds it away. Look, Minister. The general election is 3 weeks from tomorrow. Your face is going to be on every candidate board in the city and on television 2 or 3 times a day. This is not the time for you to keep a low profile. If your son discovers your identity, your life will be in peril. If I could only meet Eiji just once and reason with, he has a criminal record as long as your wife's fur rack. And suppose he is deterred from attacking you physically, just imagine the damage he could wreak if the media got wind of this. Abandoned ministerial love child swears, I want to kill my father. No, Minister, we must practice damage limitation now. My father sighs in the flickering dark. What do you suggest? Liquidation, of course. My father quarter turns, my nose, surely, not violence. Akiko Kato chooses her words with the utmost care. I foresaw this day. Plans are in place. Accidents happen easily in Tokyo, and I know people who know other people who specialize in fortuitously timed accidents. Of course, their services do not come cheaply, but precision and discretion never do. I wait for my father's reply. The Polanskis live in a third-floor apartment in an old townhouse. Their dining room overlooks the bleak courtyard. Mrs. Polansky has not slept properly since the bombings began. A convoy of tanks rumbles past. Mrs. Polansky slices iron bread with a blunt knife. Are you still fretting about that Bormann prisoner? Vorman, yes. That warden should be ashamed of himself, piling more work on you at a time like this. All the paperwork will land on your desk too, of course. The doctor tilts the bowl of his spoon and watches a shred of cabbage. Oh, I'm not worried about the work. He is one of the most intriguing cases I have ever had, to be honest. I have never met such extreme megalomania in such a passive-aggressive. He is so soft-spoken. Is he mad, do you suppose? Well, he promised to make Belgium disappear by this evening. That does not sound so passive. Mrs. Polansky tips the rest of the broth into her bowl. Belgium is another prisoner, I take it. Polansky chews his bread absently. Belgium. Mrs. Polansky sips her broth. Is Belgium a type of cheese? Belgium, the country between France and Holland. Belgium. Mrs. Polansky is puzzled. An island. The doctor smiles to cover his annoyance. Belgium. Is this a joke, dear? You know I never joke about my patients. Belgium. Mrs. Polansky dislikes the word's taste. A shire of Luxembourg, her husband sighs. I cannot believe I married a woman who, look, bring me my atlas. The doctor turns to the general map of Europe and his face freezes. Between France and Holland is a polygon of blue called the Walloon Lagoon. Polansky's lips move but no sound comes out. This cannot be. This cannot be. This cannot be. I refuse to believe, insists my father, that any son I fathered could commit murder, however unfortunate his upbringing may have been. When your agent met Eiji, my son must have been provoked into saying the things you claim he did. Or you are imagining the worst. I am a lawyer, says Akiko Kato. I am not paid to imagine. I cannot rubber stamp the death of my own son. Then you are rubber stamping the death of your legitimate family. He will not go away, minister. He has a sack of hatred instead of a heart. My father squeezes his temples to help him think, the same way I do. May I ask you a direct question, Ms. Kato? You are the boss, she replies in the tone of the boss. Is our privacy retention agreement a factor in your calculations? Akiko Kato's reply is swift and sharp. That is a dangerous insinuation. You must admit I resent your insinuation so much that the price of my silence is doubled. My father nearly shouts, remember who you are talking to. I am talking to a man with a kingdom to lose, minister. Suddenly, I know the time has come to intervene. I stand up 2 rows behind my father and this woman of poison and lies. Excuse me, I might be able to shed some light here. They jump up. Akiko Kato is already hissing. What do you want and who are you? I swallow my nerves and announce in a voice loud enough to smother the movie. We are all busy people, so let's cut the small talk. You already know my name, Ms. Kato, or at least you knew it once upon a time. Eiji Miyake. Yes, Ms. Kato, that Eiji Miyake. Why am I here in Tokyo? Think about it. I turn to my father. He is already analyzing the scene, a true, fearless diplomat. Sir, it is an honor to meet you at last. I have waited all my life for this moment. Please do not worry. Your lawyer has spun an evil deception. Icicles fang the window of Vorman's cell. Bombers drone by. Vorman's eyelids rise with imperceptible slowness. Good morning, doctor. You have been watching me for some time. Will Belgium figure in your session notes today? Polansky nods at the guard with the cattle prod. Leave us, please. The doctor's eyes are dark and baggy. With much wriggling in his straitjacket, Vorman sits up on his bed. You slept poorly last night, doctor. Well, you will grow accustomed to this. The doctor opens his medical bag with professional calm. Wicked thoughts, Vorman smacks his lips. So I am not a lunatic or a malingerer but a demon. A demon from hell, what next? Am I to be exorcised? Polanski scrutinizes the prisoner. Do you believe you should be? Any demon is just a human who possesses a sufficiently demonic imagination. Polanski sits down, opens his notebook, and produces his pencil. Let us suppose, just suppose, that you possess certain powers. Vorman laughs until his bed squeaks. I rendered an entire country non-existent, doctor. What more evidence do you need? Then what is God doing straitjacketed in the panopticon? Vorman yawns in a well-fed way. Honolulu gets boring, doctor. Golf is tedious when you can guarantee holes in one. Existence starts to drag. I put myself into prison for the novelty value. I see prisons as open-cast irony mines. Inmates are so much more appreciative than congregations. I get to meet people like you, good doctor. Your brief is to prove me either a faker or a lunatic, yet you inadvertently demonstrate my divinity. I am not a religious man, Mr. Vorman. I know, doctor, I know. That is why I chose you. Fear not, I bear glad tidings. We are going to change places. Your turn has come to juggle time, gravity, waves, and particles. Your turn has come to sift through the dreck of human endeavor for rare specks of originality. Your turn has come to count the falling sparrows and the pillaged continents. I am going to meet your wife. She prays to me every night, after you have gone to bed, most beseechingly. I intend to make her smile in a most involuntary way. First I shall proceed to Warden Bentham's office, partake of his brandy, and pronounce you a madman of the first degree. You are a sick man, Mr. Vorman. The Belgian trick I cannot yet. Dr. Polanski appears to freeze in time. Vorman whistles a national anthem. The frame jumps. The prisoner chokes. What have you done? The doctor flexes his new muscles and tries out his new hands. What have you done to me? If you won't calm down and discuss things like a rational adult, put me back, you monster, you devil. Guards, guards. The doctor clips his bag shut. Keep an eye on the Taiwan Straits for me. Oh, and the Balkans, hot spots. Door scrapes open, the guard enters, and the doctor shakes his head sadly. I'm the real Dr. Polanski, shrieks the prisoner. That abomination has stolen my body. He's going to molest my wife. The cattle prod buzzes as the charge builds up. The doctor closes the door behind him. I try out my reflection from various angles. Eiji Miyake, experienced Takyaoi. Is my rugged Kyushu tan already pasting over? My reflection plays the staring game. We tie, both looking away at the same time. An impatient knocking starts up on the door. Sorry, just coming, I call. I ruffle back my gelled hair extra hard formula and worry at the lock until it opens. It is Lao Tzu. Took your time in there, Captain. I apologize and decide that the time to assault the real panopticon has come. I will stop procrastinating. Straight after one last Carlton. I watch workmen on scaffolding erect a giant TV screen against the flank of Panopticon's chromium neighbor. The waitress with the perfect neck has finished her shift, the clock says 14:58, and has changed out of her uniform. In her real life she wears a purple sweater and whitish jeans. How drop-dead cool can a girl be and not burn a hole in this dimension? Dowager is giving her a talking to about something over by the cigarette machine when Donkey rings the help me bell. My waitress glances at the clock anxiously, feels her cell phone and turns toward me to speak into it, cupping the mouth end. Her face lights up and I feel a cold blade of jealousy slip between my ribs. Before I know it, I am choosing another brand of cigarettes. Of course eavesdropping is wrong and I would never do it, but if I innocently overhear, who can blame me? Yeah, she is saying. Let me speak to now, will you? Naoki a boy or Naoko a girl. I think I might be a little late, so start without me. Start what? The rain was unbelievable, wasn't it? She practices piano movements with her free hand. Yes, I remember how to get there. No problem. Get where? Naoki's house. Room 162. I know we only have 2 weeks left, yes, but I could play it blindfolded. She looks at me looking at her and I remember I am supposed to be choosing cigarettes. On an advertisement, a legal-looking woman smokes Salem. See you in 20 minutes or so. Bye-bye. She puts the phone in her shirt pocket and deliberately clears her throat. So did you catch all of that, or would you like me to go over any bits you may have missed? To my horror, I realize that she is talking to me. My blush is so hot I smell burning bacon. I look up at her. I am still crouching, to extract my Salems from the machine. I search for words to diffuse her contempt while keeping my dignity intact. I say, Her stare is a merciless death ray. I stand up, but fail because my hand is trapped in the jaws of the cigarette machine's dispensing slot. I finally get my hand back and touch the leaves of the rubber plant. I was wondering if these plants were real or, artificial, Together my waitress and I watch my lie writhe in its final pathetic throes. There, dead. Some things are real, says my waitress, and some things are fake. Some things are full of shit. Dowager returns to resume her talk. I cockroach back to my seat. I will shortly leave and run under a heavy truck, but I need a Salem to steady my nerves before I do this. Lao Tzu returns, posturing his behind. Eat big, shit big, dream small. Say, Captain, no chance of a spare cig, is there? Just one. I light a pair of Salems with one match. The girl with the flawless neck has finally escaped Jupiter Cafe. She gazelles over the puddles of Omkado Avenue. I should have been honest just now. I should have said, yes, I was eavesdropping. It was wrong, but you seem so fine and wholesome and true that I had to find out more about you. Please excuse me. I will strive to be a good dog in the future. That would have made her smile, even. Too late now. One small lie and your credit is blown at the credibility bank. Forget her. She is way out of your class, Miyake. She is a musician at a top Tokyo university with a conductor boyfriend called Naoki. I am unemployed, and I managed to graduate from high school only because of the usual sympathy vote from teachers. She is from a good family and sleeps in a bedroom with real paintings and CD-ROM encyclopedias. Her film producer father allows Naoki to sleep over at their Kamakura residence. Her father and Naoki get on well. Naoki has money, talent, and immaculate teeth. You, Miyake, are not actually from a family as such. You sleep in a capsule and Kita sends you with your guitar, and your teeth are not exactly prize specimens of the art of the dentist. What a beautiful young creature, sighs Lao Tzu, watching her disappear on the far side of the intersection. If only I were your age, Captain, if only. Perhaps my humiliation with the musician waitress explains why I do not lose my nerve and head straight back to Shinjuku Station. Either I feel I must rally my forces to save the day, or I feel 2 slaps in the face from life is no worse than one. I nearly get hit by an ambulance crossing Kita Street. The handful of traffic lights on Yakushima are there only for effect. Here they separate living pedestrians from accident victims. Yesterday, when I got off the coach at the bus station, I noticed that Tokyo smells of the insides of pockets. Today, I have not noticed that smell, so I must smell of the insides of pockets too. I walk up the steps of Panopticon. It is the tent pole of the Tokyo sky. Over the last 8 years I have imagined this moment so many times. How strange to be living in this moment. The revolving door creeps around. Inside, the refrigerated air makes the hairs on my forearms rise when it gets this cold outside. In winter they put on the heating. The marble floor is the white of bleached bone. Palm trees sit in bronze urns. A one-legged man crutches across the lobby. Rubber squeaks, tubular metal clinks. Trombone flowers sway in the aircon breeze, looking for babies to feed on. My left sneaker makes a stupid iki-iki sound. 9 interviewees in a row wait in 9 identical armchairs. They are my age and may very well be clones. Drone clones. I know what they are thinking. What is that country boy stinking of pickles doing in Panopticon? I ignore them, reach the building guide by the elevators, and look up and down for asugi and basugi, legal. The prize is within my grasp. I should be ringing my father's doorbell by dinner time. Hey, where do you think you're going exactly? I turn around. The guard at reception is waving his baton this way. 18 Dronclone eyes swivel from it to me. Didn't learn how to read, is that it? Look, he points at a large sign hanging over the reception desk. Visitors must report to reception. I backtrack and give him a deep, apologetic bow. He folds his arms, unimpressed. So, I have a business with Asugi and Basugi. Well, how swanky. Your appointment is with whom exactly? Appointment. Yes, appointment, as in appointment. I was hoping to see Ms. Kato. And is Ms. Kato aware of this imminent honor? Not exactly, because, well, let me, so you have no appointment. Well, if you would just let me, yes or no. The bastard is enjoying this. No, but look, no, you look. You are standing in a private building. This is not a village marketplace. You cannot just breeze in. Nobody passes by this desk unless they are employees of Panopticon or somebody with an appointment, which I verify with somebody who works here. Not on my watch. I am speaking simply enough for you, I hope. 18 Dronclone ears tune into my Kyushu accent. Can I make an appointment through you then? Way wrong. The guard has stopped enjoying himself. Do I look like a secretary? I am employed to keep time wasters, salesmen, and assorted scum out, not usher them in. My attempts at damage control are blown up on the runway. I don't care how you do things in the rice field ditch you crawled from, but in Tokyo this is how we do things. First, you scuttle away before I get really irritated. Then you arrange your own appointment with Ms. Kato. You come back on the right day, 5 minutes before you are expected, preferably not on my shift so I don't have to see you again. You report to security. Here. Your appointment with Asugi and Basugi is confirmed. Then and only then, you are permitted to step into one of those elevators. Now, I have important business to attend to. He snaps open a sports paper. Post-pour sweat and grime regrunge Tokyo. The puddles steam dry. A street musician sings so off-key that passers-by have a civic duty to smash his guitar on his head and relieve him of his coins. I head back toward the Shinjuku subway because I have nowhere else to go in this mortgaged city except my capsule. The crowds are beaten senseless by the heat and march out of step. I am beaten senseless by boiling annoyance and tired guilt. I feel I have broken a promise. I cannot understand this. My father's doorbell is lost at an unknown grid reference in the city street guide. Could be around this corner, could be halfway to Yokohama. A tiny nugget of earwax beyond the reach of my little fingernail is driving me crazy. John tries to cheer me up by singing "Nobody Told Me," but I feel too sorry for myself to hum along. I pass a kendo hall. Bone-splintering bamboo sword screams escape through the window grill. On the pavement is an unexplained pair of shoes. Maybe their owner suddenly turned to vapor and wafted away. Buses and trucks clog arteries, pedestrians squeeze through gaps. During Anju's and my dinosaur period, we found a theory claiming the Great Extinction occurred because the dinosaurs gagged to death on their own dung. We laughed for an hour non-stop. Trying to get anywhere in Tokyo, the theory no longer seems so laughable. I feel I am gagging to death here. I hate its sidewalk-to-rooftop advertising, its capsules, tunnels, tap water, air, its members-onlys and its private keep-outs. If I could, I would turn into a nuclear warhead and blast this concrete dung pile from the surface of the world. I mean it. 2 lost properties sawing the head off a thunder god with a rusty hacksaw is not easy when you are 11 years old. The hacksaw keeps jamming. I jiggle it loose and nearly slip from the thunder god's shoulders. If I fall backward from this height, I snap my spine. Outside the shrine, a blackbird sings in dark purples. I wrap my legs around the god's muscled torso like when Uncle Tarmac gives me a piggyback. I drag the blade across his throat. Again. The wood is stone hard, but the nick deepens to a slit. The slit becomes a groove. My eyes sting with sweat. The quicker the better, this must be done, but there is no point getting caught. They put you in prison for this, surely. The blade slips and cuts my thumb. I wipe my eyes on my t-shirt and wait. Here comes the pain in pulses. The flap of skin pinkens, reddens, and blood wells up. I lick it and taste 10 yen coins. Fair payment. Just as I am paying the thunder god back for what he has done to Anju, I carry on sawing. I cannot see his face from where I am, but when I cut through his windpipe both our bodies shudder. Saturday, September 2, is already 1 hour old. 1 week since my Jupiter Cafe stakeout. On the main thoroughfare through Kita-Senju, the traffic is at low tide. I can see the Tokyo moon down a crack between the apartment buildings across the street. Zinc, industrial skid-marked. My capsule is as stifling as inside a boxing glove. The fan stirs the heat. I am not going to contact her. I mean it. No way. Who does she think she is after all this time? Across the road is a photo developers with 2 Fujifilm clocks. The left clock shows the actual time. The right shows when the photos will be ready, 45 minutes into the future. Girders creak, cables hum, the sodium street lamp outside buzzes. I wonder if this building gives me insomnia. Sick building syndrome, Uncle Yen calls it. Below me, Shooting Star is shuttered up and waiting for the night to pass. In the last week I have learned the routine. 10 to midnight, Buntaro drags in the sandwich board and takes out the trash. 5 to midnight, the TV goes off and he washes up his mug and plate. Around now, a customer may come sprinting down the street to return a video. At midnight on the nail, Buntaro pings open the register and cashes out. 3 minutes later, the shutters roll down, he kicks his scooter to life, and off he goes. A cockroach tries to tick free of the glue trap. My muscles ache from my new job. I should chuck out Cat's bowl, I suppose. Keeping it is morbid now that I know the truth. And the extra milk and the 2 cans of quality cat food. Is it edible if I mix it into a soup or something? Did Cat die instantly, or did she lie on the roadside thinking about it? Did a passerby knock her on the head with a shovel to put her out of her misery? Cats seem too transdimensional to get hit by traffic, but it happens all the time. All the time. Thinking I could keep her was crazy in the first place. My grandmother hates cats. Yakushima Islanders keep chained-up dogs as guards. Cats take their own chances. I know nothing about litter trays when you bring cats in, when you take them out, what injections they need. And look what happened to it when it moved in with me. The Miyake curse strikes again. Anju climbed trees like a cat, a summer puma. You are so slow, I shout back up through the early mist and floppy leaves. I'm snagged. You're scared. I am not. Anju laughs her wild zither when she knows she is right. The forest floor is a long way down. I worry about rotted through branches snapping. Anju never worries because I always do it for her. She skip reads her way up trees. She finds finger holds in coarse bark and toe holds in smooth bark. Last week was our 11th birthday, and already Anju can climb the gym ropes faster than any of the boys in our class. And when she is in the mood, multiply fractions, read 7th grade texts, and recite most Zach's Omega adventures word for word. Weedy says this is because she grabbed most of the brain cells when we were growing inside our mother. I finally unsnag my t-shirt and climb after my sister, as gracefully as a 3-toed sloth with vertigo. Minutes later I find her on the top branch, copper-skinned, willow-limbed, moss-stained, thorn-scored, her ponytail knotted back. Waves of spring sea wind break on the woods. "Welcome to my tree," she says. Not bad, I admit, but it is better than not bad. I have never climbed so high before. We already trekked up the Razor Escarpment to get here, so the view is awesome. The fortress gray mountain faces, the green river snaking out of the gorge, the hanging bridge, mishmash of roofs and power lines, port, timber yards, school soccer ground, gravel pit, Uncle Orange's tea fields, our secret beach, its foot rock, Waves breaking on the shoals around the Whalestone, the long island of Tanegashima where they launch satellites, glockenspiel clouds, the envelope where the sea seals the sky. Having bombed as tree climber-in-chief, I appoint myself head cartographer. Kagoshima is over there. I am afraid to let go and point, so I nod. Anju is squinting inland. I think I can see Weedy airing the futons. I can't see our grandmother, but I know Anju wants me to ask where, so I don't. The mountains rise toward the interior. Millionura Peak props up the sky. Hill tribes live in the ranchado. They decapitate the lost tourists and make the skulls into drinking bowls. And there is a pool where a real kappa lives. It catches swimmers, rams its fist up through their assholes, and pulls out their hearts to eat. Yakushima Islanders never go up into the mountains except for the tourist guides. I feel a lump in my pocket and remember. Want a champagne bomb? Sure. Anju suddenly monkey shrieks, swings, and dangles down in front of me, giggling at my panic. Scared birds beat away nearby. Her legs grip the branch above. Don't, is all I can blurt. Anju bares her front teeth and chicken wings her arms. Anju the bat. Anju, don't, she swings to and fro. I vant to suck your blood. Her hair clasp falls away and her ponytail streams earthward. Aw, that was my last one. Don't dangle like that, stop it. Eiji's a jellyfish, Eiji's a jellyfish. I imagine her falling, ricocheting from branch to branch. Stop it. You're even uglier upside down. Hold the candy steady then. Swing back up first. No, I was born first, so you have to do what I say. Hold it steady. She extracts a candy, unpeels the wrapper, and watches it flutter away into the sea greens. Watching me, she puts the candy in her mouth and lazily swings herself back upright. You really are such a wuss. If you fell, Weedy would murder me. Wuss. Anju swings herself back upright. My heartbeat gradually calms down. What happens to you when you die? So Anju, I don't care as long as she stays upright. How should I know? Nobody says the same thing. Weedy says you go to the Pure Land and walk in gardens with your ancestors. Booering. Mr. Endo at school says you turn into soil. Kakamoto-sensei says it depends what you were like in this life. I'd get changed into an angel or a unicorn, but you'd come back as a maggot or toadstool. So what do you think? When you die they burn you, right? Right. So you turn into smoke, right? I guess. So you go there. Anju lets go of the tree and shoots the sun with both hands. Up, up and away, I want to fly. A careworn buzzard rises on a thermal. In an airplane. Who wants to fly in a smelly airplane? I suck my champagne bomb. How do you know airplanes smell? Anju crunches her champagne bomb. Airplanes must smell. All those people breathing the same air. Like the boys' changing room in the rainy season, but 100 times worse. No, I mean proper flying. Like with a jetpack. Such things as jetpacks. Zax Omega has a jetpack. Anju airs her recently acquired sigh. No such thing as Zax Omega. Zax Omega opened the new building at the port. And did he arrive by jetpack? No, I admit, by taxi, but you're too heavy to fly. Sky Castle Laputa flies, and that's made of rock. If I can't have Zax Omega, no way are you having Sky Castle Laputa. Condors then. Condors weigh more than me. They fly. Condors have wings. I don't see any wings on you. Ghosts fly without wings. Ghosts are dead. Anju picks champagne bomb shrapnel from her teeth. I have no idea what she is thinking. Leaf shadows hide my twin sister. Parts of Anju are too bright. Parts of Anju are so dark she isn't even here. Staring at the ceiling usually sends me to sleep. Am I normal? I've never heard of a 19-year-old insomniac. I am no war criminal, no poet or scientist. I'm not even lovelorn. Lustlorn, yes. Here I am, in a city of 5 million women, cruising into my sexual prime, single as a leper. Let me see. Who is riding the caravan of love tonight? Zizi Hikaru, wetsuited as per the beer ad, the glamrock mother of Yuki Chiyo, the waitress from Jupiter Cafe, insectoid woman from Zax Omega and Red Plague Moon. Back to good old Zizi, I guess. I hunt through my pockets for some tissues before the festivities commence. I ferret around for matches to light my post-coital mild 7 but end up having to use my gas stove. Well, that was a failure. I am wider awake than ever. Zizzy was disappointing tonight. No sense of timing. Is she getting too young for me? Fujifilm says 0149. I clean myself up. What now? Practice my guitar. Write an answer to one of the 2 epic shifting letters I received this week. Which one? Let's stick with the simpler. Akiko Kato's reply to the letter I wrote after failing to see her. The single sheet of paper is still in the plastic bag in the freezer with the other. I put it on the shelf next to Anju, but it kept laughing at me. It came, when was it? Tuesday. Buntaro read the envelope as he handed it to me. Asugi and Basugi legal, chasing lawyer ladies. Be careful, kid. You could end up with injunctions slapped on where it hurts. Want to hear my lawyer joke? What's the difference between a catfish and a lawyer? Guess, go on. No. One is a scaly, bottom-dwelling scum sucker, and the other is a catfish. I tell him I'd already heard it and dash up the video box stacked stairs to my capsule. I tell myself I am expecting a negative answer, but I wasn't expecting that Akiko Kato's no would pack such a slap. I already know the letter by memory. Its greatest hits include: disclosure of a client's personal data constitutes a betrayal of trust that no responsible attorney could consider. Pretty final. Furthermore, I feel obliged to refuse your request that I forward mail that my client has stated categorically he does not wish to receive. Not much room for doubt there. Not much room for a reply either. Finally, in the event that legal proceedings are initiated to force data regarding your patrimony to be released, assisting you at this early stage represents a clear conflict of interest. I urge you not to pursue this matter, and trust that this letter clarifies our position. Perfectly. Plan A is dead on arrival. Mr. Aoyama, substation master of Uno, is bald as a rivet head and has a perfect Adolf Hitler mustache. This is Tuesday on my first working day at Uno Station Lost Property Office. I am far busier than you can imagine. He speaks without taking his eyes off his paperwork, but I make a point of addressing new recruits on an individual basis. Wide silences yawn between his sentences. You know who I am. His pen scratches. You are. He checks a sheet. Eiji Miyake. He looks at me, waiting for a nod. I nod. Miyake. He pronounces my name as if it were a toxin found in his food. Previously employed on an orange farm, he shuffles sheets, and I recognize my writing on an island of no importance south of Kyushu. Most bucolic. Above Aoyama are portraits of his distinguished forebears. I imagine them bickering over who will come alive every morning to pilot the office through another tiresome day. His office smells of sun-faded card files. A computer buzzes. Golf clubs shine. Who hired you? The Sasaki woman. I nod. A knock on the door and his secretary appears with a tray of tea. I am addressing a trainee, Mrs. Marui. Aoyama speaks in an appalled hiss. My 10:35 tea becomes my 10:45 tea, does it not? Careworn Mrs. Marui bobs an apology and withdraws. Go over to that window, Miyake, look out and tell me what you see. I do as he says. A window cleaner, sir. The man is immune to irony. Below the window cleaner. Trains pulling in and pulling out in the shadow of the Terminus Hotel. Mid-morning passengers. Luggage haulers. The milling, the lost, the late, the meters, the met, the platform cleaning machines. Uno Station, sir. Tell me this, Miyake. What is Uno Station? I am at a complete loss. Uno Station, Aoyama replays his grave spiel, is an extraordinary machine, one of the finest tuned timepieces in the land, in the world. And this fireproof, thief-proof office is one of the nerve centers. From this console I can access nearly everything. Uno Station is our lives, Miyake. You serve it, it serves you. It affords a timetabled career. You have the privilege to be a minute cog in this machine. Even I began in a position as lowly as yours, but with punctuality, hard work, integrity, the phone rings and I stop existing. Aoyama's face switches to a higher watt glow. His voice beams. Sir, what a pleasure, yes. Indeed, indeed, a superb proposal, and may I venture to add, yes, sir. Absolutely, at the membership brokerage, priceless, superb, and may I propose indeed, sir, rescheduled for Friday. How true. We're all very much looking forward to hearing how we performed, sir. Thank you, sir. Indeed, and may I. Aoyama replaces the handset and gazes at it. After some seconds I cough politely. Aoyama looks up. Where was I? Minute cogs and integrity, sir. Integrity. But his mind is no longer here. He closes his eyes and pinches the bridge of his nose. Your probationary period is 6 months. You will have the chance to take the Japan Railways examinations in March. So the Sasaki woman hired you. I make no secret of the fact that she is not an ideal role model. She is one of these men-women, never quit work even after marriage. Her husband died sad, of course, but people die all the time and she expects a man's job by way of compensation. So Miyake, rectify your accent problem. Listen to NHK radio announcers. Dump the junk that modern magazines stuff your head with. If I ever see you with a stud in your ear, I shall fire you on the spot. In my day, high schools trained young tigers. Now they turn out peacocks. You are dismissed. I give him a bow as I close the door, but he is watching empty space. The office outside is empty. The tray is on the side. To my own surprise, I lift the teapot lid and spit into it. This must be work-related stress. The lost property office is an okay place to work. I have to wear uncool Japan Railways overalls, but I finish at 6 sharp and Ueno Station is only a few stops down the line from Kita Senju, near Shooting Star. During my 3-month probation period I get paid weekly, which suits me fine. I am lucky. Buntaro got me the job. When I got back from Panopticon last Friday, he said he heard from a contact that there might be a job going there and would I be interested. You bet, I said. Before I knew it I had an interview with Mrs. Sasaki. She is a stern old bird, a Tokyo version of my grandmother, but after talking for about 20 minutes she offered me the job. I spend the mornings cataloging, writing date, time, train labels on the items collected by conductors and cleaners when the trains terminate, and housing them on the right metal rack. Mrs. Sasaki runs the lost property office and deals with the high-value items in the side office: wallets, bank cards, jewelry which have to be registered with the police. Suga trains me to do the low-value ones, stored in the back office. Not much natural light in here, right? Says Suga. But you can tell the month from what gets handed in. November to Feb, skis and snowboards. March, diplomas. June is all wedding gifts. Swimsuits pile up in July. A decent rain will bring hundreds of umbrellas. Not the most inspiring job, but it beats leaping around a garage forecourt or delivering pizzas imho. Afternoons I spend on the counter, waiting for claimants or answering the phone. Rush hours are busiest, of course, but during mid-afternoon my job is almost relaxing. My memory is the most regular visitor. The leaves are so green they are blue. Anju and I play our staring game. We stare at each other and the first one to make the other smile and look away wins. I make stupid faces, but they bounce off her. Her Cleopatra eyes spark bronze. She wins, she always does, by bringing her eyes close to mine and opening wide. Anju returns to her higher branch and looks at the sun through a leaf. Then she hides the sun with her hand. The webby bit between her thumb and forefinger glows ruby. She looks out to sea. The tide is coming in, going out, coming in. Your whalestone is diving. My mind is on miraculous soccer exploits. I really used to believe what you told me about the whalestone, she says, bicycle kicks and diving headers. You spouted such rubbish. About it being magic. What being magic? The whalestone, hearing aid. I never said it was magic. You did. You said it was a real whale that the thunder god had turned into stone, and that one day when we were older we would swim out to it, and once we set foot on it the spell would be broken, and it would be so grateful that it would take us anywhere we wanted to go, even to Mom and our father if we told it to. I used to imagine it happening so hard that I could see it sometimes, like down a telescope, Mother putting on her pearls and Father washing his car. I never said all of that. Did too. One of these days I'll swim out to it. No way could you ever swim that far. Girls can't swim as well as boys. Andrew aims a lazy kick at my head. I could swim there easy. In your dreams, way too far. In your dreams. Waves break at the foot of the gray humpback. Maybe it really is a whalestone, I suggest. A fossil one. Andrew snorts. It's just a stupid rock. It doesn't even look like a whale. And next time we go to the secret beach, I'm going to show you and swim out there, me, and stand on it and laugh at you. The Kagoshima ferry crawls along the horizon. This time tomorrow, I begin. Yeah, this time tomorrow you'll be in Kagoshima. You'll get up really early to catch the ferry, arrive at Kagoshima Junior High School at 10 o'clock. The 8th graders, the 7th graders, then your match. Then you go to the restaurant of a hotel with 9 floors and eat while you listen to Mr. Ike to tell you why you lost. Then you come back on Sunday morning. You already told me a zillion times, Eiji. I can't help it if you're jealous. Jealous, 22 smelly boys kicking a bag of air on a square of muck. You used to like soccer. You used to wet our futon. Ouch. You're jealous because I'm going to Kagoshima and you're not. Andrew stays aloof. The tree creaks. I didn't expect Andrew to lose interest in our argument so soon. Watch, she says. She stands up, feet apart, steadies herself, takes her hands away. Stop it, I say, and my sister jumps into empty air. My lungs wallop out a scream. Andrew flashes by me and lands laughing on a branch below, swinging down to a lower branch. I hear her laughter long after she has vanished in the leaves. Fujifilm says 2 o'clock has come and gone. A single night is stuffed with minutes, but they come undone and get blown away one by one. My capsule is stuffed with stuff. A shabby colony in the empire of stuff. An old TV, a rice husk futon, a camping table, a tray of cast-off kitchen utensils courtesy of Buntaro's wife, Machiko-san, cups containing fungal experiments, a roaring fridge with chrome trimmings. The fan. A pile of screen magazines offloaded by Buntaro. All I brought from Yakushima was a backpack of clothes, my Discman, my Lennon CDS, and my guitar. Buntaro looked at my guitar doubtfully the day I arrived. You don't intend to plug that thing in anywhere, do you? No, I answer. Stay acoustic, he warns. Go electric on me and you're out. It's in your lease. I am not going to contact her. No way. She will try to talk me out of looking for my father. I wonder how long it will take for Cockroach to die. The glue trap is called a cockroach motel and has windows, doors, and flowers printed on the side. Trader cockroaches wave 6 arms. Come in, come in. It has an onion-flavored bait packet curry, shrimp salad, and beef jerky are also available at all good Tokyo supermarkets. Cockroach greeted me when I moved in. It didn't even bother pretending to be scared. Cockroach grinned. Who has the last laugh now? I have. No, it has. I can't sleep. In Yakushima, night means sleep. Not much else to do. Night does not mean sleep in Tokyo. Punks slalom down shopping malls. Hostesses stifle yawns and glance at their patrons' Rolexes. Yakuza gangsters fight on deserted construction sites. High schoolers younger than me engage in gymnastic love hotel sex bouts. In an apartment high above, a fellow insomniac flushes a toilet. A pipe behind my head gargles. Last Wednesday, my second day as a drone at Ueno Station. I am taking a dump during my lunch break, smoking a Salem in the cubicle. I hear the door open, a zipper scratch, and urine firing against porcelain urinal. Then the voice begins. It is Suga, the computer nerd whose part-time job I am taking over at the end of the week when he goes back to college. Obviously, he thinks he is alone in here because he says this. Excuse me, are you Suga? Are you responsible for this? Yes, you are Suga, aren't you? His voice isn't his real voice, it is a cartoon voice, and it must scrape the lining off his vocal cords to produce it. I don't want to remember, I don't want to remember, I don't want to remember. Don't make me, can't make me, won't make me. Forget it, forget it, forget it. His voice reverts to its bland, nasal calm. It wasn't my fault. Right, could have happened to anyone, right, to anyone, right. Don't listen to them. I am in a fix. If I leave now, the embarrassment reading will be off the scale. I effectively heard him mutter his intimate secrets in his sleep, and I hardly know the guy. But if I stay here, what might he reveal next? How he chopped up the corpse in his bath and put it out with the garbage bit by bit. If he finds me listening, it will look as if I was eavesdropping. What a mess. I cough, flush the toilet, and take a long time to pull my trousers up. When I emerge from my cubicle, Suga has disappeared. I wash my hands and walk the roundabout way back to the office, via the magazine stands. Mrs. Sasaki is dealing with a customer. Suga is in the back eating his lunch, and I offer him a Salem. He says no, he doesn't smoke. I forgot, he told me that yesterday. I go to the mirror and pretend to have something in my eye. If I show him too much kindness, he may work out that it was me who heard him being memory whipped. Nerds may be nerds, but you need some brains to be one. Later, back at the claims counter, Suga perches on his stool reading a magazine called Master Hacker. Suga has a weird physique. He is overweight around his belly, but he has no butt. Long dangly ET arms. He suffers from eczema. His face has been medicated into submission, but the backs of his hands flake, and even in this heat he wears long-sleeved shirts to hide his forearms. A trolley of lost items from the afternoon trains is in the back office waiting for me. Suga smirks. So you already had the assistant station master Aoyama experience. I nod. Suga puts down his magazine. Don't let him intimidate you. He isn't as big time as he makes out. The man is losing it, imho. A big shakeup is being announced, Mrs. Sasaki was saying last week. Not that I care. Next week I'm doing my IBM internship. Week after, back to college. I'm getting my own post-grad research room. You can come and see me when I'm not supervising. Imperial University, 9th floor, near Achinomizu. I'll draw you a map. You can get the front desk to call up for me. My PhD is in computer systems, but between you, me, and the lost property, all that academic crap is a cover for this. He waves Master Hacker. I'm one of the 5 best hackers currently working in Japan. We all know each other, right? We break into systems and leave our tags, like graffiti artists. There is nowhere, right, in Japan I can't hack into. There's a secret website in the Pentagon. You know what the Pentagon is, right? The American Defense Nerve Center, called Holy Grail. This site is protected by their top computer brains, right? If you hack into Holy Grail, it proves that you are better than they are, and men in black appear to offer you a job. That is what I'm going to do. Imperial University has the fastest modems this side of the 25th century. Once I get access to those babies, I am in. Then whoosh, I am out of this shithole commonly known as Tokyo. Deep joy. You suckers won't see me for dust. Suga reads Master Hacker while I work. His eyebrows twitch up every time he reaches the bottom of a column of text. I wonder what Suga wouldn't call a shithole. Weird, but when I remember that I'll only be here until I find my father, I almost like Tokyo. I feel I'm on holiday on another planet, passing myself off as a native alien. I might even stay on. I like flashing my JR travel pass to the train man at the barrier. I like the way nobody pokes their nose into your business. I like the way the ads change every week on Yakushima. They change every 10 years. I like riding the train every day from Kita Senju to Ueno. I like the incline where it dives below the ground and becomes a submarine. I like the way submarines pass by at different speeds, so you can fool yourself you are going backward. I like the glimpses of commuters in parallel windows, two stories being remembered at the same time. Kita Senju to Ueno is crammed beyond belief in the morning. We drones all swing and lurch in drowsy unison as the train changes speed. Normally, only lovers and twins get this close to other people. I like the way nothing needs to be decided on submarines. You just stand there. I like the muffled clunking. Tokyo is one massive machine made of smaller components. The drones only know what their own minute component is for. I wonder what the total of Tokyo does. I already know the names of the stations between here and Ueno. I know where to stand so I can get off nearest the exit. Do not ride in the first compartment, says Uncle Tarmac if the train collides. This is the crumple zone, and be extra alert on the platform as the train pulls in case a hand in the small of your back shoves you over the edge. I like the brew of sweat, perfume, crushed food, grime, cosmetics. I like how you can study reflected faces, so deeply you can almost leaf through their memories. Submarines carry drones, skulls carry memories, and one man's shithole may be another man's paradise. Eiji, Anju of course. Moonlight bright as a UFO abduction, air heady with the mosquito incense that my grandmother uses to fumigate the lived-in rooms. Anju whispers so as not to wake her. Eiji. She perches on the high windowsill, hugging her knees. Bamboo shadows sway on the tatami and faded fusuma. Eiji, are you awake? No. I was watching you. You are a boy but you snore. She wants to wake me up by getting me angry. I do not. You snore like a piggy puking. Guess where I've been? Let me sleep. Down the toilet. Out on the roof, you can climb up the balcony pole. I found the way, so warm out there. If you stare at the moon long enough, you can see it move. I couldn't sleep. A pesky mosquito woke me up. A pesky sister woke me up. My soccer match is tomorrow. I need sleep. So you need a midnight snack to build you up. Look. On the side is a tray. Amachi, soy sauce, daikon pickles, peanut cookies, tea. I see trouble ahead. When Weedy finds out, Anju scrunches up her face and voice for a weedy impression. Your mother may have made your bones, young missy, but inside that head of yours is going to be all my handiwork. I have to laugh. You went down to the kitchen on your own. I told the ghosts I was one of them and they believed me. Anju jumps and lands at my feet without a sound. I know resistance is pointless, so I sit up and bite into a squeaky pickle. Anju slides under my futon and dunks an amachi into a saucer of soy sauce. I had my flying dream again. Only I had to keep flapping really hard to stay above the ground. I could see lots of people moving about, and there was this big stripy circus tent where Mom lived. I was about to swoop down on it when the mosquito woke me up. Be careful about falling. Anju chews. What? If you dream about falling and hit the ground, you really die in your bed. Anju chews some more. Who says so? Scientists say so. Crap. It is not crap too. Scientists proved it. If you dreamed of falling, hit the ground, and died, how could anyone know that you were dreaming of falling in the first place? I think this through. Anju enjoys her victory in silence. Frogs start up and die down. In the distance, the sea is sleeping. We chomp one amachi after another. Suddenly, Anju speaks in a voice I don't remember her using. I never see her face anymore, Eiji. Whose face? Mom's. Can you? She's ill. She's in a special hospital. Anju's voice wavers. What if that isn't true? Sure it's true. Seeing Anju near tears makes me feel as if I've swallowed a knife. She looks like how she looks in the photographs. The photographs are old. Why now? Anju wipes her eyes on her nightshirt and looks away. I hear her jaw and throat sort of clench up and her voice comes out wrong. Weedy sent me to buy a box of detergent at Mrs. Tanaka's while you were at soccer practice this afternoon. Mrs. Oki and her sister from Kagoshima were there. They were at the back of the store and they didn't notice me at first, so I heard everything. The knife reaches my gut. Heard what? Mrs. Oki said. Of course the Miyake girl hasn't shown her face here. Mrs. Tanaka said, of course she has no right to. Mrs. Oki said. She wouldn't dare, dumping her 2 kids on their grandmother and uncles while she lives it up in Tokyo with her fancy men and fancy apartments and fancy cars. Then she saw me. The knife turns itself. Anju gasps between tight chains of sobs. What happened? She dropped her eggs and hurried out. A moth drowns in the moonlight. I wipe Anju's tears. They are so warm. Then she brushes me away and hunches up in a stubborn crouch. Look, I say, wondering what to say. Mrs. Oki and her sister from Kagoshima and Mrs. Tanaka are all witches who drink their own piss. Anju shakes her head at the daikon pickle I offer her. She just mumbles, broken eggs everywhere. Fujifilm says 0234, sleep, sleep, you are feeling sleepy. Your eyelids are very heavy. I don't think so. Let me sleep, please. I have to work tomorrow, today. I close my eyes but see a body falling through space. Cartwheeling. Cockroach is still fighting the glue. Cockroaches have sensors that start the legs running even before the brain registers danger. How do scientists find these things out? Cockroaches even eat books if nothing juicier comes along. Cat would have kicked cockroaches' butt. Cat knows the secret of life and death. Wednesday evening I get home from work. Good day at the office, dear, asks Buntaro, drinking iced coffee from a can. Not bad, I say. Buntaro drains the last drops. What are your coworkers like? I haven't met many. Suga, the guy I'm replacing, believes he is a sort of arch-cyber-criminal. Mrs. Sasaki, my boss, doesn't seem to like me much, but I sort of like her anyway. Mr. Aoyama, her boss, is so uptight I'm surprised he can walk without squeaking. Buntaro lobs his kin into the trash, and a customer comes with a stack of videos to return. I climb up to my capsule, slump on my futon, and read Akiko Kato's letter for the 100th time. I practice my guitar as the room fills with suburban dusk. I can't afford any light fittings yet, so all I have is a decrepit lamp that the previous tenant stowed in the back of the closet. I suddenly decide to admit to myself that the vague hope I have entertained all my life, that by coming to Tokyo, I would bump into my father sooner or later, is laughable. Instead of setting me free, the truth makes me too depressed to play the guitar, so I fold my futon into a chair and switch on the TV, salvaged from the trash last week. This TV is a pile of crap. Its greens are mauves and its blues pink. I can find 5 channels plus one in a blizzard. All the programs are crap too. I watched the governor of Tokyo announce that in the event of an earthquake all the blacks, Hispanics, and Koreans will run amok, loot, rape, and pillage. I change the channel. A farmer explains how a pig gets fat by eating its own shit. I change the channel. Tokyo giants trounce Hiroshima carp. I get the box of discount sushi from the fridge. I change the channel. A memory game comes on in which contestants are posed questions about tiny details in a section of film they have just watched. I imagine a shadow crouching in the corner of my eye. It launches itself at me and I half drop my dinner. Gaia! A black cat lands at my feet. It yawns a mouth of hooks. Tail is dunked in white. It has a tartan collar. Cat, I blurt pointlessly as my pulse tries to calm itself. It must have jumped onto my balcony from a ledge and entered through the gash in the mosquito netting. Get lost. Cat is the coolest customer. I do the sudden stomp people do to intimidate animals, but Cat has seen it all before. Cat looks at my sushi and licks its lips. Look, I say to it, go and find a housewife with a freezer full of leftovers. Cat is too cool to reply. 1 saucer of milk, I tell it, then you go away. Cat downs it as I pour more. This is your last saucer, okay? As Cat laps more genteelly, I wonder when I started talking to animals. It watches me blow the fluff off the last of my sushi. So I end up eating a box of crackers while Cat chews on fresh yellowtail, octopus, and cod roe. Leave Uno Station through the park entrance. Go past the concert hall and museums. Skirt around the fountain and you come to a sort of tree garden. Homeless people live here in tents made of sky blue plastic sheeting and wooden poles. The best tents even have doors. I guess picture lady lives there. She appeared at the claims counter just before my lunch break on Thursday. It was the hottest day this week. Tarmac as soft as cooking chocolate. She wore a headscarf tied tight and a long skirt of no clear color or pattern and battered sneakers. 40, 50, 60 years old, hard to tell beneath the ingrained grime. Suga saw her coming, did his smirk, announced it was his lunch break and slipped away. The homeless woman reminds me of the farming wives on Yakushima, but she's more spaced out. Her eyes don't focus properly. Her voice is cracked and hissed. I lost 'em. What have you lost? She mumbles to her feet. Has anyone given 'em to you yet? My hands reach for the claim pad. What is it you lost? She shoots a glance at me. My pictures. You lost some pictures. She takes an onion out of her pocket and unpeels the crispy brown skin. Her fingers are scabby and dark. I try again. Did you lose the pictures on a train or in the station? She keeps flinching. I got the old ones back. It would help me if you could tell me a little more about. She licks the onion. But I ain't got the new ones back. Were the pictures valuable? She bites. It crunches. Mrs. Sasaki appears from the side office and nods at picture lady. Roasting weather we're having, isn't it? Picture lady talks through onion cud. I need 'em to cover up the clocks. We don't have your pictures today, I'm afraid. Maybe tomorrow you'll come across them. Have you looked around Shinabazu Pond? Picture lady scowls. What would my pictures be doing there? Mrs. Sasaki shrugs. Who knows, it's a cool spot on a hot day. She nods. Who knows? I watch her wander away. Is she a regular customer? Mrs. Sasaki straightens up the desk. We're a part of her schedule. It costs nothing to be civil to her. Did you work out what her pictures are? Some sort of family albums, I figured. I took her literally at first, too. Mrs. Sasaki speaks carefully the way she does, but I think she's talking about her memories. We watch her disappear in the shimmer. Cicadas wind up and wind down. The moon has moved. Anju sips her tea, calm again. I am between sleeping and waking. I am doing my best to remember our mother's face. I think I remember a perfume she wore, but I cannot be sure. Remembering her voice is easier. I feel Anju settle inside my sleeping curl. She is still thinking. The last time we saw her was at Uncle Yen's in Kagoshima. The last time we left Yakushima. The secret beach birthday, 2 years ago. 2 years ago was the rubber dinghy birthday. She left suddenly. She was staying all week, then she just wasn't there. Want to know a secret? I am awake again. A real one. Course it's a real one, I'm not a little kid. Go on then. Weedy told me never to tell anyone, not even you. What about? When she left that day, Mom, I mean. You kept a secret for 3 years. I thought she left because she was ill. Anju yawns, indifferent to what I think or thought. Tell me. I was sick that day. You were at soccer practice. I was doing homework on the downstairs table. Mom started making tempura. Anju's voice has gone sort of limp. I prefer it when she blubbers. She dipped weird stuff into the batter. What weird stuff? Stuff you can't eat. Her watch, a candle, a tea bag, a light bulb. The light bulb popped when she put it in the oil and she laughed funny. Her ring. Then she arranged everything on a dish with shiso leaves and put it in front of me. What did you say? Nothing. What did she say? She said she was playing. I said, you've been drinking. She said, it's all Yakushima's fault. I asked her why she couldn't play without drinking. She asked me why I didn't like her cooking. She said to eat my dinner up like a good girl. I said, I can't eat those things. So she got angry. You remember how she got on her visits sometimes. What happened then? Auntie Money came and led her to the bedroom. I heard her Anju swallows. She was crying. Mom was crying. Auntie Money came back and told me that if I told anyone what had happened, even you, a doctor might take Mom away because the doctor might not understand. Anju frowns. So I kind of made myself forget it, but not really. An owl hoots. I must go to sleep. Anju rocks herself slowly. A dog in the distance barks at something real or remembered. Don't go to Kagoshima tomorrow, Eiji. I have to go, I'm in defense. Don't go. I don't understand. Why not? Go then, I don't care. It's only 2 days, I'll be back tomorrow. Anju snaps at me. You're not the only one who can do grown-up things. Why is she angry now? What do you mean by that? Me to know and you to guess. What are you going to do? You'll find out when you get back from your soccer game. Tell me. I can't hear you, you're in Kagoshima. Tell me. I'm worried. Her voice turned spiteful. You'll see. Who cares what you do anyway? I saw the pearly snake this morning. Now I know my sister is lying. The pearly snake is a stupid tale our grandmother tells to scare us. She says it has lived out in the Miyake storehouse since before she was born, and that it only ever appears to warn of a coming death. Anju and I stopped believing her ages ago, only our grandmother never noticed. I am offended that Anju thinks she can awe me into submission with the pearly snake. I listen to the March midnight bird trying to remember the words to its song. It always loses track and starts in again. Every year I remember this bird, but by the rainy season I forget it again. Much later, I try to make friends with my sister, but she is asleep, or pretending to be. Fujifilm smuggled 3 o'clock over the border without my noticing. 2 more hours to dawn. I am going to be exhausted all day at work. Mrs. Sasaki warned me Saturday is busier, not quieter than weekdays, because commuters are more careful with their baggage than weekend shoppers and Friday nighters, and because a lot of people wait until Saturday before coming in to claim lost items. I guess the media people will be snooping around for follow-up stories about Mr. Aoyama. Poor guy. Sudden and rude as a bullet through a drumskin, the telephone rings. That noise drills me with guilt and dread. The telephone rings. Weird. I only got my number last week. Nobody knows it. The telephone rings. Suppose a pervert is out there trawling for kicks at random. I answer, and before I know it I have a psycho in my shower. No way am I answering. The telephone rings. Buntaro, some kind of emergency. What kind of emergency? The telephone rings. Wait. Someone at Asugi and Basugi knows my number. Suppose a coworker of Akiko Kato read my letter before she shredded it and felt an unaccountable empathy with my plight. She contacts my father, who has to wait until his wife is asleep before daring to contact me. He is whispering coarsely, fiercely in a closed-off part of his house. Answer. The telephone rings. I have to decide now. No, let it die. Answer it. I dive off my futon, trap my foot in a folding peg frame, stub my toe on my guitar case and lunge for the receiver. Hello, never fearo tease a Nero, a singing man. Hello, never fearo tease a Nero, a mildly irritated man. Yes, I thought you said that. I never wrote that stupid jingle, a buttered voice. Me neither. Look here, young man, you delivered some flyers to our office, which promise that the first 200 people to phone up off-peak and sing Never Fearo, Tease a Nero are entitled to 1 free medium-sized pizza of their choice. That is what I just did. I'll have my regular kamikaze, mozzarella crust, banana, quail, eggs, scallops, triple chilies, octopus ink. Don't chop the chilies. I like to suck them. Helps me concentrate. So am I one of the first 200 or am I not? Is this a joke? It had better not be. All-night overtime makes me ravenous. I think you misdialed. Impossible. This is Nero's Pizzeria, right? Wrong. Are you quite sure? Yep. So I called a private residence after 3 in the morning. I am so dreadfully sorry. I don't know what to say. Not to worry. I have insomnia tonight anyway. But I was so patronizing. I thought you were a numbskull pizza boy. No problem, really, but you have one weird taste in pizzas. He chuckles with devious pride. He is older than I thought. I invented it. At Nero's they nickname it the kamikaze. I heard the telephone girl tell the chef. The secret is the banana. It glues all the other tastes together. Anyway, I mustn't take up any more of your time. Once more, my sincerest apologies. What I did to you was inexcusable. I didn't mean to do it, but it just happened. Goodbye. He hangs up. I wake up alone at the end of night. Anju's futon is a discarded pile. Could she be out on the roof? I slide the mosquito net across. Anju, The wind sifts the bamboo and the frogs start up. Fine. She wants to sulk, let her. 15 minutes later, I am dressed, breakfasted, and walking down the track to Anbo Harbor with my sports bag and my new baseball cap Anju bought me with her pocket money from Uncle Tarmac. I catch sight of the Kagoshima ferry lit up like a starship on its launch pad and feel a V-hurrah of excitement. This day is finally here. I am leaving for Kagoshima on my own, and I refuse to let my stupid, jealous sister make me feel guilty about leaving her for one night. I refuse. How can I even be sure what she said last night about our mother was true? She's been acting weird lately. And then a fantastic idea comes to me. It is the greatest idea of my life. I am going to train, and become such a brilliant soccer player that I will play for Japan on my 20th birthday against Brazil in the World Cup final. Japan will be down 8-0 in the 60th minute. Then I will be called on as a substitute and score 3 hat tricks by the end of injury time. I will be in newspapers and on TV all over the world. Our mother will be so proud that she gives up drinking, but better still, our father sees me, recognizes me, and drives to the airport to meet the team jet. Of course, Anju is waiting there too, and our mother, and we are reunited with the world watching. How perfect! How obvious! I am burning with genius and hope. A light is on in Anbo, and crossing the hanging bridge I see a flash. A salmon leaps. Where the river widens into an estuary, the valley is steep and narrow. Weedy and the Anbo old people call it the neck. It is the most haunted place, but I'm not afraid. I half fear and half hope Anju will ambush me. The faces between the pine trees are not really there. Where the water floods the track in the rainy season, a torii gate marks the beginning of the path that winds up the hill to the shrine of the thunder god. Weedy warns us not to play there. She says that apart from the Jaman cedars themselves, the thunder god is the oldest on Yakushima. Show disrespect to the thunder god, and the next time you cross water a tsunami will come and drown you. Anju wanted to ask if that was what happened to our grandfather, our mother's father, but I made her promise not to. Mrs. Oki told a kid in our class that he drowned face down in a ditch, drunk. Anyway, the villagers never bother the thunder god with small fry favors like exams, money, or weddings. They go to Kakimoto-sensei's new temple next to the bank for that. But for babies and blessings for fishing boats, solace for dead relatives, they climb the steps to the shrine of the thunder god, always alone. I check my Zax Omega watch. Plenty of time. The road to the World Cup starts today in Kagoshima, and I will need all the help I can get. Finding our father is big fry. No fry is bigger for Anju and me. Without another thought, I sling my sports bag behind a mossy rock, and fueled by energy from my stupendous brain wave, start running up the muddy steps. I replace the phone. Weird guy the way he kept apologizing. Maybe the telephone call will break the insomnia spell. Maybe my body will realize how tired it is and finally shut down. I lie on my back and stare upward, doing chess knight moves on the ceiling tiles until I forget which ones I've already landed on. Then I begin again. On the third attempt, I am overwhelmed by the pointlessness of the exercise. If I can't sleep, I may as well think about the letter. The other letter. The big letter. It came when? Thursday. Yesterday. Well, the day before yesterday. I get back to Shooting Star utterly exhausted. 36 bowling balls were left on Platform 9, the farthest platform from the lost property office. Suga had performed his disappearing act, so I had to lug them over one by one. They were claimed later by a team that was waiting for them at Tokyo Station. I am learning that laws of probability work differently in the field of lost property. Mrs. Sasaki once had a human skeleton wind up on her trolley, stuffed inside a backpack. A medical student left it on the train after a professor's going-away party. Anyway, I get back to Shooting Star, dripping sweat, and Buntaro is perched on his stool behind the counter spooning down green tea ice cream, studying a sheet of paper with a magnifying glass. "Hey kid," he says, "want to see my son?" This is weird because Buntaro had told me that he doesn't have any kids. Then he shows me a page of inky fuzz. I frown at my proud landlord. "The miracles of ultrasound scans," he says. "Inside the womb." I look at Buntaro's belly, and he does a very funny face. We decided on his name. Actually, my wife decided, but I agree. Want to know what name we decided? Sure, I say. Kodai, ko as in voyage, dai as in great, great voyage. That is a really cool name, I tell him, meaning it. Buntaro admires Kodai from various angles. See his nose, this is his foot. Cute, huh? The cutest. What's this shrimpy thing? How do you think we know he's a he-genius? Oh, sorry. Another letter arrived for you. I would rig up a special mailbox for you, but then I'd miss out on the fun of steaming open my tenant's private letters. Here you go. He hands me a plain white envelope, originally postmarked in Miyazaki and forwarded by Uncle Yen in Kagoshima. I slit it open and unfold 3 sheets of crumpled paper. On the video screen, helicopters collide and buildings explode. Bruce Willis takes off his sunglasses and squints at the inferno. I read the first line and realize who the letter is from. I shove it into my jacket pocket and climb the stairs. I don't want Buntaro to see the shock on my face. On the steps to the Thunder God shrine, spiderwebs tug, tear, and stick to my face. Boiled candy spiders. I trip and muddy up my knees. I try to forget the ghost stories I heard about how dead children live on these steps, but once you try to forget something, you already remember it. Colossal ferns tower over me. Freshwater crabs skitter into rooty cracks. A deer thuds and disappears into a thicket. I focus on the ultimate reunion with our father once my ultimate plan bears fruit, and run, and suddenly I am standing in the shrine clearing right at the top. I can see for miles. Inland mountains heave and lurch toward the breaking sky. Light smooths the sea over. I can see the windows on the Kagoshima ferry. I approach the bell nervously and look around for an adult to ask permission. I've never woken a god up before. Weedy takes Anju and me to the harbor shrine every New Year's Day to change our zodiac amulets, but that is a jolly affair of relatives, neighbors, and having our heads patted. This is the real thing. This is sober magic. Only me and the thunder god and his mildewed drows. I grip the rope that swings the bell hammer. The first gong is to slosh through the forest, scaring pheasants. The second gong is to make swing-wing fighters wobble in turbulence. The third gong is to slam shut forever the iron doors. I wonder if Anju heard the bell in her sulking place. When I get back tomorrow, I will tell her it was me. She will never admit to it, but she will be mightily impressed by my daring. This is like something she normally dreams up. I approach the shrine itself. The thunder god scowls. His face is hatred, typhoon, and nightmare all knotted up. I can't back out now. He's awake. My coin clatters into the donation box. I clap 3 times and close my eyes. Good morning, thunder god. My name is Eiji Miyake. I live with Anju and Weedy in the last house up the valley track past the big Yakata farmhouse, but you probably know that. I woke you up to ask for your help. I want to become the greatest soccer player in Japan. This is a big, big thing, so please don't give me piles like you did the taxi driver. And in return, asks the silence. When I'm a famous soccer player, I'll, come back and rebuild your shrine and stuff. Until then, anything that I can give you, you can have. Take it. You don't have to ask me, just take it. The silence sighs. Anything, 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 are you sure? I said anything, and I mean it. The silence lasts 9 days and 9 nights. Done. I open my eyes. The fin of an airliner trails rose and gold. Doves spin predictions. Down in Anbo Harbor, the Kagoshima ferry sounds a solitary horn, and I can see cars arriving. The 1,000,001 clocks of the forest flutter, dart, shriek, and howl into life. I rush off, flying down the muddy steps where the ghosts of the dead children are dissolving in the first sunlight. Miyazaki Mountain Clinic, August 25. Hello Eiji, how do I begin this? I already wrote a bad-tempered letter, then a moaning one, then a witty one that began, "Hello, I am your mother, nice to meet you." Then one that began with "Sorry." They are crumpled up near the trash can on the other side of my room. I am a lousy shot. Hot summer, isn't it? I knew it would be when the rainy season didn't happen. I suppose it is still raining in Yakushima, though. When doesn't it? So you're nearly 20 now, 20. Where do all the years go? Want to know how old I'll be next month? Too old to tell anyone. I'm at this place receiving treatment for nerves drinking. I never wanted to come back to Kyushu, but at least the mountain air here is cool. My therapist has advised that I write to you. I didn't want to at first, but she is even more persistent than me. That looks wrong, I want to write to you, but after all this time it's so much easier not to. But I have this story more a serial memory. My therapist says I can stop it hurting me only by telling you about it. So if you like, I'm writing out of selfishness. But here goes. Once upon a time, I was a young mother living in Tokyo with infant you and infant Anju. The apartment was paid for by your father, but this story isn't about him, or even Anju. This is about you and me. In those days, it looked like I was onto a good thing, a 9th-floor split-level apartment in a fashionable quarter of the big city, flower boxes on the balcony. A very rich lover with his own wife to wash his shirts. You and Anju, I have to admit, were not part of the plan when I left Yakushima. But it seemed that the life I led 20 years ago was better than the life of orange farming and island gossip that my mother, your grandmother, had arranged behind my back, as usual with Shintaro Baba's people to marry me into. Believe me, he was every bit as much a slob a quarter of a century ago as I'm quite sure he is now. This isn't easy to write. I was miserable. I was 23, and everyone told me I was beautiful. The only company young mothers have is other young mothers. Young mothers are the most vicious tribe in the world if you don't fit in. When they found out I was a second wife, they decided I was an immoral influence and petitioned the building manager to have me removed. Your father was powerful enough to block that, but none of them ever spoke to me afterward. As you know, nobody on Yakushima knew about you yet, and the thought of living with all the knowing glances was too much. Around that time, your father began seeing a newer model mistress. A baby is not a sexy accessory on a woman. Twins are twice as unsexy. It was an ugly ending. You don't want the details, believe me. Maybe you do, but I don't want to remember them. When I was pregnant, he swore he'd take care of everything. Naive young petal that I was, I didn't realize he was only talking about money. Like all weak men, he thought that if he acted confused enough, everyone would forgive him. His lawyers took over and I never saw him again. Never wanted to. I was allowed to live in the apartment, but not to sell it. It was during the bubble economy, and the value of the place was doubling every 6 months. This was shortly after your first birthday. I was not a well woman. I've never been a very well woman, but at least now I know it. Some women take to motherhood like they were mothers even before they were mothers. I was never cut out for be a mother, even when I was one. I still hate little children. All the money your father's lawyer sent for your maintenance I spent on an illegal Filipina nanny so I could escape the apartment. I used to sit in coffee shops watching people walk by. Young women my age, working in banks, doing flower arranging, shopping. All the little ordinary things I had looked down on before I became pregnant. 2 years passed. I got a job in another hostess bar, but I was jaded. I'd already caught my rich patron, and every time I went home you and Anju reminded me where rich patrons leave you. Diapers and bawling and sleepless nights. One morning you and I were alone in the house. You'd had a fever, so the nanny took Anju to kindergarten. Not the local one. The young mother mafia had threatened to boycott it if it admitted you, so we had to get a kindergarten in another neighborhood to take you. You were bawling. Maybe because of the fever, maybe because there was no Anju. I'd been working all night, so I washed down some pills with vodka and left you to it. Next thing I knew, you were rattling my door. You were walking by this time, of course. My migraine wouldn't let me sleep. I lost it. I screamed at you to go away. So of course you bawled some more. I screamed, then silence. Then I heard you say the word. You must have gotten it from kindergarten. Daddy. Something broke in me. Quite calmly, I decided to throw you off the balcony. New ink, new pen, pretty dramatic point for my pen to die, so quite calmly, I decided to throw you off the balcony. Those 8 words explain our lives since. I'm not saying they justify what I did, not at all. I don't mean I wanted to throw you over the balcony. I mean I was going to. Really. It is so hard to write this. This is what happened. I flung open my bedroom door. It opened outward and slid you clean across the polished wooden landing, over the lip of the stairs and out of sight. I froze, but I couldn't have stopped your fall, not even if I was superhuman. You didn't cry as you fell. I heard you. Imagine a sack of books falling downstairs. You sounded like that. I waited for you to start screaming and waited and waited. Suddenly time moved 3 times as fast to catch up with itself. You were lying at the bottom with blood squirting out of your ear. I can still see you. I still do every time I go down any stairs anywhere. I was hysterical. The ambulance people had to shout at me to stop me jabbering. Then when I put down the phone, guess what I saw? You were sitting up, licking the blood on your fingers. The ambulance man said that children go limp sometimes, like rag dolls. That saved you from major damage. The doctor said you were a lucky boy, but he meant I was a lucky woman. The vodka on my breath pretty much shot down my story about you climbing over the stair guard. Actually, we were all of us lucky. I know I was going to kill you and could have spent the rest of my life in prison. I can't believe I'm finally writing this. 3 days later, I paid the nanny a month's money and told her I was taking you to see your grandmother. I was mentally unfit to raise you and Anju. The rest, you know. I'm not writing this for your sympathy or forgiveness. This story is beyond all that. But the memories even now keep me awake, and showing you them is the only way I know to ease them. I want to get well. I mean, you can tell from the creases, can't you? I just crumpled this up and threw it at the trash can. I knew I could never get it in, so I didn't even bother aiming. And guess what? It fell straight in without even touching the sides. Who knows? Maybe this is one of those times when superstition pays. I'll go and slip this under Dr. Suzuki's door before I change my mind again. If you want to call me, phone the number on the letterhead. Up to you. I wish Fujifilm is pushing 4 o'clock. What is the proper way to react to the news that your mother wanted to kill you, after 3 years of non-communication? I'm used to my mother being out there somewhere, but not too near. Things are painless that way. If I move anything, I'm afraid it will all start all over again. The only plan I can think of is do nothing. Truth is, I do not care. It is my father's nowhere that I can't handle, not my mother's somewhere. I know what I mean even if I can't put it into words. Cockroach is still struggling. I want to see it. I crawl over to the fridge, so humid tonight. The motel starts vibrating as I pick it up. Cockroach panics. A part of me wants to free it, a part of me wishes it instant death. I force myself to peer in. Bicycling feelers and furious wings. So revolting, I drop the motel. It lands on its roof. Now Cockroach is dying upside down, poor shiny bastard, but I don't want to touch the motel. I look for something to flip it over. I fish in the trash gingerly, in case elder brother of Cockroach is in there, and find the squashed box Cat's biscuits came in. On Thursday, after I read the letter, I put it down and did nothing for I don't know how long. I'm about to reread it when Cat appears. She jumps on my lap and shows me her shoulder. Clotted blood and soft skin show where a gobbet of fur has been gouged off. You've been fighting. I forget about the letter for a moment. I don't know anything about first aid, especially cat first aid, but I think I should disinfect the wound. Of course, I don't have anything as practical as antiseptic fluid, so I go downstairs and ask Buntaro. Buntaro pauses the video at the moment the Titanic upends and people fall down the mile-long deck. He takes a cigarette from his box of castor and lights it without offering me one. Don't tell me. Upon receiving another letter from his mysterious lawyer lady telling our hero it is all over, he becomes so depressed that he decides to disembowel himself, but all he has is a pair of nail scissors, so I have a wounded cat on my hands. Buntaro clouds over. A what, kid? A wounded cat? You're keeping pets in my apartment. No, it just wanders in when it's hungry. Or when it wants medical attention. It's just a scratch. I want to dab some disinfectant on it. Eiji Miyake, animal doctor. Please, Buntaro. He grumbles and sifts under the register for a while. He pulls out a dusty red box and causes a landslide of junk around his feet and hands it to me. It better not be bleeding on my tatami. You tight-assed, whining parasite, you fleeced every outgoing tenant for replacement tatami, but you haven't actually changed it since 1969, have you? Is not what I tell my landlord and job benefactor. Instead, I just shake my head meekly. She isn't bleeding now. She just has this sort of wound that needs seeing to. What's this cat look like? My wife might know the owner. Black, white paws and tail and a tartan collar with a silver bell. No owner, no name. I shake my head. Thanks for this. I tap the box and begin my getaway. Don't get too attached, Buntaro calls up the stairs after me. Remember the thou shalt not have pets except cactuses clause in your lease. I turn around and peer down at him. What lease? Buntaro taps his forehead. He loves reminding me I am at his mercy. I seal up my capsule and attend to Cat. The witch hazel must sting her. It always stung me and Anju when Weedy doused our cuts with it, but Cat doesn't even flinch. Girls shouldn't get into fights, I tell her. I chuck the cotton wool away and return the first aid box to Buntaro. Cat makes herself comfortable in my yukata. Weird. Cat trusts me to look after her, me of all people. A head appears on the claims counter. Its owner is a spindly girl of maybe 11 in a Mickey and Donald jogging suit and with red ribbons in her hair. Her eyes are enormous. Good afternoon, she says. I followed the signs. Is this the lost property office? Yes, I answer. Have you lost anything? Mommy, she says. She always wanders off without my permission. I tut. I can relate to that. What do I do? Suga skipped the Lost Child chapter and now he is collecting the trolley from UNO Annex. Mrs. Sasaki is on her lunch hour. Somewhere her mom is running around in hysterics, imagining train wheels and organ-harvesting child kidnappers. I flap. Why don't you sit on the counter, I tell the girl. She clambers up. Right. What do I do? Aren't you going to ask me my name? Asks the girl. Of course I am. What's your name? Yuki Chiyo. Aren't you going to call Mommy on the big speaker? Of course I am. I go into the side office. Mrs. Sasaki mentioned the POS system on my first day, but Suga never showed me how to use it. Turn this key, flick this switch. I hope. A green light flashes under speak. I clear my throat and lean into the microphone. The sound of me clearing my throat fills UNO. When Yuki Chiyo hears her name, she hugs herself. I, however, am broiling with embarrassment. Yuki Chiyo studies me. So Yuki, how old are you? 10, but Mommy tells me not to speak to strangers. You already spoke to me. Only because I needed you to call Mommy. You ungrateful tadpole. I hear Aoyama marching this way before I see him. His shoes, his keys. You Miyake. Obviously I am in deep shit. Good afternoon, do not good afternoon me. Since when have you had the authority to make a general override announcement? My throat is dry. I didn't realize that, suppose a train were hurtling into UNO with a snapped brake cable. His eyes froth. Suppose I were making an evacuation announcement. Veins bulge. Suppose we receive a bomb warning. Is he going to fire me? And you blanket out my warning with a request for a lost girl's mother to proceed to the lost property office on the second floor. He pauses to reoxygenize. You pollute the order of this institution with your youthful liberal modern tra-la-la-la-la. A leopard-skin woman pads up to the counter. Mommy, Yuki Chio waves. Dearest, you know it upsets Mommy when you go off like this. Have you been making trouble for this handsome young stripling? She nudges Aoyama aside and deposits her designer bags on the counter. A perky, vixen smile. I guess I am the stripling. I am so frightfully sorry. What can I say? Yuki plays this little game whenever we go shopping, don't you, dearest? My husband says it's just a stage she's going through. Do I have to sign anywhere? No, madam, Aoyama smolders. Let me give you a little something for your trouble. Really, madam, no need. You are a darling. She turns to Aoyama. Oh good, a porter. I kill my snicker a fraction too late. Aoyama radiates nuclear fury. No, madam, I am the assistant station master. Oh, well, you look like a porter in that getup. Come on, Yuki. Yuki turns to me as her mother leads her away and sticks her tongue out. Oh, don't mention it. Aoyama breathes deeply until his fury has cooled into malice. You Miyake, you, I am not going to forget this. I am going to file a report about this outrage to the disciplinary committee this very afternoon. Off he storms. I would have preferred the fury. I wonder if I still have a job. Suga steps out from the back office. Quite a talent you have there for annoying people, Miyake. You were there all along. You seemed in control of the situation. I want to kill Suga, so I say nothing. I am on the ferry. So many times Anju and I watched it disappear to the world over the horizon. Now I am actually on it. The deck sways and the wind is strong enough to lean back into. Yakushima, the enormous island I live on, is slowly but surely growing smaller. Mr. Aikta is scanning the shoreline with his army binoculars. Seabirds follow the boat just hanging there. The 7th graders are arguing about what will happen when the ferry sinks and we have to fight for the lifeboats. Others are watching the TV or being thrown out of places you are not supposed to be in. One kid is vomiting in the toilets and some classmates are discussing the contents. The engine pounds away. I smell engine fumes. I watch the hull slice through the spray-chopped waves. If I hadn't already decided on being a soccer star, I would become a sailor. I look for the shrine of the thunder god, but it is already hidden in the morning haze. I wish Anju were here. I wonder what she'll do today. I try to remember the last day we weren't together. I go back as far as I can, but no such day ever was. Yakushima is now the size of a barn. I watch new islands rise ahead and fall behind. I can fit Yakushima inside the O of my thumb and first finger. A tooth is wobbling loose. Mr. Aikta is on the deck too. Sakurajima, he shouts at me above the wind and the engine pointing ahead. I watch the volcano grow and take up a third of the sky. The torn crater belches graceful, solid clouds of smoke over another third. You can taste the ash, shouts Mr. Aikta, on your tongue, and over there that's Kagoshima already. The voyage is supposed to take 3 hours. I consult my Zax Omega watch and find that, yes, nearly 3 hours have passed. Here comes Kagoshima. Huge. You could fit the whole of Anbo, our village, between 2 jetties in the harbor. Enormous buildings, vast cranes, huge freighters marked with place names I mostly haven't heard of. I guess when I was here last my memory was switched off. Or maybe it was night. This is where the world starts. Wait until I tell Anju. She'll be amazed. Amazed. According to Fujifilm, 4 o'clock slipped by 15 minutes ago. The best I can hope for now is a couple of hours of sleep, so I can be a zombie at work instead of a decaying corpse. Yesterday was the last day of Suga, so I'll be on my own all afternoon. I can still see the body falling. Cockroach is quiet. Has he escaped? Is he plotting revenge? Is he asleep dreaming of stewing garbage? They say that for every single cockroach you see, there are 90 relatives out of sight. Under the floor, in cavities, behind cupboards, under futons. Poor Mom, she is hoping I'll think. Okay, she dumped us at our uncle's when we were 3, but let bygones be bygones. I'll phone her this very morning. No way, forget it. I imagine I can hear Tokyo stir. My neck itches, I scratch, my back itches, I scratch, my crotch itches, I scratch. Once Tokyo itself wakes, all hope of sleep is doomed. The fan stirs the heat. How dare she write me a letter like that? How dare she? I was tired when I went to bed. What happened? Final Friday, says Suga. Deep joy. Tomorrow freedom. Imho, you should go back to college, Miyake. It beats earning a living for a living. I am not really listening. This is the morning after I discovered that when I was 3 years old, my mother decided to throw me off a 9th-floor balcony, but when he says that word again, I give in. Why do you keep using that word? Suga acts puzzled. What word? Imho. Oh, sorry, Suga says, not sounding at all sorry. I forgot. Forgot what? Most of my friends are e-friends, other hackers. We use our own language, you know. Imho stands for the English in my humble opinion. Like, I think that cool word or what? The telephone rings. Suga looks. I answer. Pleased with yourself, Miyake. A voice I know, simmering with malice. Mr. Aoyama, you work for them, don't you? For UNO Station, you mean, sir. Drop the act. I mean what I mean. I know you work for the consultants. Which consultants, sir? I told you to drop it. I see right through you. You were in my office to snoop, to filch, to assess. I know your little game. Then there was your provocation the day before yesterday. That was to get me out of my office while my files were copied. It all adds up now. Oh yes, deny it. I dare you to deny it. I swear, Mr. Aoyama, there has been some mistake here. A mistake, Aoyama shouts. How right you are. The biggest mistake of your treacherous little life. I have served UNO since before you were born. I have friends at the transport ministry. I went to an influential university. I cannot believe his voice could get any louder, but it does. If your masters believe I can be restructured to an end-of-the-line deep freeze in Akita with 2 platforms and a company dormitory made of paper, they are grievously mistaken. My lackey years are long behind me. He breaks, pants, and launches his final assault. UNO has standards. UNO has systems. Your scumbag parasite know-nothing masters want war. I will give them war, and you worm, you cockroach, you flea, you will get blasted by crossfire, and I will spit on your grave. He hangs up. Suga sort of sneers. What was that about? Why me? Why is it always me? How can I say this tactfully? Mr. Ike paces to and fro during our halftime pep talk. Boys, you are utterly crap. Shambolic, subhuman, in fact submammalian, a disgrace. A sickening waste of shipping fuel. A non-team of myopic, crippled sloths. We have a miracle to thank that the enemy is not 9 goals up, and the name of this miracle is Mitsui. Mitsui chews gum, enjoying the taste of despotic favor. He is a gifted and aggressive goalkeeper. It is lucky he lacks the imagination to diversify into playground bullying. Mitsui's father, a taxi driver, is Yakushima's most notorious alcoholic, so our goalkeeper has been calculating the flight paths of projectiles from an early age. Ike goes on. In a more civilized century, I could have insisted that the rest of you commit seppuku. You will, however, shave your heads in shame if we lose. Defenders. Despite Mr. Mitsui's valiant work, how many times has the enemy hit the crossbar, Nakamori? 3 times, sir. And the post. I suck my warm orange, readjust my shin pads, watch the enemy team having their pep talk. Their coach is laughing. The stale smell of boys in soccer uniforms. The afternoon has clouded over. The volcano puffs. Miyake, the post. Twice, sir, I guess. Twice, sir. Yes. Nakayama. Midfield means middle of the field, not middle of the penalty area. Attack means we attack the enemy goal. How many times has their goalkeeper had to touch the ball, Nakamura? Not very often, sir. Ike massages his temples. Not once actually, sir, not once. He has made 3 separate dates with 3 separate cheerleaders. Listen to me. I am videoing this match, and boys, it is my birthday tomorrow. If you do not give me a goalless draw, I warn you, you will remember my displeasure until your deaths. In the second half, the wind is on our side. Your orders are to dig in and hold out. One more thing. Do not give away a penalty. I got the enemy coach drunk last night, and he boasted that their penalty taker has never missed. Ever. And remember, if you feel your poor little limbs flagging, my camcorder is watching and will exact retribution on a man-by-man basis. The referee blows his whistle for the second half. We lose possession of the ball 3 seconds later. Briefly, I remember my deal with the Thunder God. Fat lot of good he turned out to be. I do my best to look good for Eikta's camcorder running around, shouting pass, groaning, and generally avoiding the ball as cleverly as I can. Possess and push, screams Eikta. Our 4-3-3 formation buckles into 10-0-0 and our penalty area becomes a pinball zone of kicks, screams, and curses. I fake a spectacular injury, but nobody is watching. Time after time, Mitsui pulls off a brilliant save, a daring pounce, a mid-air punch. Positions, screams Eikta. If only I could be as good as Mitsui. I would make the national sports papers tomorrow. Time after time, the enemy launches an attack, but the mass of defenders reinforces our luck. The breeze rises to a wind. I make a daring aerial challenge and win, but the ball hits the top of my head, squashing it, and carries on deeper into our half. I have to do a throw-in at one point, but the referee blows his whistle for a foul throw. I don't know why, but Eikta will make me pay anyway. Nakamori and Nakamura, our star strikers, are both given yellow cards for punching each other. I turn around and the ball bounces off my face. A corner. Cretins, screams Eikta. Elbow fights with a mutant boy twice my height with a killer's eyes. A tooth that is coming loose suddenly becomes very loose. Mitsui pulls off a diving save. An enemy supporter throws a rice ball at Nakata, our winger, who runs into the crowd and drop-kicks the offender when the ref is looking away. Nakayama takes a free kick, boots the ball up the field, the wind picks it up and we all bands a charge after it. Positions, screams Eikta. My tooth is hanging on by a strand of gum. The enemy appears to be falling back. We surge. I hear military bands. A wall of enemy strikers is surging this way. They have the ball. A trap. A trap. Sphincters, screams Eikta. I have no breath left, but I run back, hoping to salvage an iota of mercy from the post-goal trial. Mitsui is sprinting out to narrow the angle, roaring like a zero. The enemy striker toe pokes the ball under his nemesis. A moment before impact, I hear the bones crunch. Unable to break in time, I springboard over the bodies. The heel of my sneaker hits a nose. Momentum rockets me forward, and without thinking I dive, skimming over the empty goal mouth of grit, and grapple the ball to a halt just this side of the goal line. Rushing silence. The referee's whistle drills through my head. Red card for Mitsui, yellow one for me, a stretcher and a drive to the hospital for the striker, a verbal sewer from Eikta, a penalty to the enemy, and yet another problem for our team. We now have no goalkeeper. Eikta arrives in a whirlwind of abuse and snarls down from his chariot of ire. You looked pretty useful with your hands just then, Miyake. You go in goal. My teammates adopt the proposal at bushfire speed. Sacrificial lambs cannot answer back. I traipse to the goal mouth. The skin is sandpapered off my knees and thighs. The enemy walls in the penalty area. Fathoms yawn either side of me. The ace enemy penalty kicker gloats, curling his rattle lock of hair around his little finger. Moments drum. The drumming slows, the whistle blows, the world sets. Here he comes. Thunder God, remember me, we had a deal. Suga empties the contents of his locker into his shoulder bag. I hear police sirens. This is when? Only yesterday. The long corridor that passes the lost property office links two sides of Uno, so it is always quite busy, but we hear a special commotion approach and lean out over the counter to see. A TV crew streams past, a presenter, an NHK cameraman bristling with lenses, a boom operator, and a young man heaving a trolley thing. They are not the usual local station film the Fuzzy Duck crew. Their sense of mission clears a way through the oncoming commuters. Looks worthy of further investigation, says Suga. Hold the fort, Miyake. I can sniff scandal. He bolts off and the telephone rings. Lost property. I'm calling about a friend's wig. I groan. We have hundreds of wigs. Luckily it is a glam rock wig with sequin spangles so I can identify it in the 5 minutes it takes Suga to return. Aoyama's flipped. Suga is feverish with gossip. Deep-fried his circuitry on my last day too. Aoyama. I remember the telephone call. A report was published today. The top Tokyo JR people decided to kick him sideways. All the big Tokyo stations are being shaken up by the new governor, and Aoyama is a symbol of the old school of untouchables. The consultant, this guy who spent 10 years teaching at Harvard Business School, gave him the news in front of a gang of junior managers. It was like a how to demote somebody seminar. Grim. Not as grim as what happens next. Aoyama gets out a crossbow, right? A crossbow. A crossbow. And aims it at the consultant's chest, right? He must have seen the news coming. He tells all but one of the juniors to leave if they don't want to witness a bolt puncturing a human heart. Deep madness. Aoyama then throws a reel of mountaineering rope to the remaining junior and orders him to tie the consultant to the chair. Then he tells the junior to leave. Before security can get there, Aoyama locks the door from the inside. What does he want? Nobody knows yet. The police were called, so the TV people came too. The director was up there trying to fight the press hacks away, but we're going to be on the evening news whatever happens. Deep thrill. The SWAT teams will be here soon and negotiators in bulletproof jackets. Nothing this exciting ever happens in Uno. National news. I dive left and I know the ball is veering right. The ground whacks the breath from my body, my skeleton crunches and the enemy roars. I spit out my tooth. It lies there, no longer a part of me. White, a speck of blood. Why bother getting up, ever? I have lost the match, my friends, my soccer, my fame, my hopes to meet my father, everything except Anju. I should never have left Yakushima. The islanders will remember my shame for all time. How can I go back now? I lie in the goal-mouth dirt. If I begin to sob here, how can I get up, Miyake? It's Nakamori, the team captain. I look up. The Rattle Kid is holding his head in his hands. The enemy is stalking away. The referee is pointing to the 12-yard box. I look in our goal, empty. Where is the ball? I realize what happened. The ball went wide. The thunder god musses my hair. Thank you, oh thank you. I place the ball for the goal kick. Can the thunder god save my luck for another 25 minutes, please? Nice save, sneers an enemy supporter. Positions, screams Aikta. Go, go, go. I look for a friendly face on our team, but nobody will make eye contact in case I kick the ball to them. What do? The wind increases. Look, I vow to the thunder god, let me be as great a goalkeeper as Mitsui just for this game, and my future is yours. I know you saved me just now. Don't turn your back on me now, please, please. I run back a few paces, turn, take 3 deep breaths, sprint at the ball, and it is a perfect, clean, powerful, rocket-fueled, divine kick. The thunder god intercepts the ball at house height and volleys it over the field. The ball soars over the enemy strikers. Their defenders are still jogging back into their half, unaware the goal kick has been taken. Some spectators gawk. Some players look around, wondering where the ball has gone. The enemy goalkeeper is having his photo taken with a girl, and the ball falls to earth before he realizes his services are needed. He dashes out in panic. The ball bounces over the goalkeeper. The thunder god nods it back down into the back of the net, and the miracle is complete. The walk back from Kita Senju Station to Shooting Star usually clears my head, but it is impossible not to think of Aoyama holed up in his office with a crossbow bolt aimed at the head of an executive with red suspenders and pinstripes. Suga stayed around after work, but I wanted to get away from the police and gaping crowds. I didn't even say goodbye to Suga. At Shooting Star, Buntaro is glued to the TV, spooning green tea ice cream. My, Miyake, you are a harbinger of doom. What do you mean? Look at the TV. Nothing like this happened at Uno until you started working there. I fan myself with my baseball cap and watch the screen. The camera shows an outside zoomed-in view of Aoyama's office, taken, I guess, from the Terminus Hotel. The blinds are drawn. UNO station under siege. There is absolutely no question, a policeman assures a cluster of interviewers, of a forced entry operation at this present moment in time. Lull him into a false sense of security, says Buntaro. What do you make of this Aoyama character? Does he seem like a man on the edge of grand lunacy, or does he seem like a publicity stunter? Dunno, just unhappy, and I spat into his teapot. I retreat upstairs. Aren't you going to watch? No. Oh, by the way, about your cat. The cat. I peer down. You found her owner. Buntaro keeps one eye on the TV. No, kid, but she found her maker. Unless she has a secret twin she never told you about. Real coincidence. I was cycling here this morning, and what did I see by the drainage channel down the side of Lawson's? One dead cat flies buzzing. Black, white paws and tail, a tartan collar with a silver bell, just like you described. I did my civic bit and called the council when I got here, but someone had already reported it. They can't let things like that lie around in this heat. This is the worst day on record. Sorry to be the bearer of ill tidings and all. The second worst, I mean. Only a cat, I mumble. I enter my capsule, sit down, and appear to lack the will to do anything except smoke the rest of my Dunhills. I don't want to watch TV. I bought a noodle cup and a pint of mushy strawberries walking back from Kita Senju, but my appetite has vanished. I listen to the street fill up with evening. Yakushima never returns to its full size when the ferry takes us back the following morning. The day is glossy with sunshine, but that heightens the illusion that this boundless island is a scale model. I look out for Anju on the seawall, and when I can't find her I have to admit my elation is dented. Anju is a gifted sulker, but a 36-hour sulk is a long haul, even for my sister. I zip open my sports bag, the man-of-the-match trophy glints back. I look for the thunder god's shrine on its cliff, and this time I find it. The passengers pour down the gangplank, my teammates disappearing into waiting cars. I wave goodbye. Mr. Aikta claps me on the shoulder and actually smiles. Want a lift? No, thanks, sir. My sister will be walking down to meet me. Okay, practice first thing tomorrow, and well done again, Miyake. You turned the game around. 3-0, 3-0. Aikta is still fat with revenge. That wiped the snotty, shitty sneer off the fat face of their moron coach. I caught his despair on camera. I'll get that shot made into New Year's cards, eh? Show his shame to the world. I kick the same stone from the harbor up the main street, over the old bridge and all the way up to the neck. The stone obeys my every wish. Sun mirrors off the rice fields. I see the first dragonflies. This is the beginning of a long road. At the end is the World Cup. The abandoned house stares with empty sockets. I pass the Torii gate and think about running up to thank the thunder god right now, but I want to see Anju first. The hanging bridge trembles under my footsteps. Tiny fish cloud the leeward sides. Anju will be at home helping our grandmother make lunch. Nothing to worry about. I slide open the front door. I'm back. Anju's foot thumps. No, it was only the old house. I can tell from the shoes that my grandmother is out too. They must have gone to see Uncle Tarmac, but somehow missed me around the new harbor building while Mr. Aikta was talking to me. I pour myself a glass of milk and dive onto the sofa. On the insides of my eyelids I watch the exact parabola of the soccer ball curving over a volcano and under a distant crossbar. Miyake, Buntaro, of course. I lift my head too quickly and yank my neck cords. A hammering on my capsule door. Come quick, quick, now. I clatter downstairs, where customers cluster around Buntaro's TV. The outside of Aoyama's office, high above the tracks. Live from UNO Station Hostage Crisis Center. The picture is being taken with a night camera. Light is orange and dark is brown. I don't need to ask what is happening because the commentator is telling us. The blind is up. The window is being opened and a figure Mr. Aoyama has, yes, that is him. I can confirm that. The figure climbing out of the window is Mr. Aoyama. He is on the ledge. The light is going on behind. Please wait while I'm receiving. Background radio scratchings. The hostage is unharmed. The police have taken the office. Whether they broke down the door or now, Aoyama appears to have honored his promise not to, but the question now is he surely isn't thinking of jumping. The face at the window, I can confirm that is a police officer. Attempting to talk Aoyama out, he is dealing with a very disturbed man at this moment in time. He will be saying that Aoyama jumps from the ledge. Aoyama is no longer alive but not yet dead. His body cartwheels and falls for a long time. Footsteps in the hallway wake me up. I open my eyes. My trophy shines on the table, proof that I didn't dream the whole glorious afternoon. Evening lights the worn wooden room where my uncles and mother spent their childhoods. And here are my grandmother and Mr. Kirin, one of Yakushima's 4 police officers. I'm back, I say, worried. We won. My grandmother doesn't care. Did Anju say she was going anywhere? No, where is she? If you're lying, I'll. Mr. Kirin gently sits my grandmother down and turns to me. Eiji, I want to be sick. What happened to Anju? Anju seems to have run away. He knows more. She wouldn't, not without telling me. Never. My grandmother's voice is broken. So what did she tell you? She told me she was going to Uncle Tarmack's yesterday evening. He called me this lunchtime to find out why she had changed her mind. If this is a game you two cooked up, you are in a sackload of trouble. Mr. Kirin sits down on the other end of the sofa. I want you to think, Eiji. Is there a secret place where she might have gone? First, I think of trees. Then with sickening certainty, I think of the whalestone, to get even with me, her swimsuit. I run upstairs, I open our drawer, I was right, it's gone. I think of the thunder god. Anything that I can give you, you can have, take it. Mr. Kirin fills the bedroom doorframe. What is it, Eiji-kun? I get the words out before everything crashes down. Look in the sea. Nearly 5 o'clock, says Fujifilm. I get up and piss. In my toilet cube mirror, a drone looks back at me in mild surprise. I need a cigarette. The packet of Dunhills is empty, but I find one rolled under the ironing board. I light it on the gas stove and go onto the balcony to smoke it. Dawn sketches outlines and colors them in. Tokyo roars, far off and near. So that is the end of Mr. Aoyama. He ran out of minutes, so he jumped. I wash the fungus out of a mug and make myself a cup of instant coffee. I take Anju's photograph out to the balcony and drink my coffee in her company. I think about the letter from my mother and a deal presents itself. Should I? I must wash my dishes today. I look in the cockroach motel. I look again. Cockroach escaped. A leg and a smear of cockroach shit remain. I take in my laundry and fold it into a neat pile. I tune my guitar and run through some bossa nova chords, but all those sunlit breezes are not how I feel. Very well, mother. You are my plan B. I'll give you what you want if you tell me how to find our father. Nearly 6 o'clock. Early, but people at clinics get up early. That's the point. Before I change my mind, I dial. Good morning, Miyazaki Mountain Clinic. Morning. Could you put me through to Mariko Miyake's room, please? Not possible, I'm afraid. Is it too early? Too late? Mrs. Miyake checked herself out yesterday evening. Oh no, are you sure? Quite sure. She even took our towels as a souvenir. Look, this is her son. I need to contact her. It's urgent. I'm sure it is, but once our guests decide to leave us, they never hang around. Did she leave a forwarding address? She doesn't bother to pretend to check. No. How was she? You'd need to talk to her counselor. What time does he start work? But Dr. Suzuki would never discuss a patient with anyone, even the patient's son. If only I had called yesterday, if only. Did you meet her? Mrs. Miyake, of course. I'm a senior nurse. Can you tell me if she was okay? It depends what you mean by okay. Well, you've been really helpful, thanks so much. She uppercuts my irony. It was my pleasure, sir. Click buzz, click purr. Plan B down the drain. The submarines are running and I feel wide awake, but it is still too early to leave for work. What a night. I feel I lived through it rather than just remembered it. Buntaro called me down for a smoke later in the quiet hour between 11 and midnight. We talked for a little while. I nearly forget that he is not a decent human being but my blood-sucking landlord. I put plastic Ono band into my Discman and lie down on my futon just for a moment. Deep bells and beatboxes. Plastic Ono band is long over when a pattering sound pads into my dreams. At first I think it is a pipe dripping splashes, but then I feel her settling inside the curl of my body. I open my eyes. Hey, my voice is a croak. I thought you were supposed to be dead. She yawns, indifferent to what I think or thought. She regards me with her bronze-spark Cleopatra eyes. The fibers in the neck of the thunder god tear, snap and scream. I am still gripping it. I never expected it to come loose so soon. It comes away. The saw goes clattering down. I reshift my weight too far, lose my balance, and slide down between the thunder god's back and the shrine wall. I seem to be falling for the longest time. The floor whacks the breath out of my body. I don't break my back, but within an hour I will have turned into the incredible walking bruise. My enemy's head rolls away, wood on wood, and comes to a rest on its side, looking right this way. Hatred, revenge, jealousy, rage all twisted into the same contortions and pulled tight. A smear of my blood over one nostril. The woods are too quiet. No adult, no police car, no grandmother. The blackbird has gone. Only the cannon boom of the ocean against the rocks a long way down. The gods are all related, and from this day on they are going to be in a conspiracy against me. I will live a life without luck. So be it. I get to my feet. I pick up the head, cradling it like an infant, and take it outside to the edge of the rock face. The sea breaks over the whalestone's humpback and the spray flies. 1, 2, 3, I watch the severed head of the thunder god all the way down. It vanishes in a white crown. 3 video games. I catch a glimpse of my father being bundled into an unmarked van across the baseball field. I would recognize him anywhere. He hammers on the back window, but the van is already through the gates and disappearing into the smoking rubble of Tokyo. I leap onto our patrol stratobike, take off my baseball cap, and rest it on the console. Zizzy flashes me a peppermint smile and off we zoom. Lavender clouds slide by. I train my gun on a chili pepper schoolboy, but for once things are exactly as they appear. The sunroof of a midnight Cadillac flips open and out pops a lobster mobster bang. Shell and claws everywhere. I drill the rear window and the vehicle explodes in paintbox flames. The van swerves down the road to the airport. In the underpass, an ambulance cuts us up. A scalpel-slashing medic leaps onto the front of our stratobike, eyeballs Afroth with plague bang. In the nuts. Bang. The mutant staggers but refuses to debang. Blasted through a billboard, reload. You're my top gun, croons Zizzy. We get to the airport just in time to see my father dragged into a vanilla Cessna aircraft. I dare not risk a shot at his kidnappers at this range. A mighty chakmacopter eclipses the sun and zombie spawn abseil to Earth. I pulp dozens in midair, but the Semolina army of death sludges up too quickly. Zax honey, says Zizzy. Megaweapon in McDonald's. I fire at the golden arches and collect the 23rd century rapid-fire bazooka. It purrs as I scythe. Soon the runway is a spill of twitching limbs. I pepper the chakmacopter until it nose dives into the fuel trucks. Octane fuchsia explosions light the world. Way to go, Zax. Stage 2. Pursue your father's abductors to their laboratory. We soar in pursuit of the Cessna. I click my trigger to skip the preamble. We enter the underworld. The sewers are quiet. Too quiet. A gigahydra erupts, 9 heads dripping lime slime from 9 laswing necks. Bang. Cleft like a cabbage, reload. But from the stump 2 new heads are born. Deep fry the freak, screams Zizzy. I aim at the beast's trunk and activate my flamethrower. Woo-warsh, it shrivels in my swath of strawberry fire. A lily-white Lilith, 1 bang, and she's history. A swarm of cyber wasps. Banga banga banga. Reload. My hand is killing me. The tunnel narrows to a dead end. An unseen iron door creaks open, a scientist in silhouette. "My son, you found me, at long last." I relax and flex my gun hand. "You are just in time." He rips off his false beard, his briefcase morphs into a grenade launcher to die. The gritty gloom swarms with intelligent missiles, homing in on my body heat. Banga banga banga. I miss most of them and can't even take aim at the imposter. Scarlet pixels of lifeblood splatter the screen. "Axe," begs my sister, "don't leave me here." Insert a coin to continue. "Honey, don't quit now." "Honey," mimics a voice over my shoulder, "don't quit now." I replace my gun and turn around to face my spectator and his sarcastic applause. My first thought is that he is far too cool to be hanging out in video arcades. Older than me, a sleek ponytail, an earring, pop star good looks. First time in the underworld, right? His real voice is tailored takyai. I nod. The real world fades in. It was the same for me my first time in the underworld. Laser zaps, vampire howls, coin rattles, cyclical video game music. "Oh, you see your father, so you let your guard down, a dirty trick. Next time shoot the egghead on sight. It takes about 9 shots to kill him." "Well, sorry I died and spoiled your fun." The most casual of shrugs. "You're doomed from the first coin. You pay to postpone the ending, but the video game always wins in the long run." My last half Marlboro has died in the ashtray, very deep. Actually, I was waiting for my date in the pool hall upstairs. Looks like she's playing the be late keep him on tenterhooks game. So I came down to make sure she hadn't messed up and was waiting outside. "I saw you, wrapped up in Zack's Omega and Red Plague Moon, and had to stay to watch. Did you know your tongue pokes out when you concentrate?" "No. It's a 2-player game, really. It even took me 2 weeks to master it." "That must have cost you a fortune." "No, my father owns a man who owns a distributor." No reply presents itself. "Well, hope your date shows up soon. The woman had better, or I'll be furious." Saturday night in Shibuya, bubbles and sweats. 1 week since my sleepless night, I decided to come exploring. It never ends. Uncle Yen took me out last year to his bar in Kagoshima, but that is nothing compared to this. Neither are the prices. Drones drink in squadrons, ties loose, collars undone. She-drones have their office uniforms stuffed into shoulder bags. I damn drones too much, considering I am one now. But I only pretend to be one. Maybe we all start out that way. Same as Mr. Aoyama. Couples on dates. Americans and beautiful women in moon glasses. I bet the waitress with the perfect neck has a whole phone book of boyfriends like my spectator in the video arcade. A giant drink Coca-Cola cascade of magma maroons and holy whites. I suck a champagne bomb and walk on. Hostesses wave geriatric company presidents into taxis. In an amber-lit restaurant, everyone knows one another. A giant Mongol warrior scooters past, flanked by bunny girls handing out leaflets advertising a new shopping complex somewhere. Girls in cellophane waistcoats, tights, and elaborate outfits sit in glass booths outside clubs, offering chit-chat and 10% off coupons. I imagine scything through the crowds with the 23rd century megaweapon. The clouds are candy-colored from the lights and lasers. Outside Aphrodite's soap world, a bouncer runs through the girls pinned up on the board. Number 1 is Russian, classy, accommodating. 2, Filipina, attentive, well-trained. The French girl, well, need I say more? The Brazilian, dark chocolate, plenty of bite. Number 5, English, white chocolate. 6 is German, home of the whiner. Not an ounce of flab on the Koreans. Number 8 are our exotic black twins. And number 9, number 9 is beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. He catches me gawking and cackles. Come back in a decade or so, Sonny, with your summer bonus. I wander past an electronics shop, and on TV notice someone oddly familiar walking past an electronics shop. He stops, examines the TV, amazed and semi-appalled at how he must appear to other people. I buy a new pack of Marlboros. As I pass by the red lanterns of a noodle shop and smell the kitchen vapors pumped out, I suddenly remember how hungry I am. I peer through the window. It looks greasy enough to be affordable, even for me. I slide open the door and enter through the strings of beads. A steamy hole with a roaring kitchen. I order fried tofu noodles with green onions, help myself to a glass of iced water, and sit by the window, watching the crowds wash by and crunching ice cubes. Happy 20th birthday, Eiji Miyake. Now I can begin to talk about my teenage years. Buntaro handed me a fine crop of cards this evening, one from each of my 4 aunts. The 5th letter was another one from the Ministry of Unwelcome Missives, which evidently is still operating its Get Miyake campaign. I light up a Marlboro and take out the letter again to reread, trying to figure out whether it is a step forward, backward, or sideward. Tokyo, September 8. Eiji Miyake. I am your father's wife. His first wife, his real wife, his only wife. Well, well. My informant at Asugi and Basugi tells me you have been trying to contact my husband. How dare you? Was your upbringing so primitive you were never taught shame? Yet somehow I always suspected this day would come. So you have learned of your father's influential status and are seeking quick cash. Blackmail is an ugly word done by ugly people, but blackmail demands panache and pliable victims. You possess neither. Presumably you believe you are clever, but in Tokyo you are a greedy boy from the countryside with a mind mired in manure. I will protect my daughters and my husband. We have paid enough, more than enough, for what your mother did. Perhaps this is her idea. She is a leech. You are a boil. My message to you is simple. If you dare to attempt to intimidate my husband, to show your face to any of our family, or to request a single yen, then as a boil you will be lanced. I drain the soup from the bottom of the bowl. A dragon chases its tail around the world. So, for my coming-of-age birthday, I also received a paranoid stepmother who underlines too much, and 2 or more stepsisters. Unfortunately, the letter itself won't help me find my father. It was unsigned, unaddressed, and posted in a northern ward of Tokyo, which narrows down the search to about 3 million people, assuming it was even written there. My stepmother is no fool. Her negative attitude is yet another hurdle. On the other hand, to be pushed away, I have to be touched. Also, my father didn't write the letter himself, so at worst, this means he still isn't sure about meeting me. At best, it means he hasn't actually been told I am trying to contact him. It is at this moment that I realize I don't have my baseball cap. This is the worst unbirthday present I could receive. I call myself a name that earns a dubious glance from my neighbor. That cap was the last present I had from Anju. I think back, I had it in the video arcade. I leave and backtrack through the currents of pleasure seekers. Zack's Omega and Red Plague Moon is still plying for trade, but my baseball cap has gone. I search the rows of students pummeling the offspring of Street Fighter, a crowd of kids gathered around 2084, the booths of girls digitizing their faces with those of the famous, the alleys of salarymen playing mahjong with video opponents. All these people, like my mother, paying counselors and clinics to reattach them to reality. All of us people here paying Sony and Sega to reattach us to unreality. I identify the jowly supervisor by the way he jangles his keys. I have to yell into his ear. I smell the wax. Anyone handed in a cap? Wah. I left a baseball cap here 30 minutes ago. Why? I forgot it. You forgot why you left it. Never mind. I remember my spectator. In the upstairs pool hall, he said. I find the back stairs and go up. The sudden quietness and gloom are subaquatic. 3 rows by 6 of ocean blue tables. I see him on the far side playing alone, and on his head is my baseball cap. His ponytail is fed through the strap gap. He pockets a ball, looks up, and gestures me over. I figured you'd be back. That's why I didn't chase after you. Want to win it off my head. I'd rather you just took it off your head. Where's the fun in that? There isn't any, but it is my cap. He sizes me up. True. He presents my cap with a courtier flourish. No offense meant. I'm not really myself tonight. I should thank you for rescuing it. He smiles an honest smile. You're welcome, my move. So, how late is she now? When does late become stood up? I dunno, 90 minutes. Then the woman has well and truly stood me up, and I had to pay for this table until 10. He gestures with his cue. Play a few frames if you're not busy. I'm unbusy. But I'm too broke to bet. Can you afford 1 cigarette per game? I am sort of flattered that he takes me seriously enough to offer me a game of pool. All I have had in the way of company since I got to Tokyo has been cat, cockroach, suga, and Buntaro's sarcasm. Okay. Yuzu Daimon is a final-year law student, a native of Tokyo, and the most gifted pool player I have ever met. He is brilliant. I mean it. He lets me win a couple of frames out of politeness, but by 10 o'clock he mops up 7 more in U-turn spinning, jump-shotting, unerring style. He sinks shots the way a master hitman assassinates. We hand in the cues and sit down to smoke our winnings. My plastic lighter is shot. A flame flicks from Daimon's thumb. It is a beautiful object. Platinum, says Daimon, must be worth a fortune. It was my 20th birthday present. You should practice more. Daimon nods at the table. You have a good eye. You sound like my sports teacher in high school. Oh, please say, Miyake, I've decided Saturday owes me compensation for being stood up. What say we go to a bar and find a pair of girls? Thanks, I'd better pass. Your girlfriend will never find out. Tokyo's too big. No, it's nothing like that, so you don't have a woman waiting anywhere. Not a non-imaginary one, no, but you're trying to tell me you're gay. Not as far as I know, no, but then you took a vow of celibacy. You're a member of a cult. I show him the contents of my wallet, so I'm offering to foot the bill. I can't mooch off you. You already paid for the table. You won't be mooching off me. I told you I'm going to be a lawyer. Lawyers never spend their own money. My father has a hospitality account of 250,000 yen to get through, or his department will face a budgetary reassessment. So you see, by refusing you put our family in a difficult position. That's quite a lot of money. Every year, Daimon sees I am serious and laughs. Every month, mooching off your father is even worse than mooching off you. Look, Miyake, I'm only talking about a couple of beers, 5 at most. I'm not trying to buy your soul and definitely not your body, no offense. Come on, when's your birthday? Next month, I lie. Then consider it a premature birthday present. Santa Claus works behind the bar. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer emerges from the toilets holding a mop, and elves in floppy hats wait on the tables. I watch snowflakes dance on the ceiling, smoking a Marlboro lit by the Virgin Mary. Yuzu Daimon drums along to psychedelic Christmas carols. It's called the Merry Christmas Bar, but it's September 9th. It's December 25th every night in here. It is what we call a place that attracts attention. I might be being naive, but might your girlfriend have just been held up? You are being beyond naive, Miyake. What decade was this Yakushima place shipwrecked in? The woman stood me up. I know it. We had an arrangement. A special arrangement, not the sort you just forget about. If she wanted to be there, she would have been, and I am now as single as a newborn babe, and she is nothing to me now. Nothing. And don't turn around right now, but I believe our company has just arrived. Over in the nook between the fireplace and the tree, the one in the coffee leather, the other in the cherry velvet. They must be models. They wouldn't look at me twice, once. I said I'll pay for your drinks, not massage your ego. I mean it. Nonsense. Look at how I'm dressed. We'll say you work as a roadie. I'm not even well dressed enough to be a roadie. Then we'll say you work as a roadie for Metallica. But we've never met them. Daimon buries his face in his hands and chuckles. Ah, Miyake, Miyake. What do you think bars are for? Do you think all these people enjoy paying exorbitant prices for weak drinks? Finish your beer. Whiskey is the drink you take on missions to penetrate the enemy interior. No more buts. Look at Cherry. Imagine yourself getting to know her better. A simple yes or no will do. Do you want to talk to her? Who wouldn't? But Santa, 2 double-kill Magoons on the rocks. So after the attack, Daimon says in a loud voice as we take the adjacent table, their world was shattered, razed. She stops eating. She rips out the telephone. The only thing she shows any interest in are her dead son's video games. When her husband, my oldest friend, as I told you, leaves home for work in the morning, she is already there, hunched over the pistol, wasting men on the 16-inch Sony. When he gets back, she hasn't moved a muscle. Breakfast dishes still on the table, she doesn't care. Banga banga banga, reload. Back in the real world, the police dropped the case assault during a night out, forget it. Most men just can't begin to understand what an experience like that. I despair of our sex sometimes, Miyake. So, 9 months pass this way. She doesn't leave the house once. Not a single time. He is going frantic with worry. Finally, he asks a psychiatrist for advice. Somehow the shrink concludes she has to be reintegrated into society or risk sinking into self-willed autism. Now, they originally met in their university orchestra. She was a xylophonist, he was a trombonist. So he buys 2 tickets for pictures at an exhibition and day by day erodes away at her resistance until she agrees to come. Cigarette? Excuse me. Daimon leans over to coffee. May I? I could swear there was an ashtray when we sat down. Sure. Thanks so much. The night of the concert, she takes sedatives, they get dressed up, have a candle-lit dinner somewhere high up, and they take their seats in the front row. The trumpet starts, you know. Daimon hums the opening bars and she freezes. Her eyes are ice. Her fingernails sink into his thigh until they draw blood. She starts trembling. Forget the embarrassment, he has to get her out of there before she gets hysterical. Out in the foyer, she tells him. The cymbal player in the orchestra, she swears on her ancestor's tomb that he was the man who attacked her. I notice coffee and velvet are tuned in. I know what you're thinking. Why not go to the cops? 9 cases out of 10, the judge tells the woman she was asking for it by wearing her skirt too high, and the attacker gets away with signing an apology form. She tells him that unless he avenges her honor, she'll throw herself from the top of the Tokyo Hilton. Now, you met him. He's no fool. He does his homework and gets an unregistered gun with a silencer, surgical gloves. One evening, while the orchestra is performing Beethoven's Fifth, he breaks into the cymbalist's apartment. He lives alone with his pet crystals. What he finds backs up her story. Internet printouts, strange items, manacles hanging from the ceiling, a seriously worn and torn inflatable doll. He hides under the bed. After midnight, the cymbalist gets back, listens to his answering machine, has a shower, and gets into bed. My friend has a sense of the dramatic and growls. Even a monster should check under his mattress. Banga banga banga, quite a story. Not over yet. My damn lighter isn't working. Daimon leans over to Coffee, who is already opening her designer handbag. I'm terribly sorry to trouble you, thanks so much. She even lights it for him and then one for me. I nod shyly. Justice is medicinal. You probably remember the local rags who struck the cymbalist. But a successful plan is only a question of planning, and the police have no clues. His wife recovers in a matter of days. She starts teaching at her school for the blind again, chucks out the video games. And come spring, when the Sato Kainen Orchestra goes to Yokohama, this time she insists that they buy front-row tickets. Like before, but happier. He can live with his conscience. He only dispensed natural justice. The state would have done the same if it had sharper cops. They get dressed up, have the candle-lit dinner, and they take their seats in the front row. The string section starts in and she freezes. Her eyes are ice. Her breathing changes. He thinks she's having some sort of attack and manages to get her out into the lobby. What? He asks. The second cellist, it's him, the man who attacked me. What? How about the cymbal clasher I killed last year? She shakes her head like he's crazy. What are you talking about? The second cellist is the attacker, I swear on my ancestor's grave, and if you don't avenge my honor, I'll electrocute myself. Unbelievable, gasps Coffee. Like, what did he do next? Daimon rotates, Coffee crosses her legs, and we become a foursome. Went to the cops, confessed to the cymbal player's murder. By the time he was brought to trial, his wife had accused 9 different men of attacking her, including the minister for golf. Cherry is aghast. Did all that really happen? I swear Daimon blows a wobbly smoke ring. Every word is true. When I get back to the table after placing my order with Santa, Daimon's arm is around Coffee's chair. Like, aha, Coffee pokes out her tongue between her white lips, Santa's little helper. Her face is marshmallowed with cosmetics. Velvet swivels toward me. Her tights whisper and Godzilla wakes up. Yuzu-kun tells me you're in the music biz. I smell her perfume, moistened and salted with sweat. I'm modeling at the moment, doing a series of shoots for Tokyo's biggest chain of body correction clinics. She leans toward me, her lark slim awaiting a flame, and in my nether regions Godzilla rears his fearsome head. Daimon spins his lighter across the table. Velvet's face glows. A whole evening without thinking of Anju, until now. Velvet wraps her arms around my chest as we lean into the first corner, less than a second behind Daimon's Suzuki 950. A Yamaha $1,000 and growls down a gear. The sun-buckled stadium, the golden trumpets, the giant Bridgestone airship. The touch of Velvet's hands makes it hard to concentrate. Daimon clips a row of dancing police cones, and above the din I hear Coffee Puppy squeal. Come on, Velvet whispers in my ear just for me, and her whisper is a love ghost potholing naked in the curves of my inner ear. I feel as hard and full as the Yamaha fuel tank. Coffee whoops. Better than the real thing. Giddy up, Daimon leans into the chicane. Realer than the real thing, he mutters. I follow his drive line, and down the long straight I nearly pass him, but Coffee watches my screen and tells Daimon when to block me. Gotcha. She laughs. I skid through a patch of oil. At 180 kph, Velvet's fingers dig into me. The rear wheel overtakes the front, but I keep my bike on the road. We scissor through the zoo. I glimpse zebras streaming, Monets flowing. Coffee retrieves her cell phone. It beeps, the Star-Spangled Banner, and proceeds to have a conversation about where she is and how totally unbelievable her night is. Recklessly, I lean my Yamaha into the long banking curve. I cut inside Daimon, and we are neck and neck. Say, Miyake, this is as valid or as stupid a test of masculinity as anything else, don't you agree? I risk a side glance, I guess. He flashes a dangerous grin. Like a 21st century duel, comments Coffee, putting her phone back in her bag. For sure, replies Velvet. Miyake is going to make you eat grit, right, Miyake? I say nothing, but her little finger mines my navel and threatens to worm farther down until I say okay. Settled then, replies Daimon and veers into me. Velvet screams as I lose control and slam into an oncoming Jomo fuel tanker. Bang! When the fun-sized nuclear explosion dies down, Daimon and Coffee are disappearing into the distance, small as a period. Nasty accident, tuts Daimon. My Yamaha stutters into second gear. Like ruthless, laughs Coffee. No way he'll catch up now. Daimon glances over at me. Poor Miyake, remember it's only a video game. An absurd idea comes to me, which owes more to 2 whiskeys on 2 beers than original thinking. I skid the Yamaha through a U-turn and discover that, yes, I can drive counterclockwise. The seconds elapsed tick down. The zebras in the zoo stream backward. A programmer as nutty as Suga must have written the software. Velvet's hands tweak my nipples to show approval. We pass the start line. Laps completed reads 1. I tear up the swing bridge. The bike flips up as we leap through space and shudders as we land on the far ramp. Here comes Daimon on his Suzuki. Like what? Daimon begins a sentence with you. I mirror his evasive swerve and skid straight into his headlamp, round as the moon on a bright day. No explosion. Our bikes freeze in mid-tilt. The music stops and the screens die. I am not used to not winning. Daimon gives me a look that would worry me if it were from a stranger. Deep down, you are one sneaky son of a bitch, Miyake. Poor Daimon, remember it's only a video game. Daimon does not smile. Never punch above your weight class. Coffee makes a confused noise. Like where'd the Velocodrome go? I think Velvet dismounts. Miyake busted the video machine big time. Daimon swings off his Suzuki. Let's go. Like where? Coffee slips off. A quiet little place where they know me. Did you know, asks Coffee, if you pluck your nasal hair instead of trimming it you can burst a blood vessel and die. Daimon leads us through the pleasure quarter as if he created it. I am lost, and hope I won't need to find my own way back to the Shinjuku subway. The crowds have thinned a little from before, the pleasure seekers all harder core now. A sports car nudges by, throbbing with bass. Lotus Elise 111, says Daimon. Coffee's cell phone beeps Auld Lang Syne, but she can't hear the caller despite shouting hello a dozen times. Jazz brays through an open door. A line of the hippest people wait outside. I enjoy the envious stares Daimon and I earn. I would die to hold Velvet's hand. I would die if she slapped my hand away. I would die if she wanted me to take it and I never realized. Daimon tells us a long story about misunderstandings with drag queens and Lowe's angels that makes the girls shriek with laughter. But like LA is really dangerous, says Coffee. Everyone has guns. Singapore's the only really safe place abroad. Ever been to LA? Asks Daimon. No, says Coffee. Ever been to Singapore? Asks Daimon. No, says Coffee. So somewhere you have never been is less dangerous than somewhere else you have never been. Coffee rolls her eyes. Like, who says you need to go to a place to know about it? What do you think TV is for? Daimon defers. Hear that, Miyake? This must be feminine logic. Coffee waves her arms in the air. Like long live girl power, we walk down a passageway lit with signs for stand bars where an elevator is waiting. Coffee hiccups. Which floor? The elevator doors close. I shudder with cold. Daimon adjusts his reflection and decides to switch on his good humor. Ninth, Queen of Spades, I have a great idea, let's get married. Coffee giggles and presses 9. I accept, Queen of Spades, like freaky name for a bar. If the floor numbers were not changing, I would not have known the elevator was rising. Coffee picks some fluff off Daimon's collar. Nice jacket. Armani. I'm very choosy about what comes into contact with my skin. That's why I chose you, my divinity. Coffee rolls her eyes and looks at me. Is he always like this, Miyake? You can't ask him, smiles Daimon. Miyake's too good a friend to be honest with you. I look at the 4 reflections of our 4 reflections. Hyperspace hums. Stay in here too long, I say, and you'd forget which one was you. A gong bronzes, the elevator doors open, and Daimon leaps into an abyss of night. Velvet, Coffee, and I sway unsteadily. We are on the roof of a building so high Tokyo has disappeared. Higher than clouds, higher than the wind. The stars are near enough to prod. A meteor arcs around. I see a curtain in the night behind Orion, and the illusion is obvious. We are in a miniature planetarium less than 10 meters across. A gong bronzes and a grapefruit dawn blushes up the sides of the dome from the floor. Like, gasps Coffee, totally unbelievable. Velvet looks quietly impressed. Daimon claps. Miriam, as you can see, I couldn't keep myself away. A woman in an opal kimono and full geisha makeup slips through the curtain. She bows exquisitely. Everything about her is exquisite, from her lacquer hair clip to her sunset slippers. Good evening, Mr. Daimon, a pillow-hushed voice. Her cosmetics conceal whatever is beneath, but from the way she moves I put her in her mid-20s. This is an unexpected pleasure. I know it is, Miriam, I know it is. I heard you were due to be going on an exotic vacation tonight, but here you are still. Well, well. Meet my new bride. He kisses Coffee, who giggles but squirms closer. Do tell me Dirty Daddy isn't on the premises. Would you be referring to whom, Mr. Daimon? Such diplomacy, he stage whispers at me. Miriam is a bona fide pro. The woman glances at me. Mr. Daimon Sr. isn't here tonight, Mr. Daimon. Daimon sighs. That father of mine, off rutting Chizumi again, at his age. Has anyone else around here noticed how fat he's grown? Talk about excess baggage. Does Chizumi dish you the dirt on Mr. Daimon Sr., Miriam? Is the trysting wig on or wig off? Ah, I can see you're not going to answer. Well, if he isn't here, I can worship at the altar of my passion. He encircles Coffee's waist in the Daimon clan's private room. Naturally, the evening's festivities go on Father Ratfuck's bill. Naturally, Mr. Daimon, Mama-san will invoice Mr. Daimon Sr. Why so formal, Miriam? What happened to Yuzu-chan? I'll have to ask you to sign for your friends in the guest book, Mr. Daimon. Daimon waves his hand. Whatever. I ignore an inner voice warning me to get in the elevator and leave right now because I lack excuse or explanation. I am still buzzing with alcohol, but I see something dangerous in the way Daimon, I dunno in the way he is. The moment passes. Daimon sweeps us on. In Daimon we trust. The enchanted land awaits. Miriam, the hostess, leads us through a series of curtained anterooms. I forget which way we faced when we came in. Each curtain is embroidered with a kanji too ancient to read. Finally, we enter a quilted chamber, unchanged since the 1930s. Tapestries of ancient cities hang on the windowless walls. Stiff leather chairs, an unattended mahogany brass bar, a pendulum swinging too slowly, a dying chandelier, a rusty cage with an open door. The parrot inside opens its wings as we pass. Coffee squeals like a rubber sole on varnish. A number of older men sit around in clusters discussing secrets in low voices and slow gestures. Smoke at dusk. Girls and women fill glasses and occupy the arms of the chairs. They are here to serve, not to entertain. Alchemy has distilled all color into the girls' kimonos. Persimmon golds, cathode ray indigos, ladybug scarlets, tundra olives. A ceiling fan paddles the thick heat. In the shadow of a monstrous aspidistra, a piano plays a nocturne to itself at half speed. Wow, says Velvet. Freaky, says Coffee. A powerful odor similar to my hairspray makes me sneeze. Mr. Daimon, a thickly rouged woman, appears behind the bar, and companions, she wears a headdress of peacock feathers and flutters a faded actress's wave. She wears sequined evening gloves. How green and growing you all look, that's young blood for you. Good evening, Mama-san. Quiet for a Saturday. Saturday already. The days don't find their way up this far. Daimon cocks a smile. Coffee and Velvet are welcome wherever there are men's imaginations to strip them, but in my jeans, t-shirt, baseball cap, and sneakers, I feel as out of place as a shit shoveler at an imperial wedding. Daimon clasps my shoulder. I want to take my brother-in-arms here and our imperial consorts to my father's room. Seiyu-chan can show you. Daimon cuts in. His smile is nearly vicious. But Miriam is free. Messages pass between Daimon and Mama-san. Miriam looks away miserably. Mama-san nods and sort of hikes up her face. Miriam turns back and smiles. What joy that would bring me, Mr. Daimon. I mostly drive my Prussian blue Porsche Carrera 4 Cabriolet. I have a weakness for Porsches. Their curves, if you look closely, are exactly those of a kneeling woman bent over in submission. Daimon watches Miriam pour the champagne. Velvet kneels up. What about you, Eiji? We are on Eiji terms. I'm more of a two-wheel sort of person, Velvet bubbles. Oh, don't tell me you drive a Harley, Daimon barks a laugh. How did you guess? Miyake's Harley is his, how can I put it, his pelvic thrust of freedom between gigs, right? You get so much shit in a rock star's entourage, you wouldn't believe it. Groupies, smackheads, drummers, Miyake's been through it all. Splendid, Miriam, you didn't spill a drop. I suppose you get a lot of practice. Tell me, how long has it been you've been holed up here as a waitress? I'm on a hostess. Miriam is ghostly but dignified in the lamplight. The room is intimate and too warm. I smell the girl's perfume and cosmetics and recently laid to Tommy. Come now, Mr. Daimon, ladies never discuss years. Daimon undoes his ponytail. Years, is it? My, you must be very happy here. Well, everyone, now the champagne has been poured, I wish to propose 2 toasts. What are we like drinking to? Asks Coffee. As Miyake here knows, I recently broke free from a female vampire who peels promises the way a whore, and this is an appropriate description, peels condoms on and off. I know exactly the sort of woman you mean, nods Coffee. We understand each other so deeply, sighs Daimon. Shall we get married in Waikiki, Lisbon, or Busan? Coffee toys with Daimon's earring. Busan, The toilet of Korea, poisonous little country, agrees Daimon. You can have that earring. Like great, here's to freedom. We chime our flutes. What's your second toast? Asks Velvet, stroking a chrysanthemum drooping from a vase. Daimon gestures at coffee and Velvet. Why a toast to the flower of true Japanese womanhood? Miriam, you're a woman, you know about these things. What qualities should I look for in a wife? Miriam considers. In your case, Mr. Daimon, blindness. Daimon places his hands over his heart to stop the bleeding. Oh, Miriam, where is your compassion tonight? Miriam is the duck-feeding type, Miyake. She treats her waterfowl with more compassion than her lovers, I hear. Miriam replies, waterfowl are more dependable, I hear. Dependable or dependent, no matter, don't you agree that Miyake and I are the two luckiest men in Tokyo? I cannot meet her stare. I wonder what her real name might be. Only you know how lucky you are, she says. Will that be all, Mr. Daimon? No, Miriam, that will not be all. I want some grass. Instant karma mix. And you know how peckish drugs make me, so bring something peckable in half an hour or so. The room has a Fusuma screen that opens onto a balcony. Tokyo rises from the floor of the night. 4 weeks ago, I was helping my cousin repair Uncle Orange's tea plantation cultivator. Now look. A 6-story can of Kirin Lager beer pours dandelion neon, over and over. Across a light year of streets, buildings, and neon murk, I can see aircraft warning lights pulse on Panopticon's crown. Altair and Vega fade in and out on either side of the Milky Way. Traffic noises ebb up. Velvet leans out. Miles and miles, she says to herself. Her hair shifts in the hot breeze. I do declare, says Daimon, the friend who is giving me all this on a plate, I have rolled the perfect joint this side of the whorehouses of Bogota. And just how would you know? Coffee bends down to light it. I own a dozen. He wriggles out of his jacket and slings it away. Velvet leans out farther. Are those islands or ships? That loop of lights so far away from here? Daimon peers through the railings. Reclaimed land, new airport. Coffee looks. Let's go out there and see how fast your Porsche runs. Let's not. Daimon puckers the joint into life, holds the smoke down, and exhales a happy ah. Coffee kneels, and Daimon holds it to her lips. Uncle Money gave me a stern lecture about drugs and Tokyo that Velvet will make me ignore gladly. Coffee purses her lips as dragon smoke uncurls from her nostrils. Did I tell you? Daimon gazes into the flame of his lighter, that this lighter is a piece of history. It used to belong to General MacArthur during the occupation. Like, sure it did if you say so, scoffs Coffee. I say so, but never mind. Get me a Zabuton, my coffee creamy honey hole. Let your lungs soak up this beauty. We'll drive to Tierra del Fuego and repopulate Patagonia. While Coffee is fetching a cushion from the tatami room, the cell phone in her bag beeps the Moonlight Sonata. Daimon heaves a mighty sigh, irritating, and he passes the joint to me. I give it to Velvet. Daimon answers the phone in a fair imitation of the royal crown prince. I bid you a splendid evening. Coffee dives, giggling. Mine. Daimon scissors her to the floor between his legs. She writhes, giggling, man-trapped. No, I'm terribly sorry, but you can't speak with her. Her boyfriend, really. That's what she told you. How awful. I'm with her later tonight, you see, so go and rent a naughty video, you sad fuck. But first, listen very carefully to this. This is how your death sounds. And he tosses the phone over the balcony. Coffee's giggle has its plug pulled. Daimon smiles wild as a stone toad. You just threw my phone over the railing. Daimon dribbles giggles. I know, I just threw your phone over the railing. It might have hit somebody on the head. Well, scientists warn us that cell phones harm the brain. My phone. Oh, I'll buy you another one. I'll buy you another 10. Coffee weighs up various factors. The most up-to-date model. Daimon grabs the Zabuton, lies back, and does a gangster impression. I'll buy you the factory, Sweetie. Coffee does a little girl pout and holds the champagne glass to her ear. I can hear bubbles. Velvet takes my earlobes in a thumb pinch, pulls my head toward hers, seals my mouth with hers, and marijuana smoke rushes in. Stolen chocolate, smeared and soft. Oh ho 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 ho, observes Daimon. Do that inside you too. It looks like I and my newlywed have been overtaken by the young upstart once again. I open my eyes and gasp and cough. Velvet prods me in the chest, so I go inside. You sit there, she says, pointing to the far side of the low table. A monk in heat, a dog in a cassock. Her forearms glisten with sweat. She blows out the candle. We take solemn turns with the joint and say nothing. Our fingertips might brush. Hers contain an electric current, Bioborg. I make out her outline in the glow of the night city, even filtered through the paper. She doesn't actually touch me, and her demeanor warns me against touching her until she tells me to. The bright tip of the joint travels through the turfy air. Sometimes I am me. Sometimes I am not quite. Pearls, moonstone, teeth, enamel. A time-space irregularity explores my limbs. Onto the dark, I airbrush her breasts, her hair, her face. If I sneezed right now, Godzilla would probably explode in my boxer shorts. You smoke this all the time, her words are twists in the smoke. Ever since my 20th birthday, a scroll doll, droll troll, a bowing chrysanthemum in a vase. So how old are you, Rhodey? I even hear her lush hair hush. 23. You, bitter snowflakes flurry. Lying is so easy. I am 1,000,000 today. One spanky whoop from Velvet and a grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr even though no sound comes out. Then I forget why I was laughing and I sit up again. Keep your hands on the table, she warns me severely. I hate boys whose hands get everywhere. After a couple of attempts, our mouths meet and we kiss for 9 days and 9 nights. The fusuma to the balcony slides open. Velvet and I jump apart. Daimon stands in the moonlight, his torso stripped, with a sort of vampire Miffy the bunny painted across his chest in lipstick. His nipples are Miffy's greedy eyes. Miyake, stoned or boned, wanna swap yet? The shoji to the outer corridor slides open. Miriam stands in the entrance, holding a tray of sticky pearls and cubes of watermelon and lychees. I glimpse shock, anger, and hatred before professional indifference regains control. Miriam, bearing nibblies. Caviar no less. One of her chief assets, Miyake, is her sense of timing. She removes her slippers, steps up, and sets the tray on the table. Pardon me, she withdraws. Oh, Miriam, you don't need me to pardon you, not with your powerful and influential patrons to take care of you. Piglety Coffee appears, doing herself up, supporting the fusuma frame to stop it from collapsing. She sees Miriam. She is used to ordering domestics. Show us to the powder room. Daimon speaks to Eiji, but Eiji finds it hard to concentrate because his head keeps rolling into the corner, so he has to get up and screw it back on. Coffee and Velvet have been in the ladies' room since time began. I use a quiet East Shinjuku love hotel near the park, attached to a 4-star place so you can order up decent food from the kitchen. Eiji is somehow uneasy. Daimon peers in. Not still worried about money. Eiji tries to shake his head but nods it by accident. Money is only this stuff my father has too much of. The girls, thinks Eiji, is it all right? Just to Daimon hears his friend's thoughts, buttons up his shirt and wags a finger. These two are strictly a double act, Miyake. Either both get laid or they both go home to their lavender-scented lacy bedrooms. You back out on me now, and I'll be left with the most expensive wank on my hands since Michael Jackson last played at the Budokan. And yours has at least evolved problem-solving intelligence. Mine has a fashion sense where her brain should be. Eiji is about to say something but forgets what he was going to say the moment before he begins. Girls are like video games, Miyake. You pay, you play, you leave. Eiji is all gratitude. He tries to express this, but his words are flowing out like endless rain into a paper cup. They slither wildly as they make their way across the universe, so he gives up. Another hostess brings the coffee. Who the fuck are you? Daimon demands. The hostess bows. Aya-chan, Mr. Daimon, Miriam-san has become unwell. Daimon snarls. Trot back to Mama-san and remind Mama-san who my father is and what a miserable fuck I can be if I. But his sentence trails off. He pinches the head off the chrysanthemum and pulls off the petals. Forget I said that, Aya-chan. Give this to the ghost of Miriam with my profoundest respects. He hands her the flower stump, which Eiji thinks is sort of cute. Eiji sits in the front of the taxi. Daimon sits in the back with his two concubines. The street's clear. They go over a wide bridge. Atlas holds up his globe in the foyer. Daimon gazes up at the screen showing rooms lit and unlit and prices and presses panels and gets keys. Another elevator ride. Daimon kisses Eiji on the lips and jump shots him into the room behind. A 10-second shower and uncurious porn on pay TV. 9 different types of condom. A pink H flashes on and off outside. Heads on stalks, sunflower heads. Coffee comes in, a lemon towel around her lozenge honey skin, sort of numb somehow now, rather factually the legendary swimming pool of sex laps. She draws the curtain, close your eyes, she says, and slips into bed. Her skin slides out, berries swell, yeah okay you can but you are not to touch me there. Snagged on a twig, yeah okay, does he normally swap over like this? Your friend? Yuzu Daimon. What a name, Yuzu, like the fruit, I guess. Shush. Waxy chocolate, cheap and teeth-biting midriff. Mossy nooks, nervous push. No, I said you are not to touch me there. Godzilla retreats. Nervous of this promised land, sweat tricklets down our back. Hoisting, lowering, raising, all technical stuff, that's it there. Godzilla changes his mind again, roots dig in harder, bows thrash back and forth. Her fingers grasp, her toes find leverage, swimming in the blue, the sheets of blue, billowing and grunty and lethargic. She gasps for air. She dives, winces. And yes, is this all there is? No, and surface and yes, and under and no, and surface and yes, and under and surface, and under coming and coming. If coming you don't wake up before you hit the ground, I wake up in a round bed, alone as a toy tossed away downstairs. This love hotel room is a temple of pink. Not flower pink, awful pink. The curtains are soiled with mourning. I hear jackhammers, traffic crossings, and crows. Husky sunflowers bend in their vase. My head is corkscrewed from temple to temple. My tongue has been salted and sun-dried and shit on. My throat has been attacked by geologists' hammers. My elbows and knees have been friction-burned raw. My groin smells of prawn. The bedsheets are twisted and the undersheet is dashed with crusty blood. So 2 virgins defrocked each other. That groin sneeze was sex. That was no Golden Gate Bridge to a promised land. It was a wobbly plank across a soggy bog. Nobody even gives you a badge to sew on. This room is a public tissue. Love hotels must have the highest sex per cubic meter ratios this side of, where? Paris. I grope for a cigarette, empty. Still, all things considered, I got off lightly. The telephone rings. Daimon calling from the room next door, I bet. Good morning, sir, this is reception. A man brisk and breezy. Morning. This is just to remind you that your suite is booked until 7. My watch is on the bedside. 6:45. Okay. After 7 hourly charges reapply. Okay, I'll be right out. Will you be paying cash or credit, sir? What? When your lady friends left just now, they didn't know if you are paying cash or credit. 2 rooms for all night comes to 55,000 yen, provided nothing is taken from the minibar and that you vacate the room in the next 15 minutes. Cold shock squeezes down my colon. Still brisk, less breezy. So I'm calling up to ensure there has been no kind of unpleasant misunderstanding. Has there? Would vomiting help? I said there is no kind of problem, is there, sir? Not so veiled menace. No, none at all. I'll pay cash, I think. I'll be right down. We'll be waiting for you in the entrance lobby, sir. I get dressed in my gummy clothes and dart into Daimon's room. Nobody. Identical to mine, only on the mirror, scrawled in some sort of jelly, are the characters only a video game. Daimon, you primetime bastard. Miyake, you idiot. I turn out my jeans pockets and find 630 yen in small change. This isn't happening. I try to wake up. I fail, this is definitely happening. I am 54,370 yen short. I need a fantastic plan in the next 9 minutes. I sit on the toilet and shit as I run through my alternatives. 1. You see, the guy I was with, he promised he would pay for everything on his, father's expense account. The Yakuza king places his fingertips together. Eiji Miyake, employed in a lost property office, a position of trust. How fascinated your employers would be to learn how you spend your weekends. I feel it is my civic duty to report this matter unless you are willing to compensate us with certain duties, not all of which, I must warn you, could be described as pleasant. 2. Buntaro, help. I need you to bring me 55,000 yen to a love hotel right now, or you'll have to find another tenant. Not a choice that would pose him much difficulty. 3. The Yakuza king licks his razor blade. So this is the thief who attempted to escape from my hotel without paying for services consumed. I raise my bloodied head and swollen eyelids. My tongue lies in his shaving bowl. If only crises could be flushed away down toilet bowls too. In movies, people escape along rooftops. I try to open the window, but it isn't designed to open, and anyway, I can't crawl down the sides of buildings. I see people in the littered streets and envy every single one of them. Could I start a fire, trigger alarms and sprinklers? I follow the fire alarms to the end of the corridor just so I feel I'm doing something. In the event of fire, smoke alarms will automatically unlock this door. Uncle Tarmac says love hotels are designed to stop people doing runners. The elevator always takes you straight to reception. What else do people do in movies? Out the back way, they hiss. Where is this back way? I try the other end of the corridor. Emergency stairs, no exit. Back ways are through kitchens. I dimly remember Daimon, may his bollocks fester, telling me there was a kitchen. Hotel kitchens are in the basement. I slip through the door and start down the stairs. Stupidly, I look over the handrail. The floor far below is the size of a stamp. The Aoyama escape route. I go as fast and quietly as I can. What will I say if they catch me here? That I get claustrophobic in elevators. Shut up. I get down to the ground floor. A large glass door opens into reception. A huge male receptionist is standing there. An ex-sumo wrestler waiting for me. The stairs continue down one more floor. I can beg for mercy or up the stakes and continue down. The receptionist narrows his eyes, running his finger down a ledger. I slip by the glass door, a statue of Atlas and the globe blocks his line of sight, and creep down the stairs to a door marked staff only. Please let it be open. It doesn't open. I barge it. It judders open. Thank you. Beyond is a stuffy corridor of pipes and fuse boxes. At the end, mops are stacked against another door. I turn the handle and push. Nothing doing. I try to shoulder it open. The door is locked. Worse still, I hear the glass door opening one floor above, and I didn't close the staff-only door behind me. Hey, anyone there, Mr. Sumo? Doom pisses hot dread on my head. What can I do? Desperate, I knock on the locked door. I hear Mr. Sumo's shoes on the steps. Anyone there? I knock again. And suddenly a bolt slides, the door is yanked open, and a chef is glaring at me behind him, a fluorescent-lit kitchen chops and bubbles. You, he snarls, had better, his eyes as friendly as the bed-bound demons in The Exorcist, be the new Musa boy. Huh, tell me you're the new Musa boy. Mr. Sumo is 15 seconds from my jugular vein. Yes, I am definitely the new Musa boy. Well, get in here then. He pulls me through, slams the door behind me, and giving me my first lucky break of the morning, bolts it shut. Head chef Bonky is sewn into his hat. What the hell are you doing turning up for your first morning 45 minutes late, looking like a vagabond? Take off that baseball cap in my kitchen. Behind him, junior chefs and kitchen hands watch the human sacrifice. I take off my cap and bow. I'm very sorry. Cream, steam, mutton, and gas. I see no windows and no doors. How do I get out of here? Head chef Bonky snarls. Master is disappointed, and when master is disappointed, we are disappointed. We run a very tight Ship, he suddenly yells at the top of his voice and blasts what are left of my nerves away. And what do we do to members of the crew who let the ship down? The kitchen staff chants back in an air-punching chorus. To the sharks, to the sharks, to the sharks. I seriously consider giving myself up to Mr. Sumo after all. Follow me, Musaboy. Master will conduct his inspection. I am hustled between shining counters and racks of pans, past a rack of time cards. A door. Please let there be a door. This is where you check in, if Master forgives your disgraceful start. Mr. Sumo must be at the bolted door by now. All these knives worry me. A boy with a sunken nose scrubs floor tiles with a toothbrush. The chef deals him a powerful kick for no apparent reason. We come to a pokey office full of the chug, grind, and kiss of a knife-sharpening lathe. On the far side is an open-door steps lead up to a yard of trash bags. The chef raps on the doorframe and shouts. The new Musaboy has reported for active duty, Master. The lathe dies. Finalment. Master does not turn around. Show the scoundrel in. His voice is far too high for his bulk. The head chef stands aside and prods me forward. Master turns around. He is wearing a blowtorcher's mask that reveals a petite mouth. He holds a cleaver sharp enough to castrate a bull. Leave us, head chef Bonky. Hang the sign on the door. The office door clicks shut. Master tests the blade on his tongue. Why prolong your little deception? Sir, come now, you are not the Musaboy who served me so amply at Jeremiah the Bullfrogs. Lie quick. True, I'm his brother. He got sick, but he didn't want to let down the crew, so he sent me instead. Not bad. How supremely sacrificial. Master advances. Not good. The door touches my back. My pleasure, I say. Do I hear banging? My pleasure. Mine, I tell you, touch it. Moose is springy. I see my face in the black glass of his mask, wondering what exactly the new Musaboy is supposed to do, and what happened to the old one. You are the best in the business, Master. Sudden commotion is loose in the kitchen. There is no guaranteed way around my captor to the yard door. Master pants. I smell liver pâté on his breath. Tweak it. Moose is delicate, slice it. Oh yes, moose is soft, so soft, sniff it. Moose will yield, oh yes, moose will yield. 4 fat fingers swim toward my face. A shout. Hey, irksome, irksome. Master lifts up a tiny curtain next to my head that covers a peephole. His mouth stiffens. He picks up his cleaver, knocks me aside, flings the door open and barges through. Whorehouse vermin, he screams. You have been warned. I glimpse Mr. Sumo throwing assistant chefs over counters. You have been warned, shouts Master. You have been warned what happens to pimps from the dark side who bring herpes and syphilis onto my spotless ship. He hurls his cleaver and I hear a piercing shriek. No point hanging around to examine the damage. I am out through the door, running up the steps, leaping over the plastic garbage bags, scattering through the crows, sprinting across the backyard, down a side street, and I don't stop zigzagging and checking behind me until 7:30. At 7:40, I suddenly know where I am. Omkado Avenue. That zirconium skyscraper is Panopticon. I walk a little farther toward Shinjuku and get to the intersection with Kita Street. Jupiter Cafe. The morning is already shallow frying. I check my money. If I walk back to Ueno, I can afford my submarine back to Kita Senju and buy a light breakfast. Jupiter Cafe is air-con soggy cool. I buy coffee and a pineapple muffin, sit at my window seat, and examine my ghostly reflection in the window. A 20-year-old Eiji Miyake, hair matted with sweat smelling of pot, and apparently sex and sporting. I see to my horror a love bite the size of Africa over my Adam's apple. My complexion has completed its metamorphosis from Kyushu tan to drone paste. The waitress with the most perfect neck is not working this morning. If she saw me in my present condition, I would give a howl, age 9 centuries, and desiccate into a mound of dandruff and fingernails. The only other customer is a woman with a toolbox of makeup studying a fashion magazine. I vow mentally never to stroke another woman again, ever. I savor my muffin and watch the media screen on the NHK building. Missile launchers recoil, cities catch fire. A new Nokia cell phone. Foreign Affairs Minister announces putative WW2 Nanking excesses are left-wing plots to destroy patriotism. Zizi Hikaru washes her hair in Pearl River shampoo. Fly-draped skeletons stalk an African city. Nintendo proudly presents Universal Soldiers. The kid who hijacked a coach and slit 3 throats says he did it to stand out. I watch the passing traffic until I hear a hacking cough. I never noticed Lao Tzu appear. He takes out a pack of Parliament cigarettes but has lost his lighter. Hello again, Captain. I lend him my lighter. Morning. He notices my love bite but says nothing. In front of him is a flip-up video game screen book size but designed in the 23rd century. Brand new VidBoy 310 thou by 10 thou rays, 4 gigabytes, wraparound Sonics, Socrates artificial intelligence chip. Software was launched only last week. Virtua Sapiens. A present from my daughter-in-law. Lao Tzu shifts on his stool on doctor's orders to stave off senility. I slide the ashtray between us. That's nice of her. Lao Tzu flicks ash. You call getting my Cretan son to sell off my rice fields to a supermarket owner nice. So much for filial duty. I let the brat have the land to stop the tax wolves attacking when I die, and this, he prods the machine, is how I get repaid. I got to go shake the hose, you get leaky at my age. Care for a test drive while I'm gone? He slides his VidBoy 3 over the counter toward me and wanders off to the restroom. I take off my baseball cap, plug myself in, and press run. The screen clears. Welcome to Virtua Sapiens. I see you are a new user. What is your online title? Eiji Miyake. Congrats for registering with Virtua Sapiens. Eiji Miyake. You will never be lonely again. Please select a relationship category. Friend, enemy, stranger, lover, relative. Relative. Okay, Eiji. Which relative would you like to meet today? My father, of course. Well, excuse me. Please hold still for 3 seconds while I digitize your face. An eye icon blinks and a microlens built into the screen frame blinks red. Akino, hold extra still while I register your retina. One wall, a floor, and a ceiling appear. A whirlpool carpet bitmaps the floor. Pinstripes unroll up the walls. A window appears with a view of plum blossoms tossing in a spring storm. Curtains of rain blur the glass. I even hear the rain. The room is gloomy. A lamp appears on the left and glows cozy yellow. A see-through sofa appears under the window. The sofa is inked in with zigzags, and in the center of the sofa appears my father, right foot folded on left knee, which looks cool but cannot be comfortable. The program has given him my nose and mouth, but made him jowlier and thinned his hair. His eyes are those of a mad scientist on the eve of world domination. His wrinkles are symmetrical. He is wearing a black dressing gown. He sort of glows, as if he got out of the bath 5 minutes ago. My father leans over to screen right, where a wine bucket appears. He slides the bottle out and reads the label. Chablis, 1993. A crisp, clear, even voice, perfect for weather forecasting. He pours himself a glass, makes a great show of savoring the bouquet, and sort of snorts it through his lips. He winks. An enamel smile flashes. Welcome home, son. Refresh my memory, will you? How long has it been? Never. Actually, his eyebrows shoot up. Such a long time. Time flies like an arrow. What a lot of news we have to catch up on. But you and I will get on like a house on fire. So tell me about school, son. I left. I am 20. He sips his wine, sloshing it around his tongue, and runs a hand back through his hair. Is that so, son? He leans forward toward the screen between us. The resolution is amazing. I flinch backward. So you must be at university, right? Is that a cafeteria I see in the background? I didn't bother applying for university. No parents to pay and no money. My father leans back and lounges a lazy arm over the back of the sofa. Is that so, son? That strikes me as a pity. Education is a wonderful thing. So how do you spend your time exactly? I am a rock star. His eyebrows shoot up. Is that a fact, son? Tell me, are you a successful rock star with fame and fortune, or are you one of the unwashed millions still waiting for your lucky break to come along? Very successful. All over the world he winks and flashes an enamel smile. I know meeting your old man after all this time is tough, son, but honesty is always the best policy. If you are such a big noise in the entertainment world, how come I've never heard of you in Time magazine? I perform under an alias to protect my privacy. He knocks back the rest of his wine. It isn't that I don't believe you, son, but could you tell me your alias? I want to boast about my rock star son to my buddies and bank manager. John Lennon. My father slaps his knee. The real John Lennon was assassinated by Mark David Chapman in 1980. Therefore, I know you are pulling my leg. Mind if I change the subject? He comes across all serious and puts down his glass. Time for a father and son heart-to-heart, is it? We don't have to be afraid of our feelings anymore. Tell me what's on your mind. Who are you exactly? Your father, son. But as a human, who are you? My father refills his glass. Lightning fuses the sky, the plum blossom scratches the window pane, and the purple on gray is transformed to black on titanium white. I guess the program needs more time to respond to unlikely or general questions. My father chuckles and places his feet together. Well, son, that is one big question. Where would you like me to begin? What sort of man are you? My father rests his left foot on his right knee. Let me see. I'm Japanese, 50 next birthday. By profession, I am an actor. My hobbies are snorkeling and wine appreciation. But fear not, all these details will come to light as our relationship unfolds, and I trust you'll be visiting again soon. I would like to introduce you to a special person. What do you say? Okay, the screen pans to the right past the wine bucket. A woman in her late 30s sits on the floor, smoking, humming snatches of Norwegian wood between drags. She is wrapped in a man's shirt and black leggings hug her shapely legs. Long hair flows down to her waist. She has my eyes. Hi, Eiji. Her voice is tender and pleased to see me. Can you guess who I might be? Snow White. She smiles sideways at my father and puts out her cigarette. I see you have your father's sense of humor. I'm your mother. But mommy dear, you haven't seen daddy for 17 years. The program processes this unexpected input while the storm headbutts the window. My mom lights another cigarette. Well, we had a few fences to mend, I admit, but now we get on like a house on fire. So you finally ran out of suckers to give you money. That hurts, Eiji. My virtual mother turns away and sobs alarmingly like my real one, a sort of dry, hidden quaking. I am typing in an apology, but my father responds first. He speaks in a slow and threatening thespian lilt. This is a home, young man, not a hotel. If you can't keep a civil tongue in your head, you know where the door is. What a pair of virtual parents the program generated for me. They are thinking, what a virtual son reality generated for us. The plum blossoms suffer wear and tear in the unseasonal weather. Hello, wakey, anybody home? A man in Jupiter Cafe shouts so loud he drowns out the sound of the virtual rainstorm. Wrong change, little lady. If you never learn to add up, they shouldn't let you on a register. I unplug myself and turn around to see what the fuss is about. A grizzly drone in a stained shirt snarls at the girl with the most perfect neck in creation. When did she get here? She stares back, surprised but unfazed. Donkey is washing dishes, staying out of trouble while my girl struggles to be polite with this human hog. You only gave me a 5,000 yen note, sir. Listen to me, girlie. I gave you a 10,000 yen note, not 5, 10. Sir, I am quite sure. He rears up on his two hind legs. You saying I'm fibbing, girlie? No, sir, but I am saying you are mistaken. You a feminist. The line of customers ruffles uneasily, but nobody says anything. I gave you a 10,000, you abortion bucket. Correct change. Now, she pings open the register. Sir, there isn't even a 10,000 note in here. Hog slavers and twitches his tusks. So, you steal from the register as well. Maybe I am still semi-stoned from the hash, or maybe Virtua Sapiens reshuffled my sense of reality, but I find myself walking over and tapping the guy on his shoulder. He turns around. His mouth is one bent sneer. Hog is larger than I thought, but it is too late to back out, so I attack first and hardest. I douse his face with coffee and headbutt his nose, really, really hard. Christmas lights flicker in my eyes. Hog backs off, leaking a bubbly noise. Blood trickles from his nose through his fingers. I steady myself and my hand gropes for something to brandish. The pain in my forehead crushes my voice jagged. Get out right now or I'll smash your fricking teeth into tiny fricking splinters with. I look at what I'm holding, this ashtray. I must look deranged enough to mean business after wheezing about police and assault in a beaky voice. Hog retreats. The customers look on. Lao Tzu pats my shoulder. Neat work, Captain. Donkey comes over to her coworker, all concern. Are you okay? I didn't know what was going on. The waitress with the perfect neck slams shut the register and glares at me. I could have handled him. I know, I reply. The Christmas tree lights fizz dangerously. But thank you anyway. She gives me a cautious semi-smile, so when the Christmas lights fuse I have something to take my mind off the pain. I sit back down and pain buys up my head. I wonder if my mother drank at Jupiter Cafe during her time in Tokyo. Maybe after Anju and I were born, maybe in this very seat, waiting for a summons from Akiko Kato. Panopticon drones work Sundays too. A steady stream files in and out of the building. Nearly 2 weeks have passed since my abortive stakeout and my father is still lost in Tokyo. Could be in a distant suburb, could be that guy reading the sports pages on the next table. Lao Tzu is 2 stools along, plugged into his nutty game. Hi. The waitress with the most perfect neck holds a coffee jug. Refill. No more money, I'm afraid. Times must be hard. But this is payment in kind for security services rendered. Then I would love a refill. Thank you, she pours. I watch. She asks, how is your head? I lean on my elbow and cover my throat to hide my love bite. Fine. Anything else? Anything else? Another muffin, I'll pay for it. What I would love if you wouldn't mind my pain makes me braver than I would normally dream of being is your name. That cautious smile never comes quickly. Eiji Miyake, what a cool name, and yours, Eiji Miyake, not so cool. Eiji Miyake, says Eiji Miyake, and I feel loads better. She studies the bash on my forehead. Doesn't it hurt like crazy when you headbutt somebody? Not if you know what you're doing, apparently. So you don't go around headbutting people every day. That was my first headbutt. A historic occasion. The intersection lights go green and the traffic buzzes and swarms into the haze. Where else have I seen you, Eiji Miyake? The day of the storm, 2 weeks ago. You thought I was well, I was, I suppose, listening into your phone call at the end of your shift. I was sitting here for a couple of hours, but don't worry, I am completely stable. Yeah. Eiji Miyake thinks back, nodding. I remember. Damn bioborgs. Lao Tzu swears at the Vidby 3. I'm on my break. Mind if I sit here? Do I mind? Sure. And to my joy and mortification, I am so gunked up from a night with a stranger in a love hotel, I find the girl with the most perfect neck in creation sitting beside me, engaging me in conversation. So, did you meet up with whoever you were waiting for on the day of the storm? No, not yet. Girlfriend. I work from the abridged version and leapfrog Akiko Kato. Relative. How long have you been looking? 3 weeks. 3 weeks since you arrived in Tokyo. How do you know? Her cheeks dome and her eyes crescent. I love smiles like this. Your accent, you'll lose it in 6 months. Where are you from? You won't have heard of where I'm from. Try me. Yakushima, an island off southern Kyushu where the jaman cedars grow, the oldest living things in the eastern hemisphere. Of course I've heard of Yakushima. So how are you finding Tokyo, this difficult town? Tokyo, this difficult town. How cool is that? Full of surprises, sometimes lonely, mostly weird. I can't walk in a straight line. I keep bumping into people. You have to stop thinking about walking, like catching peanuts in your mouth. Think about it, you miss. How do you know your relative passes by here? I don't really. I don't even know what he looks like. Is he a distant relative? I wouldn't want to bore you. Do I sound bored? Why not look in the telephone book? To know his name even. Ai Imajo frowns. And does he know your name? Yes. Place an ad in the personal columns. Relatives of Eiji Miyake, please contact this PO box. That kind of thing. Most Tokyoites read the same 3 or 4 newspapers. Your relative might not read it himself, but somebody else might. You're looking dubious. I think hard. Ai Imajo studies me. What? Oh, I love being studied by this girl. I have no idea. That smile again, slightly bemused now. I have no idea what? No idea why I never thought of that. Which newspapers? "O wild man of Kyushu," says Buntaro back at Shooting Star, "your eyes are a pair of piss holes in the snow. My landlord is eating a blueberry-blooded popsicle. On the video screen, a man in a black suit walks through a desert. A bottleneck guitar swirls with the tumbleweed. The black suit needs a dry cleaning and the man needs a shave and a shower. Morning. What's the movie? Paris, Texas, by Wim Wenders." Buntaro piles in the last of the popsicle before it collapses down his hand. I watch for a while longer. Not much happens in Paris, Texas. Sort of slow, isn't it? Buntaro licks his hand. This kid is an existentialist classic. Man with no memory meets woman with a striking presence. So, how was your night? No memory or striking presence. You can't fool me, you know. I was young myself once. You are a quick worker, though, I got to grant you that. 2 weeks in the big bad city and already harvesting the more fragrant sex. I sort of ran into friends. Yeah, speaking of friends, I saw a monster cockroach earlier. Take it up with my landlord. Seriously, I thought it was a hairless rat. Then it twitched its antlers. I tried to splat it, but it took off and flew up the stairs. Vanished under your door quicker than you could say, "In the name of all that is holy, what is that thing?" Maybe your starving cat ate it. Maybe it ate your starving cat. I fed my starving cat before I went out. Good to see Buntaro getting used to the idea of cat living in my capsule. Aha, so your tryst was planned. My head throbs. Leave me alone, I beg, please. Was I knocking you? Empty what's full, fill what's empty, scratch what itches. But what is that unidentified red patch covering your throat? Attack is defense. Your fly is way open. Who cares? The dead bird does not leave the nest. The bird can't be that dead. Look at your wife. The bird is dead. Look at my wife. Huh. You'll see what I mean one day, my boy. I'm about to go upstairs when 3 high school boys march in. The leader asks me, "You got Virtua Sapiens?" "Never heard of it," says Buntaro. "The sequel of Homo." "What?" "It's a video game," I explain, "out last week." The second in command ignores me. "Got broadsword of Zycorum then." "No software, all videos." "Told ya," says the leader, and they troop out. "You're welcome, guys." Buntaro watches them go. "You know, Miyake, I have it on reliable authority, baby, and you. No less that the average Japanese father spends 17 minutes per day with his kid. The average grammar school boy spends 95 minutes per day inside video games. A new generation of electronic daddies. When Kodai is born, he is getting his bedtime stories from his parents, not from sicko, druggo, psycho, freako programmers. I'm already getting ready my big fat no for when Kodai comes running for a video game machine thing. What if he comes running in tears because none of the kids in his class will talk to him because his daddy's too mean to buy him a game system? Buntaro frowns. I never thought of that. What did your dad do? He was in another part of the country. What about your mom then? One little lie leads to another. I had my soccer club. Anyway, I need to, get cleaned up. I climb up to my capsule, shower. By the time I towel myself dry, I am sweaty enough for another shower and unroll my futon. I lie down, but sleep is not coming. Ai Imajo keeps floating up. Her supple neck, her smile. She says my name. I get up and try to do some bottleneck guitar chords, but my fingers are rusty. I check the cockroach motel. Only one guest, a baby. Cockroach has spread the word about motel hospitality. Cat comes back and laps her water dish dry. I fill it up, but she laps it dry again. Later I go out to buy the Tokyo Evening Mail. I take the submarine into Uno and find a quiet place in the park to fill out the classified ad box. I make several false starts. It is crucial that I don't write anything that will provoke my stepmother or make it look like I want money. Finally, I'm satisfied with Plan C, a short, simple message. I'll post it tomorrow during my lunch break. I suck a champagne bomb. Uno Park is full of families, kids, couples, old people, rings of foreigners, Brazilians, maybe Chinese, each nationality on its own patch of territory. Museum goers, photographers, skateboarders. Cicadas in the trees, babies under the trees, an amusement park through the trees. Oily pigeons. Velocidrome motorbikes rip around the far perimeter. The air is cotton candy, incense, zoo, and octopus dumpling flavored. I walk down to Shinabazu Pond to watch people feed the ducks. I lie down against a tree and put mind games on my Discman. It is the hottest afternoon in the history of September. I watch clouds. Here comes Picture Lady arguing with an invisible companion. I wonder if I will ever find the guts to ask AI Imajo out on a date. I watch a young woman feeding the ducks bread crusts from a paper bag. She has a stack of library books on her bench. I drowse. The woman wheels her bicycle over as if she wants to talk to me. She studies my face. I press stop on my Discman and park noises flood back. No, she finally says, this is not just one of those coincidences. I'm sorry, she shakes her head in disgusted disbelief. Daimon is actually spying on me. I prop myself up. Who are you? She sets her face hard. I do not need this. Her finger curses me as she hisses. Tell him to stay away from me. Tell him to sell his fantasies to his squeaky schoolgirls. Tell him he is worth nothing. Tell him my country stopped being a Japanese colony at the end of the last war. Tell him if he tries to call, I'll change my number. Tell him that if he shows his face at my apartment, I'll call the police. Tell Yuzu Daimon to leave me alone. And all of this applies to you too. Ducks honk. All at once I understand. This woman is Miriam, the hostess at Queen of Spades. The woman who didn't meet Yuzu Daimon at the video arcade yesterday evening. The woman I helped Daimon get even with. This is awful. I swear, I begin. I had no idea. I wasn't spying on you just now. Ducks flap by. I never realized. This is all a mistake. I had no idea you would be here. How could I? I don't even know Daimon really. First, the sycamore tree blip spokes. Second, it sinks in that she kicked me hard and straight and true in the balls. Third, I writhe on the ground as acorns of agony spatter down around me. Fourth, I hear her voice, cold enough to freeze the pond. I know exactly who you are, Eiji Miyake. You are a leech who tells lies for a living, exactly like your father. She walks to her bike. I try to ignore the pain and replay her last line. Wait, she is already cycling away. I wobble to my feet. Your father, she said. Wait. She is pedaling away over the causeway between the duck pond and the boating lake. I try to run, but the pain takes my breath away. Miriam, wait. Mothers with pushchairs turn to look. A bunch of motorbike kids watch and laugh. Even the ducks laugh. Miriam. I crouch down, defeated, and watch her disappear into mirages and spray from the fountains. She knows my father. I want to feel hope, but I want to bawl with frustration. I hobble back to my stuff, where I find one thing more, lying in the dust between the roots of the sycamore. A library book that fell when Miriam crippled me. What book is it? I can't read a word. It is in Korean. In the Shibuya backstreets, I am lost in no time. Last night and this afternoon seem weeks, not hours apart. This grid of narrow streets and bright shadows and the pink quarter of midnight seem to be different cities. Cats and crows pick through piles of trash. Brewery trucks reverse around corners. Water spatters from overflow pipes. Shibuya's night zone is drowsing, like a hackneyed comedian between acts. My eyes begin to get lost in the signboard's wild orchid. Yamato Nade Shiko, Max, Dickens, Yumi Chan's. Even if I happened to find Queen of Spades, search fatigue would probably stop me seeing. I left Shooting Star without my watch, and I have no idea how fast the afternoon is passing. My feet are aching and I taste dust. So hot. I fan myself with my baseball cap. It makes no difference. An old mama-san waters marigolds in her third-story window box. When I look back at her, she is still watching me absently. The phone booth is a safari of porn and smells of never-washed trousers. You don't need to buy sex mangas in Tokyo, just find the nearest pay phone. I and my cousins would have saved a fortune. All the shapes and sizes I ever imagined, and lots of others too. Threesomes, foursomes, S&M, high school review, special silver service for octogenarians. Information, answers a woman. What city, please? Tokyo. What area, please? Shibuya. And the name, please? Miss Manila Sunrise pouts over 2 beach balls. No, surely, name, please. They can't actually be her actual bodily name, please. Sorry, I'm trying to track down a bar. Queen of Spades. Queen of Spades, 1 moment, please. Keyboard taps. Miss Whippy Cream licks the froth off her stilettos. Keyboard taps. Queens of England. Queer sauna. Sorry, nothing. Are you sure it was there last night? Could it be a new number? Mrs. Mop rides a broom, speech ballooning. In, out, shake it all about. New numbers are added to the computer as they are registered. So if Queen of Spades isn't on your computer, then it must be unlisted. Weird. What kind of bar wants to hide its telephone number? A very exclusive one, I imagine. Sorry, but I can't help you. Oh well, thanks for trying. I hang up. One big card is handwritten in childish letters. It has no telephone number. If you want to meet me, I'm standing outside. I look around. She looks right at me through the glass. 16, 15, 14. Her eyes have a damaged look. She presses her lips softly against the glass. I scuttle away faster than cockroach. The police box door is stiff. I have to grind it open. Ancient Aum Shinrikaya wanted posters. Dial 110 posters. Join the police and serve Japan posters. One offer, I'll pass, thanks. Filing cabinets. The same black and white clock with the gliding second hand you get in all government buildings. A Citibank calendar, rustling in the breeze from the paddling fan. The cop is tilted back with his hands behind his head, deep in meditation. One eyelid rises. Son, excuse me, I'm looking for a bar. You're looking for a bar. His words leak from the side of his mouth. Yes. Will any bar do, or does it have to be one bar in particular? I'm looking for one bar in particular. You're looking for one bar in particular. Yes. A sigh as long as the end of the world. The other eyelid rises. 2 bloodshot eyeballs. A long silence. He leans forward, his chair screeches, and he slowly unfolds a map on the desk. Upside down. Name, Eiji Miyake. A long stare. Not your name, genius, the name of the bar. Sorry, Queen of Spades. The cop focuses and darkens. You are a member of this bar, I swallow. Not exactly. I went there last night. He frowns as if I am being evasive. Somebody took you, I nod. Yeah. He peers at me from another angle. And you want to go back, why? I need to speak to a sort of friend who works there. You need to speak to a sort of friend who works there. How old exactly did you say you were? I, didn't. I know you didn't, genius. That is why I asked. How old are you? What is this about? I'm 20. Nervously, I open my wallet and hand over my driver's license. The cop scrutinizes it. Eiji Miyake, resident of Kagoshima Prefecture in Tokyo to work. I nod. He reads. Date of birth, September 9th. You were 20 yesterday, correct? Correct. So upon visiting said bar you were under the minimum legal drinking age, correct? I went a Queen of Spades yesterday, on my birthday. You went a said bar yesterday, on your birthday. All I want is the address of this place, officer. He searches my face for clues for a long time. Eventually he hands back my license. Then all I can suggest is you obtain said address by calling said sort of friend. Queen of Spades is not listed on any map of mine. The end. I bow and leave, struggling to slide the door shut as he memorizes my face. I admit defeat. My legs are about to unscrew and fall off. I explored every street and alley in Shibuya, twice at least, but Queen of Spades is no longer here. I buy a can of Calpies and a packet of 7 stars and sit down on a step. Could I find Daimon back at the pool hall? No. He will avoid the place for a long time to avoid me. If only Miriam had said she knew my father last night. How did she know my name? Because Daimon mentioned it several times. Miyake is pretty common, though. Daimon signed me in, and she must have seen the weird kanji for Eiji. My father must have talked about me. I swig from my can and light a 7-star. My father moves in these exclusive club circles about the only thing I know about him is his wealth. I imagine smoke swirling in my lungs, dust in sunny mine shafts. Bumping into Miriam at Shinabazu Pond, not so outlandish, really. She feeds ducks. How many places can you feed ducks in Tokyo? I balance my cigarette on the lip of the can and flick through Miriam's dropped library book. Wow, being kicked in the balls by the same woman who hostesses my father. No, something is wrong. All these coincidences are too weird. Still, finding where they join into an explanation is a sort of plan D. I wonder if my father is a womanizer, like Daimon's father seems to be. I always imagined him as a sort of faithful adulterer. Still, I am here to meet him, not judge him. The cigarette rolls off the can, which, all on its own, has begun to vibrate, wobble, and fall over. The ground groans, windows sing, buildings shake. Shit, I shake. Adrenaline seeps. A million sentences drop dead. Elevators die. Millions more Tokyoites dive under tables and into doorways. I curl into a sort of ball, already flinching under the mass of falling masonry and the whole city, and I hurl up shining prayers to anyone, God, gods, kami, ancestors who might be listening. Stop this, stop this, stop this now, please, please, please don't let this be the big one, not the big one, not today, not now, not another Kobe, not another 1917, not today, not here. Calpies runs in a delta over the thirsty sidewalk. Buntaro told me you get vertically oscillating earthquakes and horizontally oscillating ones. Horizontal ones are okay. Vertical ones floor cities. But how do you tell one from the other? Who cares? Just stop. The earthquake stops. I uncrouch, newborn and dumb, not believing it quite yet. Silence. Breathe. Relief tests its feeble muscles. People switch on their radios to find out if it was just a local snore or if Yokohama or Nagoya has been rubbled off the map of Japan. I light my can and light another cigarette. Then I see something else I can't trust myself to believe, quite yet. Across the road from my step is the entrance to a passageway. The passageway runs into the building and ends at an elevator. Next to the elevator is a signboard. On the signboard next to number 9, 2 trapezoid eyes stare straight back at me. I know those eyes, the eyes of the Queen of Spades. The elevator doors open with a bronze gong. A bucket of soapy water stands beside the projector. A woman in dungarees is cleaning tiny holes in the planetarium with a toothpick. She glances at me from her stepladder, obviously not worried by the possibility of aftershocks. We open at 9, I'm afraid, sir. Then she sees how scuzzy my clothes are. Not another trendy young sales geek, please, so I skip the pleasantries too. I was hoping I could have a quick word with Miriam. I am scanned. Who are you exactly? My name is Miyake. I was here last night with Yuzu Daimon. Miriam was our hostess. I just need to ask her one question, then I'll go. The woman shakes her head. I think you'll go right now, actually. Please, I'm not a psycho or anything, please. Miriam isn't working tonight anyway. Can I just have her telephone number? She toothpicks a hole. What is this question of yours? A personal one. I have never been so looked at until today. She jerks her thumb toward the curtain door. You'd better speak to Shiori. I thank her and make my way through to the smoking chamber. The tapestries are rolled up and sunlight leans against the windows in solid bars. Women in t-shirts and jeans sit around slurping some noodles. A mechanical parrot is being operated upon by a fragile lady. When I enter, all conversation stops. "Yeah?" asks one of the girls. The girl in the entrance told me to ask for Shiori. "That's me." She pours herself some oolong tea. "What do you want?" "I need to speak with Miriam." "She isn't working today." Another girl rearranges her chopsticks. "You were here last night, one of Yuzu Daimon's guests." "Yes." The vibes turn from indifference to hostility. Shiori washes out her mouth with tea. "So he sent you over to see how his little prank went down, did he?" "I don't understand," says another, "how he gets a kick out of the way he treats her." Another girl chews a chopstick blunt. "The way I see it, if you think Miriam is going to want to be in the same room as you, you are crazy. I had no idea there was anything between them." "Then you are a blind moron." "Fine, I am a blind moron, but I have to speak to Miriam about something." "What is so urgent exactly?" "I can't talk about it. Something she said." The women fall quiet as the parrot woman puts down a tiny screwdriver. "If you wish to speak with Miriam, you need to become a member of this club." I realize she is the mama-san from last night. Prospective members must collect 9 nominations from existing members, excluding Yuzu Daimon, who is now barred. The application fee is 3 million yen non-returnable. If the selection committee approves your application, the first annual payment is 9 million yen. Upon receipt of this, you are free to ask Miriam anything you wish. In the meantime, tell Yuzu Daimon he would be wise to leave the city for a long time. Mr. Morino is most displeased. "Could I just leave a note for no, you can just leave?" I opened my mouth. I said, "You can just leave." "Now what?" Masanobu Suga, the receptionist at Imperial University, looks blank. "A student." "But it's 4 in the afternoon on Sunday. He'll probably be having breakfast." "He's a postgraduate computers." "In that case he won't have gotten out of bed yet." Her colleague leans over and mouths, "Flake face." "Oh, him, Suga, yeah, go on up, 918. Another elevator. The doors open at the 3rd floor and some students get in. I feel as though I am an enemy intruder. They carry on their conversation. I had imagined students only ever talk about philosophy, engineering, and whether love is something sacred or merely sexual programming. They are discussing the best way of getting past the Hydra in Zack's Omega and Red Plague Moon. So this is where the top students in my high school were bound. I summoned the courage to tell the students to attack the Hydra with the flamethrower, but the doors open for the 9th floor. I always thought universities were wide and flat. In Tokyo, they are tall and thin. The corridor is deserted. I walk up and down a few times trying to figure out how the room numbers work. Perhaps this is a part of the entrance examination. Finally, I see Masanobu Suga. "Abandon hope, all Microsofters who enter here." I knock. "Enter." I push the door open. The air stinks of armpit, and the Doryman bedspread over the window keeps the room as dank and dark as one. Bongo drums, manuals, magazines, computer equipment, a Zizi Hikaru poster, a pot containing a stump, a complete set of manga entitled Vulvavators from Cloud 9, a pile of dead cup ramen packs, and a mountain range of paper files. At UNO Lost Property, Suga was forever harping on about paperless offices. The man himself is in the corner, hunched over his keyboard. Tappity tap 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 tappity beepity beep beep beep. Shit. He swivels around and peers at his visitor. He works to access my face and name, though only 9 days have passed since Suga quit UNO. "Miyake, you said I could come and see you sometime." Suga frowns. "But I never thought you actually would. How is the lost property business?" Mrs. Sasaki still freezing the ground beneath her feet. "And did you see Aoyama's final dive on TV? It was all over the news until that high school kid went and busjacked the holiday coach. See that? Cut the passengers' throats. Goes to show, if you're going to perform a dramatic suicide like Aoyama, schedule it clear of any major news stories." "Suga, I came to, you're lucky I'm in. Pull up a chair. You might find one under never mind, sit on that box. I got back from my week at IBM yesterday. You should see their labs. They put me on the phone line help desk to wipe asses. Deep grief. I wanted to be in R&D to check out the new stuff, right? It took me a few minutes to hatch my escape plan. My first call comes in, this bumpkin from Akita with an accent even thicker than yours, no offense. I'm having some trouble with my computer, screen's all blank. Oh dear, sir, can you see the cursor? The what? The little arrow, sir, that tells you where you are. Don't see no arrow, don't see nothing, screen's all blank, I tell ya. I see, sir, is there a power indicator on your monitor? On my what? On your monitor, sir, the TV. Does it have a little on light? No light, no nothing. Sir, is the TV plugged into the wall? No idea, can't see nothing, I tell ya. Not even if you crane your head around, sir. How could I? It's as black as night in here, I'm tellin' ya. Maybe it would help if you turned the lights on, sir. I tried, but they won't come on. The electric company is testing all the wiring and there won't be no power until 3 o'clock. I see, sir. Well, I have good news. You do? Yes, sir. Do you still have the boxes the computer came in? Never throw nothing away. Splendid, sir. I want you to pack your computer up and take it back to the store you bought it from. Is the problem that serious then? I'm afraid it is, sir. What do I tell 'em at the shop then? Are you listening carefully, sir? I am. Tell them you're too much of a shit for brains to own a computer, and then I hang up. That was your escape plan. I know my calls are monitored by the moron in charge of me, right? Plus, I know they know I'm too valuable to chop. So the supervisor agreed my talents might be more profitably employed in another department. I suggested R&D and off I went. Miyake, what is that thing you're carrying? A pineapple. I thought so. Why are you carrying a pineapple? This is a present. I thought they came in cans. Who are you giving a live pineapple to? You. Me. Suga is mystified. What do you do with them? People slice them into chunks with a knife and eat them. Suga suddenly beams. Hey, thanks. I forgot lunch. Guess where I am? He nods at his computer and pulls a beer free from its six-pack. I shake my head. French nuclear energy. Their anti-hacking tech is Iron Age. I thought your holy grail is in the Pentagon. Oh shit. Suga hisses, beer everywhere. It is. The French are zombies. Zombies? I know their Pacific nuclear tests suck, but Suga shakes his head. Zombies. No hacker worth his silicon ever hacks directly. We hack into a zombie computer and go fishing from there. Often, we zombify another zombie via the first. The hotter the target, the longer the zombie conga. Time to get to the point. I have a favor to ask, a delicate one. What do you want me to hack into? He looks at me as he swigs his beer. I realize there is a whole lot more to Suga than I judged. I judge people too fast. I get out the library book that Miriam dropped in the park. This might be difficult, Suga, but could you get into a Tokyo library computer and look up the address of the person who has borrowed this book? Suga wipes away the beer froth. You must be joking. Can you do it? Can I piss straight when I whiz? Miriam's Korean name is Kang Hyo-yeon. She is 25 and has 3 books on loan from the library service. I take an overground train to her apartment in Funabashi. It is a rundown neighborhood but sort of friendly. Everything needs a new coat of paint. I ask a woman who works in a cake shop next to the station where I can find Miriam's address, and she draws me a map and says goodbye with a crafty wink. I walk past a long row of bicycle stalls, turn a corner, and there is the sea, for the first time in a month. Tokyo Bay Sea Air has a gasoline tang. Cargo ships lie berthed, loaded and unloaded by cranes with 4 legs and llama necks. Fiery weeds sprout from wrinkled tarmac. A yakiniku restaurant smokes the evening with meat and charcoal. A garage band rehearses a song called Sonic Genocide. A taxi driver stands in a corner of the quay, rehearsing his golf swing, watching imaginary holes-in-one land in the calm evening. A window-grilled pawn shop, a bright curry shop, a laundromat, a liquor store, a gate ball ground, and Miriam's apartment. It is an old 3-story affair. I smoke a 7-star in a record few drags. The first floor has already been abandoned. The metal stairs jangle as I climb up. One decent typhoon and the whole structure would be blown clean across Hokkaido. Here it is, 303. Her face appears in the gloom above the door chain. She slams the door. I hammer, embarrassed. I crouch down to speak through the mail slot. I brought your library book. You dropped it in the park. This has nothing to do with Daimon. Miriam, I don't even know him, please. No reply. A dog with its head in a lampshade walks past. Its overweight owner is several paces behind, panting. He scowls, daring me to laugh. Bob had his bollocks lopped off. The restraint is to stop him licking where he shouldn't. He unlocks the apartment next to Miriam's and disappears. Miriam's door opens. She is smoking. I am still crouched down. The door chain is still on. Here is your book. She takes it. Then she silently judges me. You gave Daimon my message. I tried to tell you I don't know Daimon. She shakes her head in frustration. Why do you keep saying that? If Daimon didn't send you, how did you know where to come? I got your address from the library. She accepts this without me needing to explain the illegal part. And so you returned my book from the kindness of your heart. Not only that, no. So what do you want? She shifts, and reflected amber light catches the side of her face. I understand why Daimon fell in love with her. I understand nothing else. Do you really know who my father is? What? UNO Park, you talked about my father as if you know him. He's a regular at the club, of course I know him. I swallow. What is his name? What are you talking about? Your father is Yuzu Daimon's father. Plan C buckles past its crumple zone. He told you that. Oh, it all falls into place now. Plan C was a fat name for a skinny little lie. He signed you into Queen of Spades as his stepbrother. Your father keeps a couple of mistresses at any one time, so you aren't the first one. I look away, hardly able to believe this. No, this is all too easy to believe. You are not his brother, Miriam probes. That was all Daimon bullshit. My father rejoins the unknown millions. I don't answer her, she sort of yowls. That selfish, stupid jerk just to get back at me. Listen, Eiji Miyake, whoever you are, look at me. She stubs out her cigarette. Queen of Spades is not an ordinary place. If you ever go back there, bad things could happen to you. Oh hell. This could be very bad. By admitting you Daimon well, he broke a major rule. Normally, male guests are blood relatives only. Listen to me. Do not go back there ever. Steer clear of Shibuya, in fact. And do not come back here ever. Understand? No, I do not really understand, but what can I do but nod? She closes the door. It is the last moment of the day. The sunset would be beautiful if I were in the mood. A dying SF movie sun sits on a Warner Cinema multiplex. I wonder what subway line takes you to that sort of sunset, and what station you need to get off at. I amble back the way I came and find a video arcade. Inside are a whole row of full-sized 2084 machines doing brisk business with school kids. Zack's Omega and Red Plague Moon has moved on. Today has been a bad day. I change a 1,000 yen note into 100 yen coins. Photon fire bursts around me, and my final comrade falls. I get the prison guard in my sights and fricassee him. Eerie silence. Is the shooting finally over? 8 stages since the red door. The metal walkway clanks as I walk over the pile of guards and fallen rebels. It is down to me. Here is the prison door. Prisoner Ned Ludd, crime, cyberterrorism. Sentence, life incarceration. Security access, orange. Inside is my father, the man who will free humanity from the tyranny of Outernet. The revolution to reverse reality starts now. I fire the open pad and the door slides sideways. I enter the cell. Darkness. The door slides shut and the lights come on. Outernet intelligence officers with old-fashioned revolvers. I open fire, but my photon gun is dead. The whole cell is a dampening field. Somewhere I took the wrong turn. Somewhere I failed to read the sign. Before my eyes, my energy bar shrinks to 0.01. I cannot move. I cannot even stand. A man, I recognize him. He is the farmer from the soy farm during my waking hours, walks over, loosening his tie. My name is Agent K00996363E. The revelation is this: Player I81927227I. Ned Ludd is a project created by Outernet to detect anti-game tendencies among players and assess their potential danger to Outernet. Your susceptibility to indoctrination is evidence of defective web programming. The very idea that ideology can ever defeat the image is proof of insanity. Outernet will reprocess your wetware in accordance with propagation of Game Law 972 Hij. This grieves me, I-81, but it is for your own good. He brings his face up close. It is not hateful. It is tender and forgiving. Game over. 4 reclaimed land. So this is how I die, minutes after midnight on reclaimed land somewhere south of Tokyo Bay. I sneeze and the swelling in my right eye nearly ruptures. Sunday, September 17. I cannot call this unexpected. Not after the last 12 hours. Since Andrew showed me what death was, I have glimpsed it waiting in trains, in elevators, on pharmacy shelves. Growing up, I saw it booming off the ocean rocks on Yakushima, always at some distance. Now it has thrown off its disguise as it does in nightmares. I am here, this is real. A waking nightmare from which I will never wake. Splayed on my back, far from anyone who knows me, my life bar at 0. My body is racked and I am running a temperature as high as this bridge. The sky is spilling with stars, night flights and satellites. What a murky, gritty, pointless, unlikely, premature, snot-sprayed way to die this is. One gamble that was rigged from the beginning. Very nearly my last thought is that if this whole aimless story is to go on, God the vivisectionist is going to need a new monkey for his experiments. So many stars. What are they for? How did I get here? Wednesday afternoon, I go to the bank near UNO station to pay for my ads in the personal columns. The bank is a 10-minute walk down Asakusa Avenue, so I borrow an orphaned bike, the company car of the lost property office. It is too rickety for anybody ever to want to steal, but saves my lunch break nearly a quarter of an hour's walk down a busy road hot with fumes and the dying summer. No shade in Tokyo, and all the concrete stores the heat. I park the bike outside and go in. The bank is busy with lunchtime and burbling with bank noises. Drones, telephones, computer printers, paper, automatic doors, murmurs, a bored baby. Using an ATM to pay for Plan D, the newspaper personal ad is the cheapest way, as long as I don't make a single mistake typing in the long string of digits. Otherwise my money will go flying into the wrong account. I am taking my time. A virtual bank teller on the screen bows, hands clasped over her skirt. Please wait. Transaction being processed. I wait and read the stuff about lost cards and cheap credit. When I next look at the virtual bank teller, she is saying something new. I gag on disbelief. Father will see you shortly, Eiji Miyake. I triple-check the message is still there. I look around. This must be a practical joke, and someone must be on site to enjoy it. A bank teller stands at the head of the row of machines to help people in difficulty, and she sees the look on my face and hurries over. She has the same uniform and expression as her virtual coworker. I just point dumbly at the screen. She traces her finger across the screen. Yes, sir, the transaction is now processed. This is your card, and don't forget to keep your receipt safe and sound. But look at the message. She has a Minnie Mouse voice. Transaction completed. Please take your card and receipt. No problem here, sir. I look at the screen. She is right. There was another message, I insist. I look around for a practical joker. A message with my name on it. Her smile tightens. That would be most irregular, sir. People in the line are tuning in. I flap. I know how irregular it is. Why else do you think a uniform in a yellow armband arrives on the scene? He is only a couple of years older than me, but he is already Captain Smug, samurai of corporate finance. Thank you, Mrs. Wakayama, he dismisses his underling. I am the duty manager, sir. What is the trouble? I just transferred some money, but did the machine malfunction in any way? A message flashed up on the screen. A personal message, for me. What leads you to conclude the message was for you, sir? It had my name. Captain Smug puts on a sympathetic frown from a training seminar. What did this message say exactly, sir? It told me my father wanted to see me. I feel housewives in the line bristle with curiosity and turn to one another. Captain Smug does a passable imitation of a doctor humoring a lunatic. I think it might be quite possible that our machine uses characters that may be somewhat tricky for you to read. I may not have a job in a bank, but I can read, thank you. But of course. Captain Smug eyes my work overalls. He scratches the back of his neck to show he is embarrassed. He glances at his watch to show I am embarrassing. All I am saying is that either some misunderstanding has occurred here, or you just witnessed a phenomenon that has never before occurred in the history of Tokyo Bank, nor, so far as I am aware, in the history of Japanese banking. Does this sort of thing happen to you often? I put my card back into my wallet and cycle back to Ueno Station. I am so on edge all afternoon that Mrs. Sasaki asks what the matter is. I lie about feeling feverish, so she gives me some medicine and I have to drink it and lie again about feeling better. During my tea break I use the ATM in the station, which gives balance statements but does not make payments. Nothing unusual happens. I search the faces of lost property customers for knowing glints. Nothing. I wonder if Suga did it, but Suga doesn't know about my father. Nobody in Tokyo knows about my father, except my father. Riding the submarine back to Kita Senju, I look around. Paranoia, but no drone catches my eye, only a little girl. Who in Tokyo knows about my father, my stepmother, and Akiko Kato? Neither of them would need to communicate with me in such a weird way. Walking back from the station, I catch myself looking in the road mirrors for stalkers. In the supermarket, I buy a 50% off okonomiyaki and some milk for Cat. Buntaro, I think while I wait in line. I got my capsule because a relative of my guitar teacher in Kagoshima knows a friend of Buntaro's wife. Could he have found out about my father? But what sort of video store owner is powerful enough to use ATM screens as a personal telegraph system? Some sort of unholy alliance between Suga and Buntaro. I get back to Shooting Star to find my chief suspect on the phone with his wife, running his hand through his thinning hair. They are talking about kindergartens for Kodai. He nods at me and makes a nagging goose with his hand. I watch a scene or two from a movie called Jacob's Ladder, about a man who cannot distinguish between nightmares and reality. I know what you're thinking, kid, Buntaro says, putting down the receiver. Kodai isn't even born yet, but these places have waiting lists longer than Grateful Dead guitar solos. Get into the right kindergarten and the conveyor belt goes all the way up to the right university. He shakes his head, sighing. Listen to me. Education, Papa. How was your day? You look like you had your bone marrow sucked out. Buntaro offers me a cigarette and strikes himself off my list of suspects. Unlikely as it seems, the sole remaining candidate is now the likeliest, my father. What are we up to now? Plan E. On Thursday lunchtime I go back to the same branch of the same bank to try out the ATM again. The same woman is on duty. She avoids eye contact the moment she recognizes me. I insert my card, type in my PIN, and the virtual bank teller bows. What dark room has no exits but only entrances into darker rooms? Father is watching. I search for meaning. Is this a warning? I look around for Minnie Mouse, but Captain Smug has been lying in wait for me. Another inexplicable message, sir. If this isn't an inexplicable message, you lord of irony, I rap the screen with my knuckles, then give me another name for it. Oh dear, sir, not exactly Bill Gates, are you? Perhaps the message was telling you that you lack the funds necessary to complete your transaction. Of course, the screen has returned to normal, my pitiful bank balance. I look around. Is somebody watching? Erasing the message when a witness comes up. How? I know this sounds weird, I begin, not sure where to continue. Captain Smug just raises his eyebrows. But somebody is using your ATM to mess your customers around. Captain Smug does mock fascination. Shouldn't that worry you? Captain Smug folds his arms and tilts his head at an "I went to a top Tokyo University" angle. I storm off without another word. I cycle back to the lost property office, as suspicious of parked cars and half-open windows as yesterday. My father was influential enough to have his name left off my and Anju's birth certificates, but surely this is another league. Only the elite of the elite could swing this. I spend the rest of the afternoon attaching labels to forgotten umbrellas and weeding out for destruction the ones we have held for 28 days. Might my stepmother be somehow trying to intimidate me? If it is my father, why is he playing these pranks instead of just calling me? Nothing makes sense. Friday is payday for us probationary stopgap employees recruited in the middle of the year. The bank is packed. I have to wait several minutes to get to a machine. No sign of Minnie, but Captain Smug hovers in the wings. I pull my baseball cap down low. A woman with ostrich feathers in her hat keeps sneezing over me and groaning. I insert my card and ask for 14,000 yen. The virtual bank teller smiles, bows, and asks me to wait. So far so normal. Your breathing space is all used up. Father is warning you. I am expecting this. From under the visor of my cap I study the line of impatient people. Who? No clue, no idea. Sheen shuttles my money. The virtual teller bows again. Father is coming for you today. Come on then, what else do you think I am in the city for? I drum the virtual teller with the bases of my fists. You aren't from Tokyo, are you, sir? Captain Smug is at my shoulder. I can tell because our Tokyo customers usually have the manners to refrain from assaulting our machines. Look at this, look. I show him the screen and curse. What did I expect? Please take your money and remove your card. It beeps. I know if I say anything to Captain Smug or even look at the guy, I will be seized by an urgent desire to make him hurt, and I don't think my cranium could take another headbutt less than 7 days since the last. I ignore his unconcealed "why do all the weirdos come on my shift?" expression, take my money, card, and receipt, and walk around the bank lobby for a while, trying to meet stairs. Queues, marble floors, number chimes. Nobody looks at anyone in banks. Then I notice Captain Smug talking to a security man. They are glancing in my direction. I slink off. Between the bank and Uno is the seediest noodle shop in all of Tokyo. As Tokyo has the seediest noodle shops in Japan, this is probably the seediest noodle shop in the world. It is too seedy even to have a name or even a definite color. Suga told me about it. It is as cheap as it should be unusual for Tokyo, and you can drink as much ice water as you want. Plus, they have comic book collections going back 20 years, including some Zax Omegas that even I have never seen. I park my bike in the alley around the side, smell burnt tar through the fan outlet, and walk in through the strings of beads. Inside is murky and fly-blown. 4 construction workers sit around 4 greasy bowls in silence. The cook, an old man who died several days ago, has been allowed to rot on his stool. The single round light is dappled with the bodies of dead insects, and the walls are decorated with spatters and dribbles of grease. A TV runs an old black and white Yakuza movie, but nobody watches it. A gangster is chucked into a concrete mixer. Fans revolve their heads this way and that. With a shudder, the cook reanimates his corpse and sits up. Yeah, what can I do for you? I order a tempura onion soba and sit at the counter. Today, the message said. So this time tomorrow I will know everything, whether this plan E is the true lead or if it is yet another dud. I must keep a lid firmly on my hopes. I feel excited and my hopes boil over. Who else could it be but my father? My noodles come. I sprinkle on some chili pepper and watch it spread on the jellyfish of grease. Tasted better, tasted worse. Outside in the glare, the bike is missing. A black Cadillac, the sort that the FBI uses for presidential missions, takes up the side alley. The passenger door inches open and a lizard pokes his head out, short, spiky white hair, eyes too far apart. Looking for anything. I turn my baseball cap around to shade my eyes. Lizard leans on the Cadillac roof. He is about my age. A dragon tail disappears up one arm of his short-sleeved snakeskin shirt, and a dragon head twists out of the other. My bike. Lizard says something to somebody in the Cadillac. The driver's door opens and a man in sunglasses and with a Frankenstein scar down the side of his face gets out, walks around the back of the Cadillac and picks up a mangle of metal. He brings it around and hands it to me. This it. His forearms are densely muscled and his knuckles are chunky with gold. He blocks out the sun. In shock, I hold the metal for a moment before dropping it. It was, yeah, Lizard tuts. People are such mindless vandals, ain't they? Breakdown of the family unit it is. Frankenstein shunts my ex-bike aside with his foot. Get in, he jerks his thumb at the Cadillac. Father sent us to pick you up. You came from my father. Frankenstein and Lizard find my surprise funny. Who else? And did my father tell you to trash my bike? Lizard clears his throat and spits. Get in the car, you lippy cockwart, or I'll break both your fucking arms right here, right now. Traffic drags its heat and din to the next red light. What choice do I have? The Cadillac purrs over the Sumida River Bridge on air cushions. The tinted windows retune the bright afternoon, and the aircon chills the inside to fridge beer temperature. I get goosebumps. Frankenstein drives. Lizard is in the back with me, sprawled pop star fashion. I could almost enjoy the ride if I was not being abducted by Yakuza, and if I wasn't going to lose my job. Maybe I could find a phone and call Mrs. Sasaki to say what? The last thing I want to do is lie to her. Mrs. Sasaki is okay. I tell myself these things are trifles my father has sent for me. This is it. Why am I unable to get excited? Northside Tokyo slides by block after block after block. Better to be a car than a human out here. Highways, overpasses, off-ramps. A petrochemical plant runs pipes for kilometers lined by those corkscrewing conifers. A massive car plant, acre upon acre of white body shells. So my father is some kind of Yakuza man. Makes sense, sort of. Money, power, and influence. The white lines and billowing trees and industrial chimneys are dreamlike. The dashboard clock reads 13:23. Mrs. Sasaki will be wondering why I am late. Any chance I could make a phone call? Lizard gives me the finger. I push my luck. All I but Frankenstein turns around and says, "Shut the fuck up, Miyake. I cannot stand whining children." My father gives me no status. I should stop guessing, sit back and wait. We pass through a toll gate. Frankenstein moves into top gear and the Cadillac eats up the expressway. 13:43. The buildings get more residential and densely pyloned mountains shuffle this way. On the right the sea pencils in the horizon. Lizard yawns and lights a cigarette. He smokes hope. Traveling in style or what? Says Frankenstein, not to me. Know how much one of these babies costs? Lizard toys with a death's head ring. Fuck of a lot. Frankenstein wets his lips. $250,000. Lizard, what's that in real money? Frankenstein thinks. 22 million yen, give or take. Lizard looks at me. Hear that, Miyake? If you pass your entrance exams, slave in an office all your life, save your bonuses, get reincarnated 9 times, you'll be able to zip around in a Cadillac too. I stare ahead. Miyake, I'm talking to ya. Sorry, I thought I had to shut the fuck up. Lizard whistles and a switchblade knife hisses open. Watch your lip. The knife flashes at my wrist. The blade slices through the casing of my wristwatch and scrapes through its innards. Fuckhead. The knife is spinning back in his fingers. Lizard's eyes flare, daring me to open my mouth. He wins his dare and laughs a scratchy, staccato laugh. Xanadu, way out beyond Tokyo Bay, is having its grand opening today. Bunting flutters over the expressway exit. A giant Bridgestone airship floats above the enormous dome. The glands in my throat start to throb. Valhalla opens in the new year and Nirvana and its new airport monorail terminus are still under construction. The traffic slugs to a crawl. Coaches, family wagons, jeeps, sports cars, coaches line up bumper to bumper through the toll gate. Flags of the world hang limp. An enormous banner reads, Xanadu open today. Family paradise here on Earth, 9-screen multiplex, Olympic pool, Krypton dance emporium, karaoke beehive, cuisine cosmos, California Lido, Neptune Sea Park. Pluto Pachinko, parking space for 10,000, yes, 10,000 automobiles. A motorbike cop waves us into an access road. Cadillacs get you in anywhere. Lizard stubs out another hope. That guy is one of ours, says Frankenstein as the window slides down. The good old days are back. Before your time, every fucking cop in the fucking city recognized our family. The Cadillac veers up a slope straight into the sun, tinted by the windshield into a dark star. Over the top, we enter a construction site, hidden from Xanadu by a great wall of metal sheeting. Gravel piles, slab stacks, concrete mixers, unplanted trees with roots in sack diapers. Where are all the happy workers? Asks Lizard. Holiday for the grand opening, says Frankenstein. Rounding a block of portable toilets comes Valhalla. This is a dazzling black glass pyramid built of triangles rising from building rubble. The Cadillac drives down a ramp into shadow, surfing to a halt in front of a barrier arm. A porter slides open the window of his box. He is about 90 and either is drunk or has Parkinson's disease. Frankenstein's window lowers and Frankenstein glowers. The porter repeatedly salutes and bows. Open, growls Frankenstein, fucking sesame. The arm rises and the porter bows out of sight. The Cadillac cruises into the black, reverses, and halts. I feel a lurching thrill despite my charming companions. Am I really in the same building as my father? Out, says Lizard. We are in a basement car park smelling of oil and cinder blocks. 2 Cadillacs are parked alongside ours. My eyes need more time to adjust. It is too dark to see the walls. Frankenstein pokes me in the small of my back. March, Cub Scout. I follow him. A ball of dim light flickers on and off. A round window in a swing door. Beyond is a gloomy service corridor smelling of fresh paint and echoing with our footsteps. Hasn't even been built yet and the lighting's already fucked, notes Lizard. Other corridors run off from this. It occurs to me to be afraid. Nobody knows I am here. Wrong, my father knows. I try to fix landmarks in my memory right at this fire hose, straight on past this notice board. Frankenstein halts by a men's toilet. Lizard unlocks it. I don't need the toilet. It wasn't a fucking question. When do I meet my father? Lizard smirks. We'll tell him how eager you are. Frankenstein foots the door open. Lizard clamps my nose and shoves me, and the door is locked before I regain my balance. I am in a white bathroom. The floor tiles, wall tiles, ceiling fittings, sinks, urinals, cubicle doors, everything is snow-blindingly white. No windows, no other exits. The door is metal and unkickable. I bang on it a couple of times. Hey, how long are you going to leave me in here? Behind me a toilet flushes. Who's there? A cubicle door unbolts and swings open. Thought I recognized that voice, says Yuzu Daimon, doing up his belt. What timing, Miyake? So what are you doing in a bad dream like this? Daimon washes his hands, watching me in the mirror. Are you going to answer my question, or am I going to get the silent treatment until our prison guards come back to take me away? You really have a nerve. He shakes his hands under the dryer, but nothing happens, so he dries them on his t-shirt. Its picture shows a cartoon schoolgirl lowering a smoking gun. Her speech bubble reads, so that's what it feels like to kill. I like it. Still sulking about the Love Hotel, Miyake. I can see you as a lawyer. Oh wow, thanks for the compliment. He turns around. Look, are you going to keep up this period of mourning, or are you going to tell me why you are here? My father brought me. And your father is who? I dunno yet. Daimon decides not to laugh. That seems rather careless of you. Why are you here? To have the shit kicked out of me you may get to watch. Why did you abandon them in a love hotel? Sharp, Miyake, sharp. Ever thought of law? No, I have this fatal flaw. I trust people occasionally. Daimon pretends to wince. But I still want to know why you're here. Long story. I look at the door. Okay. Daimon perches on the wash basin. Sit on any chair you like. There are no chairs. I'll stand. The toilet cistern stops filling and the silence sighs loudly. This is an old-fashioned War of Succession tale. Once upon a time there was an ancient despot called Konosuke Tsuru. His empire had its roots way back in the occupation days, in outdoor markets and siphoned-off cigarettes. You don't happen to. I shake my head. Half a century later, Konosuke Tsuru had progressed to breakfast meetings with cabinet members. His interests span the Tokyo underworld and the Tokyo overlords. From drugs to construction, a handy portfolio in a country whose leader's sole remedy for economic slumps is to pour concrete down mountainsides and build suspension bridges to uninhabited islands. But I digress. Tsuru's right-hand man was Jun Nagasaki. His left-hand man was Ryutaro Morino. Emperor Tsuru, Admiral Nagasaki, and General Morino. With me so far. I give the patronizing slime a slight nod. On his 90-somethingth birthday, Tsuru receives a massive heart attack and an ambulance ride to Shiba Park Hospital. This is February of this year. A delicate time the hatred Morino and Nagasaki have for each other was used by Tsuru as a check on his underlings. Tradition would demand that Tsuru name a successor, but he is a tough old dog and vows to pull through. Nagasaki decides to usher in his manifest destiny 7 days later by staging his Pearl Harbor not against Morino's forces, which are on red alert, but on Tsuru's, which believe themselves to be sacred. Over 100 key Tsuru men were wiped out in a single night, all within 10 minutes. No negotiation, no quarter, no mercy. Daimon shoots me with his fingers. Tsuru managed to get himself lugged out of the hospital. One rumor says he was battered to death with his own golf clubs. Another rumor says he got as far as Singapore, where a relapse caught up with him. He is, as they say, history. By dawn the throne was Nagasaki's. Any questions from the floor at this point? How do you know all this? My father is a corrupt chief of police. A blunt answer from a slippery liar. He must be phenomenally corrupt to be able to afford Queen of Spades. He is in the pay of Nagasaki. It is not toy money. Next question. Next. You were explaining why you are here. If this was a Yakuza movie, the Tsuru faction survivors would team up with Morino and stage a war of honor. Nagasaki broke the code and must be punished, right? Reality is less exciting. Morino dithers, losing valuable time. The Tsuru survivors work out which way the wind is blowing and surrender to Nagasaki's offer of amnesty. They are promptly killed, but never mind. By May, Nagasaki not only has Tsuru's Tokyo operations under his thumb, but the Korean and Triad gangs too. Nobody ever managed that. Ever. By June, he is helping to choose the godfather of the Tokyo governor's grandchild. When Morino sends an ambassador to Nagasaki proposing they divide the kingdom, Nagasaki sends the ambassador back minus his arms and legs. By July, Nagasaki has the lot, and Morino has sunk to scaring brothel owners for insurance money. Nagasaki is content to watch Morino go extinct, rather than dirty the sole of his boot by stamping on him. Why does none of this make the newspapers? You straight citizens of Japan are living in a movie set, Miyake. You are unpaid extras. The politicos are the actors, but the true directors, the Nagasakis and the Tsuris, you never see. The show is run from the wings, not under the spotlights. Are you going to get around to telling me why you ended up here? Okay. I fell in love with the girl Morino fell in love with. At last I see. Miriam. Daimon's mask slips and shows a real face. The door bangs open and Lizard appears. Comfortable ladies. He flicks open his knife, spins it, catches it, and points it at Daimon. You first. Daimon slides off the wash basin counter, still looking at me, puzzled. Lizard smacks his lips. Time has come to kiss your oh-so-charming face goodbye, Daimon. Daimon smiles in return. Is your dress sense a charity fundraiser, or do you actually believe you look cool in that pantomime mobster getup? Lizard smiles back. Cute. He whacks Daimon in the windpipe, grabs the back of his head, and slams his face into the metal door. I get such a hard-on from casual violence, says Lizard. Say something cute again. Daimon picks himself up, bloody-nosed, and stumbles into the corridor. The door is relocked. Either I am losing my mind or the bathroom walls are bending inward. Time bends too. My watch is dead, so I have no idea how long I have been in here. A cockroach navigates the floor. I cup my hands and drink some water. To distract myself from the swarm of unguessable questions, I play a favorite game, searching for Anju in my reflection. I often catch sight of her around my eyes. I try a variation on this game, concentrate on my mother's face, subtract that face from my own. The remainder should be my father. Could my father actually be this Ryutaro Morino or Jun Nagasaki? Daimon implied Morino brought us here, but he also implied Morino is washed up, too washed up to own a fleet of Cadillacs. I suck a champagne bomb. My throat is sore. By now Mrs. Sasaki will have decided that Aoyama's suspicions about me were accurate. I am an unreliable dropout. The cockroach reappears. I suck my last champagne bomb. Lizard watches me from the mirror. I jump. Here comes the moment you have been waiting for, Miyake. Father will see you now. Valhalla is one enormous leisure hotel. When it is completed, it will be the plushest in Tokyo. Sugar chandeliers, milky carpets, cream walls, silver fittings. Air cons are not yet installed, so the passageways are at the mercy of the sun, and under all this glass I am drenched with sweat in 30 seconds. Thick smells of carpet underlay and fresh paint. On the far side of the construction site perimeter fence, I see the vast dome of Xanadu, courtyards, and even a fake river with fake caverns. The windows tint the outside world sepia, the same tones you get in wartime newsreels. The air is dry as a desert. Lizard knocks on room 333. Father, I got Miyake with me. My stupendous mistake dawns on me. Father does not mean my father. Father means Yakuza father. I would laugh if the afternoon were not now so dangerous. A voice rasps out a moment later. Enter. The door is unlocked from inside. 8 people sit around a conference table in a spotless meeting room. At the head sits a man in his 50s. Sit the infant down. His voice is as thirsty as sandpaper. Cavernous eye sockets, plump lips, mottled and flaky skin, the sort used on young actors playing old roles, and a wart on the corner of his eye bigger than an amorous nipple. My way-too-late fear was quite correct. If this troll is my father, I am Miffy the Bunny. I take the defendant's chair. I do not even know what the charge is. So, says the prosecutor and judge, you are Eiji Miyake. No point denying anything. Yes, who are you? Death gives me a choice of sorts. A point-blank bullet through the brain or a 30-meter fall. Frankenstein and the stage manager of this black farce are placing bets on which one I will choose right now. Beyond hope is beyond panic. Here comes the Mongolian strolling up the unfinished bridge. My right eye is so swollen the night swims. Yes, of course I am afraid and frustrated that my stupid life is ending so soon. But mostly I feel the weight of the nightmare stopping me waking. I am cattle in a cage waiting for the bolt through my skull. Why gibber? Why beg? Why try to run when the only escape is a drop through blackness? If my head survived the fall, the rest of my body would not. The Mongolian spits and folds a fresh strip of gum into his mouth. He pulls out his gun. After Anju, I dreamed of drowning several times a week, right up until I got my guitar. In those dreams, I handled fear by ceasing to struggle, and I do the same now. I have less than 40 seconds. I unfold the photo of my father one last time. Dad is still uncreased. Yes, we do look alike. My daydream was right in that respect, at least. He is fatter than I thought, but hey. I touch his cheekbone and hope somewhere he knows. Down below on the reclaimed land, lizard whoops a twitcher. Bang. Picking off the wounded is more interesting to him than how I die. You got the shivers too, huh? Bang. Guns, the ultimate fucking video game. Bang. I jump each time he fires. One of the Cadillac's wheel screeches into life. My father sits in the driving seat of the car in the photograph, smiling at whatever Akiko Kato is telling him as she gets in. A black and white day gone by. This is the closest I got to meeting him. Stars. Who am I? The Yakuza head repeats my question, although his lips barely move and his voice is tone-dead. My accountant calls me Mr. Morino. My men call me father. My subscribers call me God. My wife calls me him to her friends, you to my face. My lovers call me incredible, a ripple of amusement. My enemies call me the stuff of nightmares. You call me sir. He retrieves a cigar from an ashtray and relights it. Sit down. Your trial is behind schedule. I do as I am told and look around at my jury. Frankenstein, chomping a Big Mac. A weathered, leathered man who appears to be meditating, rocking very slightly to and fro, to and fro. A woman who is using a laptop computer, pianist fast. She reminds me of Queen of Spades' Mama-san until I realize she is Queen of Spades' Mama-san. For her part, she plainly has no interest in renewing our acquaintance. On the left are 3 police sketches from the catalog of Yakuza henchmen, a horn section on pause. Through an opening in the corner of my eye, a girl dressed in a loose yukata sucks a popsicle. When I try to meet her eye, she retreats out of sight. Lizard takes the chair next to me. Ryutaro Morino watches me over the pile of junk food boxes. The sound of breathing, the creaking of Leatherjacket's chair, the tappity-tap-tap of the computer keyboard. What are we waiting for? Morino clears his throat. Eiji Miyake, how do you plead? What is it you think I have done? Lizard's knife scores a deep cut along the table edge. It stops an inch from my thumb. What is it you think I have done, sir? I swallow. What is it you think I have done, sir? If you are guilty, you know the charge. So I must be innocent, sir. I hear the popsicle girl in the next room titter. He pleads not guilty. Morino nods his head gravely. Then explain why you were at Queen of Spades on Saturday, September 9th. Is Yuzu Daimon here? Morino gives one nod. My face whacks the tabletop. My arm is yanked above my head 1 degree away from snapping off. Lizard grunts in my ear. What do ya suppose you just did wrong just then? Guess. Didn't answer the question. My arm is released. Bright boy, Morino blinks. So explain why you were at Queen of Spades. Yuzu Daimon took me there. Sir. Sir. Yet you told Mama-san here last Saturday that you didn't know Daimon. Mama-san glances at me for the first time. I warned you I cannot tolerate whining juveniles. Can anyone tell me what 15 billion is in Russian? Leatherjacket replies. Mama-san carries on typing. Morino waits for my answer. I didn't know Daimon. I still don't. I left my baseball cap in a video arcade, went back, he had it, gave it back to me, we started talking, and a beautiful friendship was born. But Queen of Spades is a choosy club. Yuzu Daimon signed you in as his stepbrother. Are you saying this is a lie? I wonder what the consequences will be. Did you hear my question, Eiji Miyake? Yes, it was a lie, sir. I say that Jun Nagasaki sent you to spy, so this is why I am here. I see a very faint glimmer of hope. At least I only have to convince them of the truth. Not true. So you know the name Jun Nagasaki. Since an hour ago, yes, only the name. You went a Queen of Spades with Yuzu Daimon to harass a hostess, you know her as Miriam. I shake my head. No, sir, I did not. You went a Queen of Spades with Yuzu Daimon to persuade her to defect into Jun Nagasaki's circle of treacherous traitors. No, sir. Violence stains Morino's motionless face. His voice would freeze nitrogen. You are involved with Miriam. You are involved with my little girl. This is the crunch. I shake my head. No, sir. No, no. Frankenstein rattles French fry splinters in a cup. Morino leans back and the pressure eases minutely. He opens a gray file folder. So for your next trick, you will explain this photograph. The horn section passes it down to me. A letter-size black and white picture of a shabby apartment building. The zoom lens focuses on the third floor, where a kid my age is handing something through a door. A dog with its head in a lampshade pisses in a flower box. I recognize Miriam's apartment and me. The pressure redoubles. This is really why I am here today. This is bad. No lie is going to get me out of here, but where will the truth get me? Morino clunks his knuckles out of their sockets. My breath is baited, as they say. Morino clunks his knuckles into their sockets. My mouth is a sandbox. Now, why did you show your zit-puss face at the home of my little girl? I tell him everything from Shinabazu Pond in Ueno Park to the conversation with Miriam. The only bit I leave out is Suga. I claim to do the library hacking myself, and I hope this lie is small enough to smuggle through. Morino nicks the tip off a new cigar. I finish. Judgment hangs. Lizard swivels on his chair. Father, Morino nods. Don't sound right to me. Computer dorks just don't lug suitcases around stations for a living. Mama-san shuts down her laptop. Father, Morino nods. I know Miriam matters to you very much, but we need to be in other places very urgently to keep the operation on track. This nondescript fruit farm boy is, I am quite sure, exactly what he appears to be. Nagasaki does not employ spies in diapers. His story fills in the blanks in daimons, and he hasn't laid a paw on Miriam. Morino respects her. How do you know? 1. You had Miriam tailed by the best surveillance agent in Tokyo for the last 2 weeks. 2. I'm a woman. Morino narrows his eyes to read me better. I lower my eyes. Frankenstein's cell phone beeps. He goes into the adjoining room to answer. An airship floats into view behind Morino's head. Higher up, a jet glints in high-altitude sunshine. Mama-san takes a disk from her computer and seals it shut in a case. Soon, barks Frankenstein into his phone. Keep them there, we'll be there soon. He resumes his seat. Morino finishes reading me. Eiji Miyake, the court finds you guilty. Guilty of being a dumb fuck who sticks his nose through wrong doors. The mandatory sentence is having your testicles cut off, dipped in soy sauce and placed in your mouth, which will be duct-taped until said members are chewed and swallowed by the detainee. I glance around at the jurors. Nobody is smiling. However, the court will suspend this sentence on condition that you observe an exclusion order. You will never go near Queen of Spades. You will never go near my little girl. Even if you see her in your dreams, I will discover your lapse and the sentence will be executed. I make myself clear. I dare not taste the freedom I can smell. Completely, sir. You will return to your nondescript life. Yes, sir. Mama-san stands, but Morino does not yet dismiss me. When I was a boy half your age, Miyake, my friends and I would capture dune lizards on the shimming coast. Dune lizards are cunning. You grab one, they detach their tails and skitter away. How do I know you are not leaving us with a tail? Because you scare me. Your father is also afraid of me, but that man has left me with a zoo full of tails in his time. The horn players nod. I hear Popsicle giggle. Did you just say my father? Morino breathes smoke. Yees, you know I did. My real father, yees. As in the flesh and blood man who banged up your mother, Mariko Miyake, 20 years ago. Who else would I mean? You know him. We meet professionally on occasion. You seem surprised. Morino watches me flounder. So my operative hit the nail on the head. What an astute hunch. You really don't know who your father is, do you? To think these things happen in real life. A semi-orphan comes to Tokyo in search of the father he has never met. So you thought the ATM messages my banking people sent you were from your real father. His lips bulge slightly in lieu of a laugh. Lizard snickers. Morino taps the file folder. Everything about your father is in here. He fans himself with it. You were buried deep, but my agent can dig up anything. I had you investigated and your father cropped up, surprised, amazed. Still, you can fuck off now. He tosses the file folder into a metal trash can. Lizard stands and kicks my chair. Mr. Morino, are you still here? Please give me that file folder. Morino narrows his eyes at Lizard and nods at the door. Sir, but if you don't need that information anymore. I don't need it, no, but I enjoy causing you needless suffering. Sun will escort you to the lobby. Your friend and mentor Yuzu Daimon is waiting for you. He is feeling drained. Now walk away from this room, or you will be beaten senseless and dumped down a hole. I follow Lizard, and glance back one final time at the trash can before door 333 closes on my father. I resolve to walk past Yuzu Daimon to show my contempt by just ignoring him. That was before I see his body slumped on the sofa. I have known a few people who died, but I have never actually seen one so pale, so utterly still. What do you do? My heart is a manic punch bag. The sofa creaks as his limbs shift. His eyes flicker open. His eyeballs wander, then find me. So what did they do to you? A sort of weird crunching of gears. What did they do to you, Miyake? I can finally speak. Let me go. 2 miracles in the same day, untouched. Scared shitless, but untouched, and not as scared shitless as I was a moment ago. I thought you were dead. What did they do to you? Daimon ignores this. Why you went to Miriam's? Why? She dropped a library book when she kicked me in Uno Park the day after. I took it back, that was all. A laugh tries to twitch his mouth. Despite myself, I am concerned for him. What did they do to you? 1 liter of blood. I must have misheard. They took 1 liter of your blood, isn't that more than a blood donation? Yes, much more, but it was only my first offense, so they let me off lightly. But what are they going to do with your blood? Test it, sell it, I imagine. Who to? Miyake, please, I have no energy for an exposé of illegal markets. Can you move? I think you should get to a hospital. Speaking is costing Daimon a lot. Correct, doctor, yes. I had 1/6 of my blood removed as a payment in a Yakuza vendetta. Awful, isn't it? Yes, I know I'm lucky to be alive, but please don't contact the police because my dear old dad is on the take too. Okay, but hanging around in this building is a very bad idea. 1 minute, 2 minutes, let me get some breath. I explore the lobby. The exit will let us leave but not re-enter. The passageway back to the interview room is blocked by a grill locked by Lizard. The glass walls of the lobby are covered by taped plastic sheeting. I peel back a corner, a construction site, the perimeter fence, and Neptune Sea Park, only a soccer ball kick away. Sunbathers roast on the boardwalks. The Pacific is as glossy as a monster movie sea. I sneeze. Not a cold, not now, please. I am afraid Daimon will slip into a coma if I don't haul him away. Try to stand up. Leave me alone. I want to call your parents. Daimon half sits. No, no, definitely number, believe me this once. Calling my parents is the very, very worst thing. Why? Daimon shakes his head as if avoiding a fly. Politics, politics. So now what? How much money have you got? Every yen is yours if you leave me alone. Don't tempt me. Near the entrance to Xanadu I saw a taxi stand. You and I are going to walk over there. You can either give in now or make me shout at you for 10 minutes and then give in. Up to you. Daimon sighs again. So masterful when you get roused. We get weird looks as we wade through the crowds, but everyone assumes Daimon is slouched on my shoulder because he is dead drunk, and the crush parts for us. Atomic September sunshine drenches the day. My Japan Railways overalls are gluey with sweat, stale and fresh. People flow into Xanadu and out again. The air is crammed with silvery helium balloons and tinsel music. Swarms of conversation pieces, smoke from a corn-on-the-cob stand. I see our reflection in a pair of mile-wide sunglasses. We look terrible. A giant black rabbit produces a midget magician from a top hat and the world claps. Somewhere a piano and strings perform something beautiful. I feel Daimon heaving. Do you want to be sick? I ask him. No, I was laughing at the funny side of today. I wonder where the funny side is. Do you have any idea how embarrassing it is for me having my hide saved by you, Miyake? Zax Omega leaps across our path, selling models of himself. Yeah, I say. I imagine it must be pretty humiliating considering. Daimon says nothing more until we get to the taxi stand. His feet drag heavier and his breathing is rawer. The taxi door swings open all by itself. Down south you still have to open them by hand. Do you know Kita Senju? I ask the driver. He nods. Do you know the Tenmaya store 5 minutes from the station with the fake Holland clock thing? The driver nods. This video store is right on the same street. I scribble Shooting Star's address. Please take my friend there. The taxi driver looks dubious, balancing a very good fare against Daimon's grogginess. Only a bit of sunstroke. In 10 minutes he'll be himself again. The fare wins, and the taxi drives Daimon away. I turn back and face the way I came. I have an appointment back in Valhalla with a discarded file folder in a metal trash can. The Mongolian is climbing nearer. A man-shaped hole in the dim dark. I can see his almost smile. The impact of his cowboy boots against the concrete counts off my remaining moments. Lizard and the Cadillac headlights strobing the battleground may as well be events from another lifetime. Are Moreno and Frankenstein still watching? If I take my eyes off the Mongolian, I am afraid my killer will have the distance when I look back. I have a nightmare where that happens. If this is not a nightmare, what is? My adrenaline is fighting my fever, but I have no way to use this loaned energy. No amount of adrenaline will keep me alive when I hit the ground after that drop. No amount of adrenaline will let me disarm a real, live mercenary with a real, live gun. Fuck no, I am dead. Who will miss me? Buntaro will find a new tenant by next Saturday. Mom will enter her cycle of guilt, blame, and vodka. Again. Who knows what my father will feel? Blame, regret, grief. I would hope so. My stepmother will probably buy a new hat to celebrate. Akiko Kato will have a little paperwork to process. Kat will find a new pad. She was only ever in it for the milk. My uncles, their wives, and my cousins back in Yakushima will be shocked and distraught by the news, of course, but they will all agree that Tokyo is trouble and Japan is not the fortress of safety it used to be. My grandmother will receive the news with a blank face and a long silence that will last half a day. Then she will say, his sister called him, so he went. My list ends there, and this is assuming that my body turns up. Burying me in a pit under a future runway with the others down there would surely make a whole load more sense. Buntaro will report me in a week as a missing person, and everyone will shrug, say he trod in his mother's footsteps, assume I am working in a spare parts factory in a disposable town, and forget me. Here comes my killer, checking his gun. What was it all for? Anju was overwhelmed by the ocean. I am just underwhelmed. I sneeze again. Sneezing now, I want to ask my nose why bother. The breeze is cool off the drained sea. I decide to kill an hour before I re-enter Valhalla. First, I find a telephone. I call Mrs. Sasaki at Uno, but the moment I hear her voice I hang up in panic or shame. Either I must tell her an outright lie or I tell her the outright truth. I cannot do either. So I call Buntaro, who is much easier to handle. He jumps down the telephone line. Guess what, kid? Kodai's eyes are actually open. Inside my wife. Open. Imagine that, and get this, he is sucking his thumb already. The doctor said this is unusual so early on. Early developer, the doctor actually said that. Buntaro, I was watching a baby video earlier. Maternity is beyond belief. Ever wondered if embryos get thirsty? They do. So they drink up the amniotic fluid and then pee it out again. The same as being hooked up to a never-ending supply of Budweiser, except amniotic fluid tastes better. Waiting to be born must be 9 months of bliss, same as a bar where you never have to pay the bill. Pity is, we never remember a thing. Buntaro, a friend is, have you any idea how much pregnancy rearranges a woman's internals? By the 3rd trimester, the uterus is touching the breastbone. Placental mammals really have it tough. That's why a woman in the background at Shooting Star screams her lungs out. Hang on, I'll turn down the volume. Watching Rosemary's Baby. Get a few pointers if Kodai turns out to be the son of the Prince of Darkness. A midwife at the hospital was saying, Buntaro, is anything the matter? Really sorry, but I'm calling from a box and my card is about to die. A friend is coming to Shooting Star by taxi. He donated some blood, but they took too much and he needs to lie down, please, when he gets there. Would you show him up to my room? I'll explain later, please. And will his trousers be needing pressing? Or how about a massage, or my card dies? Perfect. I hang up. A platoon of boyfriends and girlfriends, not to mention the battalion of bothered young families 5 years, will transform the couples into swills me down a shopping mall to a podium. Musicians perform something twiddly and ribboned. Mozart maybe. By accident I find myself in the front row. A fat cellist, 2 thin violinists, a dumpy viola player, and a girl playing a Yamaha grand piano. She has one of those perfect neck curves, smoothness, toughness, hollows, bumps, all just so. She is in a cream silk dress, sweat dapples mark her spine, and she plays barefoot. Her hair hangs down over her face. The music finishes and everyone claps. The string section basks in the applause. The pianist just turns around and gives a modest bow. Eiji Miyake. It really is Eiji Miyake. I look for a hiding place, but I am walled in by handbags, strollers, and melting ice creams. Eiji Miyake looks right my way, and a blush grenade goes off in my face. Then I realize she is looking but not seeing. She is still dazzled by the brightness of the music. Of course, just because I recognize her does not mean that she recognizes me. Then Eiji Miyake smiles at me. I check behind me to make sure Beethoven has not appeared, and then she mimes a headbutt. I manage a feeble nod before getting pushed back by penguins carrying bushes of flowers. Wish I had some. A hippopotamus woman looped in beads makes the microphone scream with feedback. I wander off to find a quiet and shady corner of Xanadu, if there is such a thing, and just sit in peace. I do not even think about embarrassing Eiji in front of her music student friends. Valhalla blots out the sun. When my hour is up, I slip through a gap in the perimeter fence and into its unfinished shadow. I can see 3 security guards smoking in the mouth of the main entrance, but sneaking up between rows of blocks, piping, coils of cable, and drainage channels is easy. If I am being watched from Valhalla itself, I am in trouble. I hope seeing Eiji Miyake has used up today's coincidence quota. I nearly trip over a coil of cable. It sidewinds into life and enters Valhalla through a ventilation duct. No place for a snake. Avoiding the guard's field of vision, I get to the foot of the pyramid and begin looking for a way in. The building is vast. It takes about 5 minutes per side to skirt. I pass the hotel lobby entrance and curse myself for not leaving it wedged open with something. I could probably have forced the inner shutter somehow. 20 minutes later, I am back to the main entrance and its 3 guards. I consider trying to pass myself off as a boilermaker or something. I am still in my work overalls, but when I creep close enough to overhear them discussing the best way to cripple a man, go for the kneecaps or go for the tendons, I change my mind. I backtrack to the basement ramp that Frankenstein drove down earlier in the afternoon. I spy on the guard lodge from behind a backhoe. Its window faces acrossways, not up the ramp. I think if I stay against the wall I can reach it without being seen. Then maybe I can crawl past. The main danger is from any vehicles ascending the ramp as I am making my way down. Still, there were only 3 Cadillacs in the entire car park. I think it works. I reach the lodge without being caught. On the guard's TV I hear, and it's a clash of the Giants and the Dragons in front of 60,000 on this sweltering afternoon in the dome as homeboy Inoki limbers up, and I can well imagine what must be going through the mind of that young battler. I smell pork katsu and hear a microwave ping. I get down on my knees and scramble past my foot slips in fine gravel. Surely he must have heard. I carry on anyway, past his door, under the barrier arm and away, bracing myself for a shout and alarms. I dash behind a column, my heart percussion capping. Nothing. He must be stone deaf. I am now an unauthorized intruder. Calm down. I am walking into a building to pick up a piece of unwanted trash. The 3 Cadillacs are still parked in a row, which is not a good sign. But as long as my father is safe in the metal trash, I can find a hiding place somewhere in the hotel and retrieve it when the Yakuza have gone. Staying in the darkest wedges of shadow, I make my way to the portal door and slip through. I sort of remember the way. Snake is wandering this maze of swinging doors too, grown to canoe length. I pass the toilet where Daimon and I were put on ice. Abrupt laughter rings out. My nerves snap. I dart ahead and clear the next corner just as the laughter spills into the corridor. It follows me for the next 3 turnings. Then it dies down. Then it changes direction and heads toward me. Does it? I double back in panic. I thought I doubled back and end up down a dead end with a drinks machine in the alcove. I listen. The voices of 2 men are getting nearer. Maybe I can squeeze down the side of the machine. I can, but as I try to twist around behind it, my foot gets caught in a loop of cable. At that moment, the voices appear in front of the machine. I freeze. If I move, they will hear me. If they look down the side of the machine, they will see my leg. I feel a sneeze getting nearer. Number9Dream snuffs it. A transformer juts into the small of my back. It hornet hums and is hot as an iron. My, what do we have here? Imported Stella Artois. Nectar of the gods. Time for a quick can. Why not? And guess what? Kakizaki is ob resus negative. My, I hope you bled him dry. Obneg is liquid ruby for the right billionaire. Drier than dry, poor fuck. I see it as an act of mercy. You heard about the neck trusses on the lip of the pits. Fuck, this machine won't take 5,000s. Got anything smaller? I am going to sneeze right now. Coins are fed in. Neck trusses. I thought Moreno said to use tape. We did, but Nabe wriggled too much. Moreno ordered no sedatives, so there was nothing for it but neck trusses and 9-inch nails. Kakizaki's the lucky one. Whiter than cod he is, he'll hardly feel a thing. Beers clunk through the machine's guts. The men open their beers and walk away, still discussing carpentry. I sneeze and hit my head on the side of the machine. The voices do not return. I find room 333 by accident while I am still looking for a hiding place. I press my ear against it. Apart from my pulse pounding my eardrums, I hear nothing. I think. I test the handle very, very carefully. It is tightly sprung but feels unlocked. Holding my breath, I open the door a sliver and peer in. I can see the metal trash can with the file folder. The window is slightly open and a breeze combs the blinds. Remembering the adjoining room, I creep in. Nobody here. Relief washes through me, then triumph hoses me down. This insane risk has paid off. I open the file folder and groan. A single photograph falls to the floor and lands blank side up. A message is ball-pointed on it, an Arabic proverb. Take whatever you want, says God, and pay for it. Pluto Pachinko Xanadu now. I turn the picture over. 2 certainties. 1. The woman is a Kiko Kato. 2. From the angle of his jaw to the slope of his eyebrows, the man in the driver's seat is my father. I am looking at the face of my father. I know it. Pluto Pachinko is so thick with sweat, smoke, and sheer din you could swim up to the mirror balls on the disco ceiling. I would swap a whole lung for a cigarette right now instead of waiting 50 years. But I am afraid if I delay for one moment I will miss Moreno, and Plan F, the most promising so far, will drive off with him. Never mind, just by breathing in here I can absorb enough nicotine to calm a rhino. Customers cram the aisles, waiting for a free seat. My eldest uncle, owner of the only pachinko parlor on Yakushima, told me that new places rig several of the machines to pay out more generously, so they can muscle in on the marketplace. The clatter and glitter of cascading silver balls hypnotize the ranks of drones and she-drones. I wonder how many babies are slowly cooking to death in the bowels of Xanadu's car park. I start a second lap, searching for a staff-only door. I find a girl in a Pluto uniform. Hey, where's Dad's office? She is cowed. Whose office, sir? I scowl. The manager. Oh, Mr. Ozaki. I roll my eyeballs. Who else? She takes me behind the help desk, punches in a code on a combination door and holds it open. Up these stairs, sir. I'd show you up myself, but I'm not supposed to leave the floor. I should hope not. I close the door, impressed with my performance. A complex lock springs closed, steep stairs leading to one door, underwater quiet. I climb the stairs and then nearly lose my footing when I notice Leatherjacket calmly watching me from the top step. Hello, I say. Leatherjacket looks at me and chews gum. He is cradling a gun. The first real gun I have ever seen. I point at the door. Can I go in? Leatherjacket chews and tilts his head a fraction. I knock twice and open the door. Inside, a man flies through the air and through a mirror on the far side of the room. The mirror breaks into applause. The man drops out of view to the drone-packed parlor below. The scene lurches. I gape. Did I do that? Pachinko din from downstairs fills the office, unfiltered. Morino watches me from behind the desk with a finger on his amused lip and one ear cupped. I just have time to register the 3 horn players. They did the hurling and mama-san knitting before the chain reaction from below breaks out. Chaos, screaming, shouting. Morino rests his elbows on the desk. His smile is deep contentment. A jag of mirror falls from the frame. From outside, Leatherjacket closes the door behind me. The cyclone subsides as the stampede clears the pachinko parlor below. Lizard and Frankenstein peer through the frame to inspect the damage. Morino sort of smiles with his eyelids. Fine timing, Miyake. You witnessed my declaration of war. I am trembling. The man, take a seat. What man? The man they threw out through the window. Morino inspects a wooden box. Ozaki. What about him? Won't he need? I swallow. An ambulance. Morino unclips the box. Cigars. I expect so. Aren't you going to call one? Morino looks inside. Excellent. A Monte Cristo. Call an ambulance. If Ozaki wanted an ambulance called, he should have thought through the consequences of pissing on my shoes. But the police aren't you. Morino slides the cigar under his nose. Police. Frankenstein watches the chaos flood out of Pluto Pachinko. Police work in your world. We police ours. He nods at Lizard and he and Frankenstein leave. I feel as if my stomach has been gouged out. Mama-san's knitting needles click. The horn players are on pause. Morino unwraps the cigar. What do you know about cigars? Nothing. So listen, learn. The Monte Cristo is the king of cigars, pure perfection, pure Cuban filler, wrapper, binder. For a rat's penis like Ozaki to even look at a Monte Cristo is blasphemy. I told you to sit down. I obey, numb. You are here because you want information. Am I right? Yes. This information cost me good money. How do you intend to pay? I try my best to ignore the fact that this man just had someone thrown through a window and pull myself into focus. I would be grateful if my sentence dies. Morino dabs the cigar with his tongue. I am sure your gratitude is 5-star gratitude, but I have metropolitan overheads. Your gratitude is worth flea shit. Try harder. How much? Morino takes a tool from the desk and circumcises the cigar. Why is it always money, money, money with kids nowadays? Little wonder Japan is becoming this moral and spiritual graveyard. No, Miyake, I do not want your money. We both know you have none. No, I propose you pay with loyalty. My loyalty? They're a fucking echo in here. What would giving you my loyalty mean? So like your father, living in small print. Your loyalty, let me see. I thought we could spend the rest of the day together. Go bowling, an outing to a dog show. A bite to eat and afterward a get-together with some old friends. Midnight comes around, we give you a ride home. And in return, you receive. He clicks his fingers and a horn player hands him the file folder. Morino leafs through it. Your father. Name, address, occupation, resume, personal history, picks color, black and white, itemized telephone bills, bank accounts, preferred shaving gel. Moreno fastens it shut. You give me and my family a few hours of your precious time, and your historic search ends in glory. What do you say? From the deserted pachinko floor below, I hear glass crunching and electric shutters lowering. It occurs to me that saying no may have consequences far worse than being denied a file folder, bearing in mind what I have witnessed. Yes. A wet dab and a needle plunges into my left arm just above the elbow. I yelp. Another horn player grips me tight. He shoves his face up to mine and opens his mouth wide as if he wants to bite off my nose. I have a close-up view of his mouth before I can turn away, then I turn back. His tongue is a clipped stump, a formless giggle. The horn players are all mutes. The syringe fills with my blood. I stare at Moreno as a syringe in his arm fills up with blood. He seems surprised at my shock. We need ink. Ink. For the contract. I am a man of the written word. The syringes are removed and my arm is released. Moreno squirts both syringes into a teacup and mixes our blood with a teaspoon. My puncture is dabbed with disinfectant. A horn player spreads a sheet of calligraphy paper in front of Moreno and hands him a writing brush. Moreno dips the brush, breathes deeply, and in graceful strokes draws the characters for loyalty, duty, and obedience. Moreno. He rotates the paper on the desk. Quickly, Moreno orders, before the blood clots. I pick up the brush, dip it, and write me and Yake. Red already stiffens to dung brown. Moreno watches with a critical eye. Penmanship is a dying art. At my high school we practiced with ordinary ink. Moreno blows the paper dry and rolls it into a scroll case. Everything seems prepared. Mama-san puts the scroll case into her handbag. Perhaps now, father, she says, we can finally attend to business. Yes. Moreno puts down the cup of blood and wipes his mouth. Bowling. A basement shopping mall will connect Xanadu with Valhalla and Nirvana. It is still a gloomy underpass, lit by roadworker lamps and strewn with tarpaulins, tiles, wood planking, sheet glass, and a prematurely delivered army of boutique dummies huddled naked in misty polyethylene. Moreno is ahead, a megaphone in one hand. Mama-san walks behind me, and the horn players bring up the rear. Somewhere above my head in the real world, Eiji Miyake is playing Mozart. Words from Moreno could be the voice of darkness itself. Our ancestors built temples for their gods. We build department stores and theme parks. In my youth, I went to Italy with my father on business. I still dream about the buildings I saw. What we lack in Japan is the necessary megalomania. Down here is chilly and damp. I sneeze. My throat feels tight. Finally, we climb to the surface on a dead escalator. Welcome to Valhalla, says Thor, a thunderbolt in one hand and a bowling ball in the other. Through a temporary door in a plywood wall, we enter a far greater darkness. At first, I cannot see a thing, not even the floor. I can only feel the emptiness. I follow the vapor trail and ember light of Moreno's cigar. In the distance is a suffused glow. This is a bowling alley. We walk past lane upon lane. I lose count. Minutes seem to pass. Ever go bowling much on Yakushima, Miyake? Sometimes Moreno's voice seems far, sometimes near. No, I answer. Bowling keeps youngsters out of trouble, safer than falling out of trees or drowning in undertows. Once I went bowling with your father, a clever bowler, your dad, an even better golf player, though. I don't believe him, but I probe anyway. What golf course did you play at? Moreno waves his cigar at me. Its tip is a firefly in the gloom. Not a crumb until midnight. That is the deal. Then you stuff yourself with all the details you can stomach. Suddenly we are here. Leather jacket, Frankenstein, lizard, popsicle. Mama-san sits down and gets out her knitting. Moreno smacks his lips. Our guests are accommodated. Frankenstein jerks a thumb down the lit alley. Instead of 10 pins are 3 wax human heads. The center head moves, the left head ticks. I should not be here. This is a nightmarish mistake. No, this is a sort of interrogation. Morino is not sick enough to hurl bowling balls at real people. He is at root a businessman. Father, says Mama-san, I have to say this is an unspeakable act. War is war. I mean, father, we will be wasting their retinas. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, I understand your concern, mother, I really do. But my conscience won't let me stop a dead man seeing his destiny coming. Morino, shouts Centerhead hoarsely. I know you're there. Morino raises his megaphone to his lips. His amplified voice is a dust storm. Congratulations on a fine opening day, Mr. Nabe. Echoes slap away and back. There seemed to be a minor ruckus in the pachinko parlor, but I'm sure everything is sorted out now. Release us, this instant. Jun Nagasaki owns this city. Wrong, Nabe. Jun Nagasaki thinks he owns it, but I know I own it. You are stark fucking insane. And you, Lizard shouts back, you are stark fucking dead. The megaphone crackles. You, Nabe, were always a walking lobotomy. Your death suits you perfectly, but you, Gunzo, I thought you had the sense to grab your turd money and run for the tropics. Lefthead speaks. We're more useful to you alive, Morino. Maybe, but you are more pleasing to me dead. I can show you how to strangle Nagasaki's supply lines. Morino hands the megaphone to Leatherjacket, who deposits his chewing gum in a tissue. Good afternoon, Gunzo. You. I favor customers who pay on time. He has a dusky foreign accent. I don't fucking believe it. Your inability to believe is the cause of your present dilemma. Centerhead shouts, You're dead, you slimy Mongolian traitor. The slimy Mongolian traitor hands the megaphone back to Morino, smiles, and puts in a new stick of gum. Lefthead cries, I can be your messenger to Nagasaki, Morino. You ain't our messenger, shouts back Lizard, you're our fucking message. Most succinct, son, comments Morino approvingly. Most concise, you can throw first. Lizard bows graciously and selects the heaviest bowling ball. I tell myself this is just a bluff. I should not be here. Lizard steps onto the concourse and lines up a shot. Shoot us, Morino, shouts Centerhead. Let us die honorably. Frankenstein shouts back. What do you know about honor, Nabe? You sold your whole to Nagasaki before he could say bend over. Lizard steps 1, 2, and wham. A fast, uncurving line, my gut knots. I try to wake myself up or just look away, but when Centerhead screams, I look. Idiot that I am, and see the worst sight of my life, bar none. Righthead Kakizaki, I guess, is no longer recognizable. I want to vomit, but nothing comes. Kakizaki is a staved-in cavity of bone and blood. The horn players burst into wild applause. Lefthead is shut down with shock. Centerhead gasps, drowning, spattered with red specks. Lizard bows again and comes back to the console seat. Superb technique, praises Frankenstein. Watch it on the replay, shall we? I turn around and keel, putting my head between my knees. I jump up when the megaphone combusts Miyake down in my ear. Lizard gestures at the bowling alley. You're on. No. The horn players mime confusion and surprise. Morino stage whispers. Yes, we signed a contract. You said nothing about being an accessory to murder. Your vow says you will do what the father tells you, says Frankenstein. And father is telling you to bowl. A moral conundrum for a responsible young man, considers Morino. To throw or not to throw. Throw, and you risk doing that double-dealing abomination down there some damage. Not throw, and you cause a fire in Shooting Star and inflict a miscarriage upon your landlord's wife. Which would weigh heavier on your conscience? Think about it. He wants to lock me into this violence to ensure I will never talk. The locks click shut. Thought about it. I get up, hoping for an unseen plot twist to get me out of here. I pick up a ball, the lightest. It weighs a lot. No, I cannot do this. This act is not in me. I hear laughter and look back. Lizard lies on his back with his legs apart, his jacket partly wrapped around a balloon. Nipples, a navel, and a triangle of pubic hair are scribbled on the balloon with a black marker. Frankenstein kneels over him, lowering a long knife. No, Lizard cries in falsetto, Please don't hurt me, mister. I got a baby in my grow bag. Sorry, Mrs. Buntaro, sighs Frankenstein, but this is what you get for letting rooms to tenants who break vows with powerful men. Lizard screams at the top of his lungs, please, my baby, my baby. Mercy. The knife tip presses down on Mrs. Buntaro's rubbery belly. Frankenstein bunches his other fist into a sledgehammer and bang. Popsicle lolls and rolls a tickled laugh. Mama-san knits, Morino claps.